The status window was unlocked. He heard the cherished words that every hero dreams of while falling into darkness. He did not know where to be and what was happening. It was only the feeling that he was drawn to the bottom. Now he was the embodiment of a fight, the destroyer of the worlds, the system of incomprehensible news said, and then a deity appeared before him, which controlled fate. The one saw was more like a dream, but for sleeping the sensations were too realistic. The deity whispered something with his lips, but the guy never made out what exactly. A few hours earlier, he was on the training site of the Ignite Academy, which was located high in the mountains. The tall building was more like the palace, and the surrounding territory was like a whole park in size. Heidel, a professor of martial magic, caused Ruin Ardell and repeated the task. It was only necessary to call a ball of fire and throw it into a mannequin, but the student hesitated, although it was a task to create the simplest spell that any student of the academy could deal with. For someone who is almost unable to use magic, it was an almost impossible task, and now the guy doubted whether he had this time. Seeing that he was hesitated, the professor rushed him, saying to start already, and yet the Ruin decided not to give up. He hoped that this time he would definitely succeed. He scored air in the chest, and his hand looked like a burning torch. At all costs, he had to complete the task. The guy carefully poured Manu into the spell, and the torch in his hand became more. Not every student could create a ball of this size, because this required a lot of mana, so an excited whisper was heard from the students. Ruin aimed. He believed that he would definitely succeed. But then anxiety covered him. He already knew how such sensations ended. As a result, the guy crouched in pain, as if his stomach suddenly twisted. The professor called him again, but the guy said that he could not. Heidel demandingly ordered to quit a ball of fire. But the ball seemed to live his life and refused to leave the guy's hand. After all, he was in the graduation class, the professor reminded. If he is still not able to release basic magic, then he will not be able to pass the final exam. And it seems that he was destined to fail, the teacher stated. These words lay on a guy with a heavy load. In this practical test, they had to create 10 fireballs and hit the target several times, but the Ruins were not able to charge the ball even once. It was a level worse than a third. Rate magician. His classmates mocked him, although the guy entered the academy with the best ball. In fact, he looked like the main loser of the whole course, and maybe the academy. He was the offspring of a provincial noble family, because when he only acted immediately earned contempt from the highest aristocracy. They were unhappy that some jump out of the village bypassed them. All these 6 years, he fought desperately for his place at the academy. But the curse that prevented him from all these years and hopelessness left a deep mark in the soul of the guy. The disorder of the release of mana, as it was called, let him somehow have been holding all this time. But now it was increasingly asking the question of how long he could endure it all. Ruin walked along the corridor of the academy completely alone and saw that a crowd of students formed ahead. Although he tried not to encounter anyone, the problems themselves were looking for him. One nasty blonde was eager to release a couple of a joke, due to the failure of the test, and he laughed mockingly. "The fool Ruin is called by the younger students so," said Zadira, that he stood with his tall friend. As if there was little, the blonde invited him to go home to the village, because he spoils the reputation of the whole class, and the Ruins frowned. A friend of the bully added that since there was no abilities, money is needed, but the trouble no one heard the name Ardell before he entered the academy. The blonde immediately objected that he had heard about Ardell from his father. He said that they were all lazy fools too arrogant for such ineffects. The guy could not endure such an attitude, and immediately moved the offender with his fist in the face. The blow came out unexpected and powerful, so Zadira rode his back along the corridor. "For my father," Ruin blurted out, "who could endure insulting himself, but not his family." It was unpleasant and even insulting to the young aristocrat in the face, especially from the one who is lower in status. The academy, of course, supported the formal equality between the students, but beyond its borders, the separation did not disappear anywhere, so that such conflicts occurred constantly. Ruin looked contemptuously at the offender and said that he should have known when to stop. Then Ben's friend decided that it was time to show who was the main village industry and rushed at the Ruin of Fists. But the guy seemed to wait for this. Evading a wide swing, he hit a big man under his breath. He fell to the floor, unable to breathe, twisted in the pose of the embryo. Ben swore dirty and Ruin turned in his direction. The air was filled with the smell of a thunderstorm, and with a bang, as if someone had broken a bundle of brushwood, the guy froze in place, because his enemy was about to apply combat magic in the walls of the academy. This was forbidden by the rules, but Ben did not stop it. He still released the spell. Ball lightning flew towards the Ruin that could hardly be protected from it. Ruin froze in place. He could not move, like a rabbit in front of the headlights of a car. Then Professor Heidel intervened in their fight, with a cry to stop immediately. But it was too late. Lightning already hit the ruin with flashes, with arc welding flashes. At that moment, the ruins thought that he had come to an end, and then he saw a strange deity. Activation, embodiment, words of the deity sounded like some kind of nonsense. And when he woke up, he saw a nurse's beautiful face over him. Helen was a high-class healer and was clearly worried about her patient. Ruin looked around, and Helen informed him that he was in the restroom. The guy's head was spinning a little, but he was able to sit down, still not understanding what exactly happened to him. The vision that he was too realistic, and this memory did not go away, even when he woke up. Helen said he lay here for almost the whole day. He was lucky that he easily escaped, but everything could end much worse. For the one who received a blow with lightning, he looked good, but he would still take a couple of tests and strokes from him. Suddenly, he is a super mutant. Helen had never encountered such a thing. There were no burns, nor there were no burns. This is hardly possible at all. Lightning ball, terrible magic that destroys the body in a second, and the ruins took its straight blow. So why he is in perfect order? He was tormented by the question. They knocked on the restroom and immediately entered. Helen saw the professor and handed the guy into his hands, since he came. Heidel checked the guy's well, being he was in perfect order. It was good, but the advice on the incident was still collected. The matter was serious. But already now the professor could say that Bina Folt would be excluded for the use of magic with the intention of killing, and for slander towards the Ardell clan. Despite a good forecast, the guy admitted that his incident was his fault, because it was he who hit the offender first. Of course, he also has a punishment, Heidel said. He will have to do volunteer work within a month. But that was not all. The professor had a question. Whether the guy had an artifact or something like that, the professor did not believe in supernatural forces, and was looking for an explanation. But if the guy, he would not have allowed himself to mock himself for so long. Besides, the Ardell family would have long taken such a thing for their prosperity. The professor accepted the guy's answer, but Ruin still asked about his reasons. Heidel carefully looked at his student as if he had seen him for the first time. Before the lightning struck, the guy's body surrounded the red light, as if he was protected by a high-ranking artifact. But Ruin could not imagine that this could be. Then he remembered his strange dream, and thought that these events could have some kind of connection. But such guesses hardly earned the interest of the professor, because he did not talk about them. Heidel realized that it makes no sense to ask further, and left the student to relax in the ward. But Ruin would like to know what this professor is thinking about now. Therefore, he plunged into thoughts about a strange vision. The artifact of the fight, the destroyer of the worlds, the player, this is what the strange deity said. There was something else, but the Ruins could not recall this yet. Then he requested a status window, and a cherished dream of all adolescence appeared before him. From surprise, the guy started on the bed, seeing a hallucination in front of him. Helen went up to him and asked if he was all right. Then the Ruin showed her on a blue rectangle in front of her face. Naturally, she did not see anything, and already thought that the consequences from the lightning strike were still. Realizing that this hallucination sees only, he thought and began to read his status. The magician's magician, who strove for boundless power, destroyed himself and his world, not the name of the opportunity to release magic. He relied on physical power. The status window was an artifact, which allowed to endlessly increase power through tasks. Ruin decided to come up with an excuse, and said that he simply dreamed. His tests were in order, so Helen let him go home. Then the guy thanked her and got out of bed. Summarizing what happened today, he survived a direct blow to the ball lightning, met a strange deity with red eyes in a different reality, and chose Chiter's artifact. The window said that now he is the embodiment of a fight, a magician with a similar fate. When the guy left the ward in the yard was already night, and the cold air of the mountains filled the valley. Then the system window jumped out in front of him again, offering a task. Now he had to train his body every day, preparing for future trials. 100 strokes with a fist, 100 strokes with his foot, a foot with a foot from a turn, after which he relied on a reward. The guy did not know how this would help the magician like him, but decided not to be tormented by questions, but to just try. Therefore, he began to wave his fists in imaginary opponents, quickly completing the task. It was a simple task with which even the child would deal with. All the children dream that the world will be a simple understanding task, with an increasing complexity, where in the end you become a champion. But then it turned out that if he beats not correctly, then he was not counted. If there is at least the slightest mistake, the system did not accept such a result. Then the Ruins gained patience to do everything properly, and when he finished all the way from sweat. The system threw him 10 points of strength at once and unlocked skills. Suddenly, Ruin felt a strange feeling, as if something circulated in his blood, something deeper than mana. Clutching his fist, the guy realized that he became real stronger, just like in a fairy tale. Now everything was felt in a completely different way. the speed of the blow, the destructive force, although he simply waved his arms and legs 100 times. And so they become cheaters, the Ruin thought and grinned. He looked at his hand with pleasure, and thought that there was, with the second reward, a power circle. This passive skill replaced mana with physical power, replaced the circles of mana with power, read the guy. His mana in the body was replaced by physical strength, so that this does not mean all who felt Manu could feel circles around the heart. The more of them there, the more mana could release the sorcerer. The guy had 4 more than on average of the students of his course, but given the curse, all the same as they were not at all. The circles of mana really disappeared from his heart. Instead of them, another madly circulating energy appeared. And these were power circles, torsion fields, the guy thought. Ruin did not hear anything about magicians without mana circles, and did not know if his new feature would become a full replacement. If not, then about the full life of the magician one could not dream, the guy thought and frowned. But then he corrected himself. It was too early to despair. At first, it was necessary to check everything in the case. Obeying his will, in his hand appeared a fiery ball. It happened much faster than before, and the ball was burning brighter. Seeing the size of his ball, the guy realized that it was thanks to the power of the artifact. He was given a unique chance to live the hero cheater in his world. Since magic had the basic principle of triggering for release on average took 10 seconds. But now the guy could miss this stage due to internal power. This was definitely by the power of the artifact, he thought when the system again issued a message. The Ruin received a passive skill of the Magician of Madness. Now he could attack his opponents, filling the body with magic. The spell did not affect it, and the indicator of physical power influenced its strength. It seems that the fight suffered from the same disorder, and developed his own method of struggle. He fought, filling his arms and legs with magic. The system invited the guy to demonstrate his abilities on the mannequin. The guy did not think about this yet, but if it was a chance to become a magician, he was obliged to try. The fireball instantly appeared in his hand and hit the mannequin. It was like blows from the world of martial arts, and worked perfectly on a motionless target. For completing the assignment, he again received a bonus plus 10 to force. But then all his strength left the Ruin, and he fell on the site, barely breathing. Previously, every failure of the use of magic was at the stage of discharge, but now it has overcome it. Lying on cold land, he was all thinking what kind of person was the creator of this artifact, and while he thought he himself did not notice how he fell into a dream. Ruin lay feeling under him a solid ground, and the warm rays of the morning sun. Other students that discovered him on the site loudly discussed his overnight stay here. The guy woke up and everyone jerked as if the dead man came to life before their eyes. He stood up and pulled the stuck joints, also reported classmates for their laughs. You never know who decided to sleep on the street. But they really first saw the nobleman of the sleeping one on the street, and thought that the guy turned to drinks prohibited at the academy. Ruin simply dismissed them and went to the hostel, and his fellow students discussed the strange changes for a long time, what happened in it. But then their eyes settled on the wreckage of a broken mannequin, and everyone was overwhelmed by curiosity, who nevertheless ruined the property of the academy. Ruin returned to the hostel, a luxurious palace with fountains and lawns. There was only his roommate in the room, who had already woken up. Jason Damon was a 6th-year student, and a guy's friend. He was surprised that he returned to the room in the morning. Jason at least did not belong to the Ruin, a universal outcast hostel. His family was engaged in casting, and the prey of metals. The guy dismissed all the questions of a friend, but he did not lag behind, and suspected that a woman could be involved in the case. Jason himself was a very famous lover of the fair sex and strong drinks. It was worth falling under the lightning stab immediately took up the mind. A friend was delighted, but the Ruins tightened it with his sweaty shirt. He went to the bathroom. Only then did he feel relaxation. After sleeping on the ground a cold night, his whole body hurt unbearably. Then he remembered that he had another additional task. Today he again had to make a mandatory training, but the number of repetitions has doubled. If they continue to double, we'll not just understand the guy and ducked deeper. A month has passed since then. Every day he fulfilled his task. The reward for him did not grow, but the number of movements constantly increased. Moreover, if you do not have time to complete everything in the day, progress is simply dropped. Therefore, Ruin did not miss a day of training and learned to keep a vertical twine. The only plus was that after a mark of 3,000 repetitions, their number did not grow. Otherwise, the guy would just die in the process. So he earnestly trained his body with ordinary blows through the air. He was even given a new skill, the art of the body. The more trained he was, the more affordable movements from the system. Now he trained at night, and sleeping at the lectures during the day, although he used to listen carefully to lectures, and this change did not hide from the eyes of other students. They were surprised that he trained some kind of kicks, and other ballroom dances are unsuitable for a regular magician. Everyone agreed that the eccentric outcast just wants to compensate for his shortcomings. In the afternoon, the ruins were looking for a record of a magician named Drake in the library. But I did not find anything in historical reports. Also, there was nothing like a description of his artifact of the system. These questions greatly tormented the guy because his life now depended on the system. The indicators of his forces have increased greatly this month, as well as dexterity. Then Jason approached him and asked if he had heard what happened. A friend realized that no. Otherwise, the ruin would not have sat here with such a calm face. The head of the Ardell family arrived at the academy, Jason said. The father was here, understood the stunned guy. Without hesitation, the guy pulled where his father was waiting for him. He just talked about something with Professor Hadel. Seeing his father smiled warmly and greeted. They have not seen each other for 6 years since at the age of 10 ruins they sent here to study, and now he was already 16, so he asked how his father lived all these years. Father said that his younger sister Ruin studied the techniques of owning a sword in order to protect her weak brother. Ruin and Ruin, when you do not need to bother with the names of children, just let them be called the same. The guy even experienced awkwardness from the fact that the younger sister had to think about this. Ruin already understood why his father arrived, and told him that he had everything in a confident voice. Father was surprised, and the guy explained to him that neither morally nor physically mocked him. Then the head of the clan Ardell drank bitter coffee before saying that he wanted his son to leave the academy. If it is hard for him here, the doors of the house are always open, because they probably experienced many difficulties in what he could not talk about, his father said. Of course, Ruin understood that his father arrived for a reason, but he immediately stated that he already had a way out in the current situation. Therefore, he suggested that he agree. In the next test, the guy wanted to show an excellent result, and if not, his father was free to take him from here. Then his father saw what his son matured, and how much confidence in him. And then the long-awaited day of the exam came. The teacher tapped the poison in the palm of his hand, calling the students to silence. At first there was a written part of the exam. Anyone who would try to cheat risked to fail the exam. When the teacher gave permission, everyone took up feathers and began to creak intently. The exam was divided into a written and practical part, and practice in turn is another 4, aiming dimension of magical power, real battle, and a fight. Throughout the entire period of training, Ruin gave perfectly only the written part, but in the practical part, the first was always Mikkel, and from the respected family of Garrickle. But this time, everything will be different, the guy was sure. He intended to take no less than the first place. After he successfully completed the written part, the time and practice came. Ruin was waiting for his turn when someone called him. It was his friend Jason who came to find out if Lee had some plan, because the last few days he behaved too quietly. He was delighted when a friend said that he would test the new method today. Then someone else asked the guy what he was doing here. Another nobleman decided to mock a weakling about which no one was dealing with. They laughed at the fact that the guy should not have come to the test at all. But the Ruin answered confidently that he had come to pass the test, and did not see anything like that. Then Mikkel laid his hand on his shoulder and decided to give advice. Instead of failing to fail a practical exam with shame, why not just give up? But the guy answered indifferently that this advice was useless for him. But Mikkel clung to like a tick and insisted that the guy would still fail the exam. He was very annoyed that Ruin was so confident in himself, because before this was not there, everything to decide in a battle alone, Zadir said. The first part of the exam was the aiming, and they came to the landing site. The essence of the exam is to shoot several targets to identify how many goals the future magician can hit at a time. But this year, the level of complexity of the exam was increased to the combat, because the targets began to move. Someone managed to get one at a time. Someone completely missed. Due to the new condition, the average level of hits has decreased sharply. Teachers who always prepared students according to a lightweight program, and now they arranged for them the harder exam. It was surprised why the students were so weak this year. But it was too early to be disappointed, another professor told them. Alec believed in his favorite Michel hopes, because he was his native uncle. Mikkel really confidently went to the test, preparing to throw with 2 hands. The young aristocrat was used to being the first, and thought that it would always be so. At the signal of the examiner, he shot several balls of blue flame at once. Outbreaks of blue light illuminated the platform. All goals were amazed. Adjusted exclamations were heard from the stands. Everyone realized that this year Mikkel would be the first. Professor Alec, of course, immediately praised his relative, calling him a worthy heir. This student, in his opinion, was the pride of the entire academy and worthy to represent it at the next festival. But another bearded grandfather asked Alec not to continue, and so it was clear to what he led. The current chapter and 7th Archmage, Tyrion Ignat, said that he already understood the current level of students. But then Professor Heidel asked him to wait a little more, because now the Ruin was supposed to speak. Hearing his name, the rector was even surprised that the guy was still visiting the academy. but they still decided to pay tribute to the student's perseverance and see his test. Ruin was a little nervous under a lot of views, but I was sure that now a great opportunity to show his strength to everyone. The guy called on the fire. Instantly he was seized by the strongest flame, as if someone had doused him with oil and set fire to him. The professors were immediately amazed at how quickly to absurdity the guy was able to call his fire. Other students were also amazed at the number of fireballs. But Mikkel reminded everyone that the guy can have at least 100 balls, but because of the disorder he could not shoot any. Here the hero activated the cheats, the passive skill of the refraction of the time, which distorted the time in 30 seconds and accelerated it by 200% of physical strength. This skill that he recently learned allowed to move abnormally quickly for 30 seconds in any direction. In other words, now he was like a typhoon who brought down a hand-to-hand attack on the target, so quickly that in one fell swoop destroyed them all, a bay of the sight by sea of fire. The professors were amazed at such a turn that it was natural because they had never seen such frantic skills before. Students who realized that it was possible to come closer and so shoot with greater accuracy were no less amazed. And most of all rejoiced Ruins, in which everything in life happened. So he destroyed 27 targets. It was the biggest damage in the history of the academy, because no one had thought of approaching closer. Students did not understand whether the target guy was struck with the help of magic or just with his hands. But the rector was the first to praise him. He liked the fresh approach of the thought of this guy. Realizing that it was possible, students also began to shout loudly, admiring the skills of the Ruin. But Mikkel was most upset, who now felt stupid. These were the first ovations and the recognition that Ruin received for his 6 years of study. Success with warmth blurred in his chest. He always wanted to feel it. Of course, Professor Ellick immediately began to express the idea that his fists have little attitude to magic. He did not hear anything about this method. Hadel immediately objected that a distinctive feature of magic in her boundless possibilities. If everything always happens according to expectations, this is no longer magic, but mathematics. Ellick turned directly to the rector, but Tyrion stopped him with a gesture. Today he has matured a miracle created by the student, impeccable witchcraft. But he understood that there were disagreements. Ellick expressed open discontent. From behind the Ruin, his relative no longer looked the most gifted. After the test, the guy caught up with Jason and called the Archmage, patting his hair on his head. Now many were looking for meetings with him and wanted to talk, even those who had simply ignored him before or laughed. Yesterday he was an outcast, and now everything has changed, because the Ruins quickly burst from their tenacious paws and left. He was not used to such attention, and thought that it would be better if he had remained in the shade, because there were people who are like a bone in his throat. But when the guy entered his room there, guests were waiting for him. It seems that they did not know castles at the academy. Ruin asked Michel why he came to him and was waiting here. It turned out that Mikkel was so excited by the last demonstration that he came to warn the guy so that he would not jump out of his pants from pride. Of course, in fact, the nobleman was wounded by his loss to those who have been an outcast for all 6 years. Such frankness angered Michel, and he grabbed the guy by the shirt, which was a reckless decision. Ruin carefully took his hand so not to break, and removed from himself, and then Mikkel realized how much he was mistaken. He did not understand where there was so much power in his opponent. Ruin proposed to settle all their disagreements on the battlefield, because both of them had to get out of the academy. But how can they be rivals? Angrily asked Mikkel. It was easy to check, just wait, answered him indifferently Ruins. The nobleman viciously told the guy that he would not think to fall to the stage of the fights and leave his room. Despite this, Mikkel was sure that the impudent outcast would fail at the next stage without reaching the fighting. That's just whether he was exactly a magician, Mikkel thought, glancing at his hand, shaking after shaking. At the next stage, they had to measure magical power, and the students gathered a large statue. The ancient OGR Kingram was a treasure of the academy, of which only a few on the whole continent 5 centuries ago, Archmage Freud turned it into a statue, and since then he has become a training pair for magicians, which absorbs them Manu. This meant that in order to go through the trials of the rag, it was necessary to send a spell into it in which I was most sure. But this statue evaluated the students very severely. To get the result from him, 20 points were already an achievement. Some guy attacked a motionless and defenseless statue with a whole thunderstorm storm. But Kingry set him only 1 score. Maybe the magician was really weak, or maybe the OGR is already tired of being a teaching aid for 5 centuries. The next fate befell the same fate. The stone mannequin refused to recognize their abilities. Students who have not yet passed the test laughed at their predecessors. A confident girl launched an ice ball into the statue. Ogre suddenly told her that he would remember her. She was really impressive. It is impressive how hopeless it is, he added immediately by dropping the girl's self-esteem to the bottom. Many were very disappointed with their results. No one has knocked out more than 5 points yet. Here came the turn in Mixel. which he charged along the stone face with luminous snot, which they called magic. Crarest disappointment, answered the statue. King Murray asked Michel was not the son of George Garrickhill. Meikle said he was his proud third son. His father was a boob that begged more points. Immediately quarreled the nasty stone idol. In the boy, even less talent, said the statue, but 27 points poured, of course, the stupid aristocrat, forgetting about pride, began to argue. After him, Ruin Ardell traditionally performed, according to which they were called for the test. It was not clear, not according to the alphabet. This time the guy himself was nervous, because he did not know what to expect from the statue. Besides, he did not want to hit his face in the dirt in front of his opponent. Having gained courage, he called the fire in his fists. Ogier saw this guy for the first time and ordered him to start. The teacher saw how the guy applies an explosive incendiary mana and was surprised. Pupils were also amazed that the Ruble used 4th grade magic. Ruin took an unusual rack as if preparing for a throw. And then from the whole run I drove along the statue with his foot, with a blazing torch on a boot. The trick looked impossible. In an instant the guy moved the magic from his fist in the leg and blew it up. The spell of such a force should be attributed to the 5th grade, other students thought. It was amazing that despite the fact that Ruin had no distant battle abilities, he was still a 5th grade magician. But Kingry has not reacted in any way yet, and the Ruins even began to doubt that something went wrong. The statue stopped grumbling and asked the guy who he was. The magician again introduced himself as his name, but Ogre called another, a fight, and this could not be a coincidence. All this time, Ogre was waiting for a fight and his eyes flashed red. Everyone heard Ogre called the guy a different name and decided that it was some kind of mistake. Over the past 2 months, Ruin reread all the available books, but never found a single mention, and now suddenly it turned out that the garden sculpture knew something. The guy began to ask the fence, and it turned out to be familiar from the fight. Kingram also knew that the guy in front of him was the embodiment of a fight. Then the statue for the 3rd time asked to name the guy his name. Apparently he had a bad memory. For the 3rd time, Ogre promised to remember he moved his stone gyrus. Then the teacher asked to name the guy's score before leaving, but the statue refused, because there were too many unnecessary ears. The assessment was completed, and the magic of Ruin was not what OGR could appreciate. The professor recalled that according to the contract, the OGR will have to give estimates 5,000 years from the day of the death of Archmage Frey Ignat. Hearing such a proud statue was offended, and he answered angrily and knows everything very well, because for many years he has been assessing the children that even magicians are not suitable for magicians. But the contract is a contract, so King Murray, although I sent to Ignat to hell with the contract. And he invited the young destroyer to choose between 0 and 100 points. He could get as much as he wished. Naturally, the young cheater could not help but choose 100 points, which caused a stormy discussion. And again the guy ended up at the epicenter of events, said Professor Hadel after the test. The news that he scored 100 points has already reached the rector's office. Learning about such an unprecedented achievement, Tyrion decided to reward the student. But first, the professor gave him a sheet of parchment, on which the direction of the artifacts was written to the room. Heidel waved his hand and ordered the guy to follow him. They went down the spiral staircase where the ruins were not yet, and did not even know about this place because the entrance here was prohibited. It was all the more surprising that he was brought here, the magician thought the magician. They went down to the artifact room. Then the professor could not go. This meant that the guy was supposed to enter alone, and Hadel told him not afraid. Ruin did not know what was happening but resolutely opened the doors and went inside for his award. The artifact room looked like a throne room, or a museum with exhibits. Most likely she was a whole warehouse of different junk of the founder of the academy, which he did not want to sort. Then the guy heard a voice that asked him what he was so bewildered. It was a Kingry ogre, only already alive and not stone. Then he could move, speak his lips, and now he impressively fell apart on the throne. This place was the only place where the OGR could afford such a life. Thanks to ancient magic, he could live in his body, and not be an artifact. Then Ruin asked him what Ogre had in mind when he spoke about his value. And Ogre repeated that the guy himself did not know what is worth it. Despite the fact that he uses the same artifact as the player, OGR even knew about it. It was a rare artifact, the only one kind, and King Mira asked how the guy received it, and what was connecting him with a fight. But Ruin himself was asked the same questions, so he returned them to Super, supporting a very interesting literary, highly artistic dialogue in brackets. The fight was a creature that he wished to become a god like a dragon. Once he came to the heavenly peak tribe to which Kingry belonged, he looked unsightly, was too low and small. But his power was so great that no one could withstand him. Moreover, he became stronger day by day, because even several warriors could not resist him. So this warrior enlisted their respect. He lived among them and became part of the tribe. The fight even taught Kingram of the next leader of the literacy and magic for almost 100 years. Ruin exclaimed that few could live for so long of people, but Ogre grinned that the fight was not a man. His true form was the Black Dragon of the Dragon. He called the super original name for the dragon. Apparently, the author decided not to spend strength on useless names. Ruin was surprised that the dragons also existed, and were not the fiction of legends. And then Kingram told him that all the magic came from the dragons, but all this was considered a legend. The fight itself was not able to use magic, although he understood it well. Therefore, he came up with a way to fight with magic, his arms and legs with magic, just as the Ruin does it now. Now the guy better understood what was happening to him. And where did the cool cheat codes come from? The fight created the ability that only he could use, to turn water into wine and magic into force, so it became the most powerful creature in the world. But this was not enough, and the fight continued to build up his strength until ultimately destroyed everything around himself. It was difficult to imagine. Suddenly, the system awarded him skills for finding out a fight about the past. The Ruins received the Rage of Offense, which allowed him to borrow his strength. The force increased by 300 units by whole half an hour and reloaded funny for 3 minutes. And in his hand, an object like a ball suddenly appeared. Kingmurray was also surprised, and immediately realized that the guy received a reward for the task. The fight often chatted about this, looking into the void. Ruin showed the ball closer and asked if he knew whether it was. But it was not an object as such, but an embodiment, the orc suddenly said. It was always next to the fight, so it was difficult not to recognize him. But in the current state, he was most likely sealed in a stone of spirit before his death. It was the embodiment of force, which was usually called spirit. But it was not a spirit. It was known that he constantly demanded strength, but in return, promised more. The embodiment will be born of stone. I understood the Ruins with distrust, but OGR told him not to worry, because it was already awakened, and really the ball in the hands of the guy cracked. Then he saw in his hands something like a fighting hamster, or maybe to a plush bear. When a sweet pet was called a bear, he was offended and covered his face with his paws. Ruin was surprised that the bear could speak, and he again screamed offendedly so that they stopped calling him, so menacingly waved his chubby paw, despite the fact that he looked exactly like a mini copy of the bear. The guy stared in amazement at the bear, and listened to how he was ridiculously swearing. But if he is not a bear, then in surprise, he asked a speaking plush product. The embodiment of the form was not related to the form. A hamster was introduced, who could be anything. To prove his case, the bear began to pursue with all his might. But nothing happened. Then an awkward silence hung between them. The power of transformation disappeared somewhere. The bear was horrified, yet he overslept 5 centuries in stone. He decided that the problem was that he was conjured on an empty stomach, so he demanded food from the new owner. The words of the plush sounded rudely, but the guy still explained how he could not. He did not even know what the dwarf bear had eaten. The bear was indignant that his current owner was so weak that he could not even feed him. Realizing that there would be no sense, Mishka went to bed, asked to wake when lunchtime came, leaving the guy in complete bewilderment. We have passed for thousands of years, but his character has not changed, said OGR. The flashbacks of a past life surged on him when he looked at the guy with a new pet. Then he met countries and a fight for the first time in his homeland in a tribe of Heavenly Peak. Having finished with warm memories, Ogre asked the guy what he would do with his strength. This force made him stronger, could instruct him on the righteous path, and could absorb alive, so that Ogre again asked him what the guy would do when he became stronger. Most of all, the guy wanted to protect ordinary people from demons. Of course, to exalt his kind of Ardell, as it should, by declaring himself to those who despised him so much. So far, this was enough. A lot had to be protected, so Ruin could not refuse such an opportunity, even though all the risks. Therefore, he firmly declared City that he would live of his own free will, for the sake of his loved ones and himself. Since the guy got a clue about the personality of the fight, his everyday routine has not changed, with the exception of one detail. He woke Mishka, which was called the strange name of the countries, because the time came to eat, and he immediately jumped up. It seems that this fighting hamster lived only in order to eat, and he kept on a very unusual diet. Ruins called the fire spell in his hands. The kid immediately began to absorb his strength, and his appetite was brutal, did not correspond to modest sizes at all. The countries ate his power, which the guy received from tasks stuffing the belly to the dump. The countries were the embodiment of power. It became stronger with Ruin, and also accelerated its development. He received an additional 100 to force every time the countries reached a new level. Moreover, the increase was not limited. Before the rebirth of the countries, he possessed a force of 3,100 units, but now the Ruins without 1,000, felt like incredibly strong. The guy was surprised that the fight had such power and asked if it was possible to gain power not through tasks. The hamster again began to crucify how much he was, because he demanded that he give him another food. But the ruins quickly stopped these manipulations. The hamster could die if he did not want to share information. There were a lot of ways to become stronger. It was possible to take tasks of increased complexity and receive great awards for it. Strength is also given when creating and obtaining artifacts. It was also possible to cook the tendon of the fence or prepare an elixir. But all these options were not for him by the bear. All because at first it was necessary to get 1,000 strength. Otherwise his body simply could not stand the power that grows too fast, because now he is like a child who just started to walk. Ruin thought that he became stronger, but now he realized that he was still too small. Now he knew his next goal. So he continued his training every day until his performance reached 930. Meanwhile, the third stage of the practical exam began. The real battle. The guy was already looking forward to this day. Usually, magicians in this test are attacked while behind. There was always the probability that in a real battle the magician will fall in its own. If something is confused, this stage was the most important of all. He showed how much the magician is really valuable in battle, because often they missed the monsters and fell too close to his. So Jason's friend and roommate ruined after an unsuccessful throw. For help in the exam, they invited the Knights of the Folding Man to test the safety of students and their compatibility with them. The test lasted 10 days, and depending on the accrued points, students were given out different monsters. According to the results of the last day, the 13 best students were revealed. And since today was the last day of the test, everyone was interested in which monster would appear before them. The students heard some noise and started up. They thought that in front of them is a huge, ferocious orc that shouted in full throat. The orcs lived in groups and were distributed throughout the continent. They were much larger than people and had a comparable mind. The orcs are very gesture because the war was constantly going on with their people. Many students were not ready to fight like that in the exam. They were afraid to die, from which it became clear that the academy is raising squelch. Professor Hadel ordered everyone to maintain judgment because they were magicians and perceived the current test as a verification by a real battle. The orc was not very happy to become a textbook, because the level of complexity was twisted to the maximum. Even the knights had to not just block the ferocious blows of an unarmed orc. Hiding behind a reliable iron wall, Mikkel could calmly prepare the ice spell. It was a whole swarm of ice arrows, which he decided to hit for a quick single target. But the orc did not become a slight target. When the magician fired, he suddenly fled and jumped high up, bypassing the dense protection of steel lightsmen. The professor shouted to the student so that he was more of dodging. Mikkel himself understood what to do. Only his heart contracted with fear, and the body stopped obeying it. Then Heidel instantly used the spell of a tree prison. Powerful green vines burst out of the ground and quickly entrusted the orc. He jerked fiercely several times, but the professor could not be broken unsuccessfully. Mikkel dropped out of the test, uneased from horror, which the real enemy brought to him. His uncle was disappointed. The tribes failed again, which was beating on the reputation of their family. It was urgent to prevent the ruins from passing the test, and the professor invited the rector to make changes to the exam. Tyrion asked him what the Elec was hinting at. Everyone knew that the ruin of the ruin would come next. And the ruin is the only student who received the highest score on the King Yerim test. It was wrong to evaluate it along with other students, Elec said. Tyrion agreed, but they did not have other monsters in reserve. Adjusted by the fact that the idea was a success, Elec objected and said that some were available. The Knights of the Voldrin brought with them not only the orcs, but also one ferocious rag. It was dangerous to use such a monster in the exam, but there was also Professor Hadel, along with the knights. As a result, everyone decided to see what exactly the ruin, the once weakest student, is capable of. Professor Hadel was waiting for the guy in the corridor of the guy, knowing that he would pass here. They met and greeted each other. The professor carefully warned that the guy would have a more difficult test than everyone else, all due to the fact that on the previous test he received the highest score, because many considered it unfair to put him in the same position as other students. The fact that in this case the system will not be objective did not worry anyone. Ruin still asked whom he would fight in this case, if not with the orc. When he found out that it would be OGR, his hair on the back of his head stirred. But the talking bear was delighted that their first enemy would be a real OGR. The ranges barely held the chains with which he was connected, so he was strong. Jason thought that this was the captain of the orcs, but he was corrected for the illegibility of this OGR. It does not matter that they were distinguished only by the presence of horns on his head. Jason, even though he did not have to go to the arena, was a nervous, perfectly understanding what complexity this test was. The knights were also nervous, believing that there was too much risk of using such a dangerous monster for testing, and in general, they were right. Outwardly, the ogre is similar to the orcs, but physically much stronger. They can break it with one blow of anyone. It was difficult for the knights to captivate such a monster, but Hadel confirmed that all this order of the rector. The captain of the knights snorted. realizing that at the academy he was refueling dementia and courage. And the ruin agreed with him. He was ready to put his life on the con. He introduced himself to the captain with a full name, making it clear that he was the student that the test would take place. Outwardly, the guy did not look like someone special, so the captain did not really count on him, in which case they had to protect the boy, the knight thought. But then he saw that the student was going forward. He looked doubtfully at the young madman and said that he was fighting in the wrong direction. He was supposed to stand behind everyone, but the guy stood his ground. He stated that he would beat from the front line, which caused even more bewilderment at the knight. Still, his spells were somewhat different from the usual, warned the ruins. But in this case, he will not have any protection, the captain answered with distrust, because the enemy of the OGR with whom the jokes are bad. The guy understood everything perfectly well, but the captain is not very, what was such a risk for? Ruin took a picture of his cloak, although he could carefully hang her. The knight did not catch his fear at all. The guy or knew what he did or was simply weak with his mind. Everyone was told to prepare. Even OGR stopped twitching in chains. The professor clicked his fingers, giving understand that the test began. The chains flew and the OGR immediately rushed into battle, because it was his specialization. But the ruin did the same, slipping between the knights, with a burning torch and a fist ready. The captain, whom no one warned of such a trick, was naturally very surprised. He shouted belatedly, but no one listened to him. The boy fled right on the fence, waving a torch. Ogre swung. Some power was also gathering in his hand. But the ruins were a drop faster and managed to hit the target with a fireball. Their fists collided in the bone. It remained not clear why they aimed each other in the hand instead of hitting the body. Suggestions of force filled the whole room. Everyone looked at what was happening as if in slow shooting. The knights did not understand why the magician used the spell in close combat, and not as he should be from the rear. Loud cotton stunned everyone, and raised a cloud of dust and smoke, obscuring the review for a while. It remained hopeful that the boy did not die, the captain of the knights thought. He really still stood on his feet, which was already completely incredibly in itself. The captain grabbed his hand, and Evil said that it was necessary to warn about such a trick, because the guy could die. Ruin modestly asked for forgiveness, but if he said that he would not believe him. And they would definitely not allow the test, because it could only be seen. Now there was no time for negotiations, and the guy suggested returning to the test. All this time, OGR, the whole and unharmed, was terribly angry, puffed, and was waiting for people to finish talking. The captain arrogantly ordered the boy to retreat back. He recognized his strength, but the continuation of the dough was too dangerous. The boy needs to stay aside while they are knights with everything. Of course, Ruin refused. It was his test, and he wanted to complete him, despite the fact that he stood in front of him 5 times more than himself. There were 2 reasons that gave the guy courage. The first skill of a friend of the fence. Thanks to him, the ruins understood that the OGR screams for help and asks him to be released. Ordinary people saw a ferocious monster, but not him. This OGR was scared, surrounded by magicians and knights. The second reason is a suddenly jumped-up task, to subordinate the enemy with an excellent reward. The guy had no reason to hesitate, so he boldly rushed into battle as soon as a signal sounded. They again collided with the enormous in the frontal, and without much tricks exchanged blows. But unlike the fence, the guy still burned his blows, so the unfortunate monster cried out in pain. Ogre got angry with such impudence and promised to kill the magician. He jumped as high as he could strike from above, but the ruin bounced back in time, showing that he still has some kind of close combat skills. He carefully studied his opponent and looked for his weaknesses. For the first time, the magician applied the skill of refraction of time and accelerated sharply. Even the knight was surprised that the bookhead magician could move so quickly. To strike, the ruins had to come as close as possible. He jumped so quickly to the unit that he did not have time to react and missed a blow to the stomach. This attack was already impressed by the captain of the knights, because the boy fought without trembling with a dangerous enemy. But the OGR was able to counterattack, hit the height of his height. The ruin simply grabbed his fist. He did the same with the other hand. They entered the clinch in such images. And in order to get out of it, the guy lost sharply to Creek, pulled his hand back and hit him with his knee on a pain point. Ogre quickly grabbed the enemy by the leg, and instead of smearing him on the floor, for some reason he threw away from himself, as if he did not want to fight. Ruin made a clever turn in the air and landed on his feet, but he again had to evade because the enemy pursued him abrupt everything in his path. The magician gently landed like a cat behind the ogre. The rat is dodgy. The formidable enemy was indignant. Such an insult to the ruins did not endure, and for some reason jumped up to strike from the turn, instead of hitting with a complete support on the ground where he would have more strength. But this movement was enough for the ogre to stretch in the arena to lie down to rest. The magician landed from above on his chest, wanting to finish his opponent. Then he applied the skill of the Rage of Ogre that he increased his strength by 30 seconds. Ogre called him a monster, and the guy thanked for the compliment in his language, which greatly surprised the warrior. On this, their dialogue ended. and a friend of Ogrov smeared the enemy with his fireball. Ruin even moved to the berserker regime when he released all his strength, and his eyes turned red. The flame was so powerful that even the knights standing nearby just in case, but the fire did not harm the magician at all. Bear praised his new owner, who was not as bad as he thought at first. It was so quiet for some time in the arena that every rustle can be heard. Everyone was just numb and did not believe their eyes. And then the admiring exclamations of students fell from the stands. The knights came closer to examine the ogre, not believing their eyes that the magician alone was able to defeat him. The captain of the knights asked Ruin who taught him to fight like that with a tactically preoccupied face, but the guy replied that no one. The knight did not believe that it was possible to learn such a trick himself, and was something right. The magician was not going to prove anything now, because Professor Heidel simply asked the result of his test. No one thought that he could defeat such an enemy, but the guy did not even leave a chance of intervention. The professor admitted that the student surpassed all his expectations. So the test was passed. He announced so loudly that everyone in the arena heard the result. The Ruins realized that he could be proud of himself and made a couple of magic selfies. Now he received the Player's Eye Award, the ability to see the nature of everything, collect information, feel surveillance in general, another set of cheats with a slope in intelligence. Bear praised him for success, because now his master has become a real player. This skill that only the player could possess, the fighting hamster said rather. Ruin could see enemies near Slace in secrecy, which was a huge advantage. Moreover, the system informed him that now a mini-card is available to him. With its help, one could see everything within a radius of half a kilometer. He could also see the window of the status of the desired goal, but the available information could be limited depending on the level of the goal. Mishka suggested testing his eyes on the just-defeated enemy. The guy did so and calling a long list of characteristics. Ogier Spatula, inhabited in the thunderstorms, was distinguished by protruding shoulder blades, less than ordinary ogres, and differed from them with a milder disposition. Such a skill was impressive because Ruin immediately decided to try it on Professor Heidel. But besides the fact that he did not see anything the magician of the 6th grade, it became clear that it was impossible to get information about people that were stronger than the level. The hamster explained that the stronger the owner will be, the more available information about others will receive. After the test, the rumors about the victory of the Ruins spread throughout the academy, but for him these sensations were still in the novelty. Then a female quiet voice turned to the guy, and he turned around. One rather pretty girl gained courage to approach him first, and now used the maximum of her girlish magic of charm. Together with her, other girls tortured happiness. They endowed the guy with treats, and praised his nightly duel with a huge. Then laughing awkwardly, they ran away, sending him air kisses. Ruin was not hungry because Jason offered a little, in case there was a love spell somewhere. But the great connoisseur of female charms was indignant at such an offer, because it was terribly disrespectful of the girls who overcame their embarrassment and first approached. In fact, the young aristocrat was envious. He was never given such honors. But Ruin noted his great potential with the help of the Player's Eyes. During these few days, he checked at the academy of everyone. Only Jason and Michelle had prospects. Therefore, the Ruin ordered a friend to try a little more diligent, and then on the next test he would show an excellent result. The nobleman had talent, but in order to reveal him, you need to play the games less and run after the skirts. From the praise of his friend, Jason was so inspired that he promised to lay out properly. Looking at his comrade, he hardly believed that it was still he. The Ruins had changed so sharply. After all, they lived together and talked closely for 6 years, so Jason knew what he was talking about. Although the Ruins remained the same, it was difficult for him to believe in how he changed by discovering the power of the chits of the protagonist in himself. Now there were rumors about the guy that he would squeeze Michelle not only from the place of the best student, but also become a representative of the academy, told Jason. But the guy was not interested in this, and he cut off the conversation, deciding to return to the hostel. Jason was surprised because it was the year of the great festival, and he was interested in everyone. In the 5th month of each year, representatives of famous academies gather together and determine the best of them with the help of competition. And once in the 8 years, an Olympiad is held, at which students are fighting for the title of the best magician. A great festival is called the intersection of these two events. This is a national competition for the best students of the most famous academies. The winner receives not only a huge cash prize, but can also acquire various privileges, for example, free travel. Therefore, there is a restriction on the number of participants. 1 person for an individual offset, 30 for a team, only 30, 1 people from 1 academy. And the one who was chosen for individual tasks to become a representative of the academy, before everyone was sure that it would be Mikkel. But now, after the performance of Ruin, opinions have changed. In addition, Jason reminded them of Michelle's past performances at ordinary festivals. There was nothing to say about groups at all, and in individual, Mikkel took the last places, 5 years in a row. What was an impressive achievement, and greatly dropped the authority of the entire academy, where soft-bodied kittens were trained and not warriors. Due to Michelle, the entire academy was ridiculed, because they lost both group classes and individual ones. Pupils blamed the jump out of the nobleman. But in fact, it was their fault that they are so worthless. Now they were hoping to avoid the stigma of shame with the help of the Ruin, as if he could change their own miserable entity. Ruin interrupted all these speculations, saying that the exam was not completed yet, and it was too early to think about the future. In the end, the participants of the festival are selected according to the results of the exam and the recommendations of the professorship. There was another fight and one against Michelle. Therefore, the Ruin decided to focus on this, all that he could think about this victory over the opponent. 4 more days have passed since the end of the 3rd stage of the practical exam. The Ruins received the treasured 1,000 points of strength and the ability to beat the strokes in the twine. Bear congratulated him on the end of the preparation. He was waiting for this day. Now it was possible to start raising the level. Repeating tasks switched to level 2. The system reported when the countries dragged the air into itself. Then he jumped on the shoulder of the Ruin, and he called on fire to feed the hamster. The complexity of daily tasks was doubled, and the award is 3 times. When the fighting bear was 8, he himself began to study the strength, so the Ruin thought now he would explode. The flame was quite bright and burning. Meanwhile, Professor Ellick was considering his dark plans. He wanted to substitute the Ruin, but in the end it brought him additional plans. And in this case, it was no longer possible whether Mikkel could win in the duel. The imagination immediately painted the sad result of the battle, which was completely unsuccessful for the famous family. Here, under the threat, not only participation in the festival, but also the status of the best graduate of the academy. Though what was the meaning of the status of the academy? The countries also advanced to the level higher, and now it was a 2nd-level fighting hamster. He grew up a little, and the Ruins received 200 of power points as a reward. In one fell swoop, the guy increased the strength by 20% thanks to the hamster. But this was only the beginning, declared smug countries. Now the guy had to make 5,000 beats with a fist, a foot from a turn, a 15-kilometer run, also a training in a battle won on a battle. But for the guy now, it did not look like something very complicated. It was much more important to understand the new line in the list, about the battle against the opponent. The hamster reminded him of the first meeting. He could turn into anyone. Now when he fed up a bit, he was already able to transform, though with restrictions. To become a person, you need to reach a minimum of the 5th rank, and then this will not be complete embodiment. And the hamster decided to show who he can become now. He suddenly spun a wolf, causing a mini tornado in which he disappeared. The tornado darkened and became more, and the transformation continued. And then some scared seemed before the guy. He expected something else, so he looked somewhat disappointed. But the countries told him not to be so careless. At the time when the fight only studied, he was very useful to him. Countries played the role of mannequin, or rather an assistant in the passage of the assignment. Every day, the guy will have to undergo training and a real fight with a fighting hamster. He was still weak, and in terms of level corresponded to the middle-class magician. But when he restores his fighting power, everything will become possible, the hamster proudly said. At the request of the master, he could turn into a demon or even a dragon. Ruin nodded and offered to start training right now. He wanted to fight against the magician, and the countries hellishly flashed his eyes, realizing the intentions of the owner. Having waved his paw, a tiny staff appeared in it so plush Mishka could use magic. His magic could not cause damage, only discarded the countries. In turn, Ruin could attack as much as he wanted. Without restrictions, the plush Mishka was true the best opponent. The fiery flash of activation of the spell served as a signal to the beginning of the duel. From the first blow, the Ruins quickly dodged one jump, after which he immediately jumped to the country that he was holding as a magician at a distance. At the same time, Mikkel probably trained with all his might. Mikkel really prepared, but not as the Ruin thought about it. Instead of exercises, the nobleman came to his uncle for help. A relative reported his nephew for his weakness, and for the fact that he came to complain. But Mikkel had already heard that it was his uncle who helped his enemy gain the highest score. This was the request of Ellick to call the Ogre, which is why the victory of the Ruin became stunning. And now Mikkel threatened to tell his father and family about it. Uncle was very upset that some kind of jerk is blackmailing him. Then Mikkel offered to stop grimacing and thinking together how to get out of the situation. They feared the main thing that Ruins could become a representative of the academy. But the professor suddenly said that he had a plan. He handed a bubble with some tiny flour and a potion inside his nephew. The grass of awakening a flaming flower, Mikkel immediately recognized this essence. This grass grew far in the north, and was a rare medical plant. It was used for special elixirs. If you use this tool, then the nephew will receive the effect of awakening, and this will significantly reduce the speed of activation of spells, though the mix will experience pain and stop distinguishing his and strangers as a side effect. He would not see anything, his uncle agreed, rejoicing that Mikkel did not sleep in his lessons. The nephew immediately lost all his determination, but his uncle insisted that he would still have to drink the remedy, because now there was no time for complaints. The undertaking was risky, even because Professor Heidel knew Michelle's ability and could immediately notice the scam. True, you are a crook only if you were caught. You didn't catch the ruin, although it is obviously a cheater. But Elika said not to worry, because he was just dealing with issues of doping checks. Therefore, he gave another potion that was supposed to hide the use of the flower. They had to drink one after another, said the professor, and handed over 2 bubbles to his nephew. Elika encouraged the guy, saying that they were the Garikil family, and such is their way to go forward. The young, arrogant aristocrat frowned but agreed. A little more time passed, and finally the day of the fights came, which will take place in the hall of the Mana Barrier. Every year when this contest of the rostrum of the arena is clogged to failure. So it was the turn for the battle of Ruin and Michelle after everyone else. Both prepared for this day for a long time and waited for him to be impatiently to reduce the general scores. The countries decided to discuss the strategy. Their enemy knew for sure that the ruins would get closer, and was preparing for this. The question was that if he could get close to him, only one blow to finish the battle. Since this test was close to real fights, there were even various obstacles in the arena. Ruin examined the enemy with the help of the eye, and immediately noticed something was amiss. He realized that he was not alone resorting to crooks in order to gain strength inaccessible in the usual way. Mikkel behaved strangely, growled, twitched, curled his faces. Then the guy once again looked at him carefully. Mikkel was a third-class magician with high potential and a double call skill, and was also under a special state of berserk. Previously, Ruin had never seen this and thought that the enemy should have accepted something to get such a status. Before the exam, everyone was checked by prohibited funds, but yesterday, Professor Elika, Uncle Michel, was responsible for this, which led to some thoughts. The instructor warned the fighters that the only forbidden magic is black. Everything else was allowed on the use of 4 elements. Points were awarded depending on the level of magic that it got into the opponent. Now they could not worry about the opponent, because they were in the Hall of the Barrier, which reduced the effectiveness of spells almost completely. The instructor asked if they still had questions, and the Ruins raised his hand. What will happen if it turns out that one of them accepted the forbidden potion, he asked, and this made Michel startle. Of course, this was punished with disqualification and other restrictions up to the exception, the instructor explained to them. But the Ruins did not say anything more. He only looked at the mixer, who already barely held himself in his hands with the meaning. When everything was ready, the instructor ordered them to disperse into different ends of the arena. Despite the fact that the Ruins understood everything, now he still had no evidence, only he could see the status window. He needed to get firm evidence of Michelle's guilt. They seemed to have parted, but it turned out that they were not, and stand on the outstretched hand from the judge in the ring. At the signal, Ruin rushed to the opponent, who immediately took off into the air so that he would not be reached. A green ball appeared in Michelle's hands, and he wished the opponent to die in torment, despite the fact that it was still impossible in this arena. Moreover, Mikkel used the put spell to tie his opponent, but the Ruin was freed so quickly that it caused a surprised exclamation among the audience. Michelle's magic simply did not work on it. The barrier hall reduced the power of magic, but did not affect the ability of the Ruin, so that he again rushed to the enemy. But the crazy nobleman did not stop there and called on a strange magic with the skull. Fiery breath broke out of the skull, and the Ruin had to quickly dodge. He abruptly applied his acceleration skill, and long jumps again headed for the enemy. There were different rocks in the way, which became natural obstacles. Before one of them, the Ruins managed to hide from the wave of the raging fire. The enemy urged the spells faster and collected Manu. He received such effects from doping. Mikkel, seeing his success, that the opponent ran away to tease him and mock him. Mikkel lifted him before, but now he was even too excited. Now the Ruins realized that the opponent drank the grass of awakening a blazing flower. Its side effects, excessive expression, tremor of the hands, suppression of pain receptors, a decrease in recognition of their and strangers, everything converges, thought Ruin. It remains only to confirm a decrease in sensitivity to pain. It is simply surprising that the professors have not yet understood anything. Then the fighter came out from behind the shelter and directly turned to the opponent. He was no longer surprised that Mikkel was so confident in himself. All because of the flaming flower, Ruin said so that only Mikkel could hear. But it did not matter. Doping would not help him defeat him. Ruin accepted the combat rack in order to show off. He applied the refraction of time, the Kchetursky skill that compensated for his limitation in distant attacks. Mikkel was late, but the enemy moved too quickly. Despite this, a whole ice wall grew up in front of the ruin, which you just do not take place. Then the fighter simply hit the ice wall with his foot and that scattered. Even the professors were surprised as the ruins overtook the enemy in an instant. But the nobleman was not going to give up just like that and called on the monster that spit with fire. Ruin shouted an earthquake and swung widely with his hand. It was not a skill, he simply hit the ground very much in the ground with calling the shockwave. An enthusiastic exclamation was dispersed through the stands. The fiery element was overcome with an earthen spell. The position of Michel became desperate. He was inferior to his opponent in everything. But then his face was completely distorted by horror. After all, the ruins hung over him. Mikkel shouted plaintively so that he was not approaching, as if it made sense. The fighter smiled kindly. "You should not be so gentle," he said. It was a simple slogan, but filled with his power. So Mikkel flew as if they were shot from a gun. But even despite such damage, and the fact that he broke through his body a wall obsessed with grass of the nobleman, did not lose consciousness. Then Ruin added him a fist, right along the noble face, and therefore still in the stomach, because why not? Even after such a heavy, missed series of blows, Mikkel was still in response, and boasted that he did not care. It was dangerous to continue the test, so the Ruins used the binding spell and grabbed the magician. Then he declared the judges and everyone that his enemy used the forbidden potion. The judge warned that he was disqualified for slander, and good evidence is needed. The guy was sure, because the use of doping could be hidden by other substances. He also did not walk the lessons of potions, and the inspector could close his eyes to the scam. After all, it could be someone who got several rare elixirs for their relative, and someone who checked the tests of other students, and so the Ruins did not hint at anyone. True, the judge himself has already come to the right conclusions, because there was only one suitable for the description. Everyone sharply remembered that Professor Ellick was Uncle Michel. Then the professor himself jumped to the Ruin, wanting to close his mouth. After all, the accusations were heavy. Not only Mikkel took the drug, but also the professor was in conspiracy. All, of course, slander and provocation, said Ellick. But the Ruin stood his ground, and said that he could prove his statements. Ellick grinned and offered to go through another doping test, but the guy prudently refused. He already realized that Mikkel drank a camouflage. But as in this case, to prove his words, the professor arrived arrogantly. Ruin approached the fat trunk of a tree and smiled. After he made a light sloban to the tree, from which it scattered. He put such a sloban to Mikkel, the guy said, and the professor cringed with his power. It is not normal that Mikkel continues to talk and laugh after such a blow, even taking into account the fact that he trained a lot. He certainly has a concussion and 4 broken ribs. But despite this, the nobleman continued to laugh as if nothing had happened, not even understanding the seriousness of what happened. The fact that the student under the forbidden drugs was obvious. So why the professor denied this? His boyfriend asked. Rector Tyrion also wanted to know why, and called out his professor. And in his appearance it was clear that he was not just angry, but in rage. And as soon as this could happen in the sacred arena for fights, Tyrion demanded that Ellick appear in his office. And the stupid Mikkel continued to laugh insanely to Leonomy. Even a few days later, the whole academy was noisy about this. Michel was excluded, and his uncle was fired. And the Ruin of the Destroyer acquired a new nickname, expelling the magicians. The guy stopped at a huge gate, which led it incomprehensible where. When he was called to the rector, a bright light immediately swept over, after which the gate opened, and he ended up on a green lawn with a red chair. The territory was slightly different from the academy, and in an armchair he recognized the throne of Theron on which the king of magicians sat. Tyrion, who came up quietly, asked the boy with a lightning scar in a hidden place that he sees. After all, the appearance of this place was created with the help of the Eye of Malarok, the king of the demons that when he invaded the continent. He possessed the power that he made a person see what he longed for, but the demon fell and his parts were turned into artifacts. Therefore, the Eye of Malarok showed the world that a person wanted to see, and the images around were close to this. Ruin wanted to see the dawn of the Ardell clan and how he will become the best magician. Rector Tyrion asked if he wanted to find out that the Mirror of Malarok shows him. The world in which students behave like students, and magicians like magicians, the rector said with a smile. Of course, he understood how difficult it was to achieve such a goal, and they headed for the exit. Before leaving, the guy saw his triumph and how he was congratulated on the victory, and how he leaves the gates of the academy, becoming the best student with his head proudly raised. After they came to the rector's office, where he was treated to tea and strange grass. Tyrion called him because he wanted to ask something about something and hoped for an honest answer. The rector was interested in exactly how the guy realized that a flaming flower was used. Mikkel did not behave as usual, and Ruin immediately thought about the flower due to alarmed aggressive behavior. The stream of mana was unusual, and it herself was strengthened. But Tyrion said that the guy not only suspected, but knew for sure that Mikkel accepted. Then the guy said that the barrier of the arena suppresses magic, but not physical strength. Now there was no need to talk about his cheats of the system. Even taking into account the fact that Mikkel could be in shock, he still behaved too strange, laughed without feeling pain, and this could only be explained by a flower. The guy told, and the rector admired his insight and composure despite his age. Tyrion asked him for forgiveness as the head of the academy, and promised to take under his defense so that the side of the crooks would not decide to avenge him for exposure. And taking into account the guy's ability, he invited him to become a representative of the academy at the great festival. This news stunned the Ruin. It was the status of which everyone dreamed of. He suspected something like that when he was called to a conversation in the rector's office. The guy thanked for the proposal, but refused that he did not have enough experience. For the past 5 years, the guy not to participate in real battles, though this did not prevent him from defeating the best student. So now the Ruin was not sure of himself. But the rector was still for this. As the head of the council, he already decided everything. He believed that he is more than enough to become a candidate for victory. Tyrion said that he was not joking. He was sure that the guy had every chance of victory. Moreover, the ruins could become their secret weapon to win. The boy blushed from these words. From the point of view of rivals, he was a dark horse, about which there is no information, which means they will not be able to develop methods of struggle against his magic in advance. This was a rational grain, unless counteraction methods were not developed and applied immediately after the first fights. But for this other opponents, unlike Michelle, did not have any data about it. Hearing all this, Ruin promised to do everything possible to win. Then Tyrion told him that it would be more useful to attend the development lessons than magic, and for this he specially invited professors in martial arts. A stern voice asked him how a desperate student was doing, and Ruin immediately recognized him. As for the face, the captain of the knights, Golter Perante, asked, the same thing that helped to pass the exam. He was one of the 6 knights of the 6th rank in the Kingdom of Radian, a high flight bird. Therefore he was so responsible for the test, because he did not want to disgrace his reputation. The Ruins could not even imagine that he would fall out to learn from such a person, but at first the knight wanted to check something. According to Tyrion, the guy was a special magician who could fight exclusively in close combat. Ruin confirmed everything. There was nothing to hide. It is obvious that his attacks were very powerful by the knight. Everything is clear without unnecessary movements. But Golter immediately added frankly that he was too striking, that he was not engaged in martial arts. The guy's skills could work against the crazy fence, but the experienced knight will read it as an open book. No matter how strong opponents studying the art of the body will solve his actions simply looking at the position of his arms and legs. Here the guy could not object, because his movements were really the result of training in airstrikes, because their application in practice is very limited. The knight told him not to worry, because his lessons can compensate for this. He suggested not putting things in a long box and start right now. The most important thing for the knight is his legs. They give power to the sword and allow you to predict the actions of the enemy, so you need to learn how to walk correctly, the Golter instructed him. Only after that, the guy could begin to study the art of the body. In the training center, they usually studied heavenly martial art. The Ruins made several movements and continued to strike the air. With the exception of the techniques of owning a sword, 36 combat techniques of Shaolin entered heavenly art. In general, the guy practiced the same waves with his arms and legs, only with great artistry. But for some reason, Golter was very pleased with him. In fact, it is not enough to just wave his hands to set the blows. We need numerous various training, strength, and coordination, working out with a partner, and shells. Ruin was surprised that he would be taught at all, because the knight will have to come to the academy every day. Then Golter answered him that this is a kind of investment. If he met a man who will become a great magician and even manage to help him, this can affect the reputation well. In this case, the guy bowed low to his teacher, promising to pay him well. The recognition was so sincere that Golter was embarrassed, and asked to treat him easier because he was not even 30 years old. And now the guy waved his fists under the supervision of an experienced knight. Golter noted that the Ruin has good endurance and copes with training perfectly. Then on the exam, when he examined the Ogre, he saw that his jaw was broken. The middle magician was physically stronger than OGR, such a paradox. So 3 weeks of training passed. The guy pumped the level of art of the body, received an achievement of the whole body as a weapon, and now he could fill mana at each part of his body. The effect of mastering heavenly martial art was incredible. Thanks to him, even a fighting hamster increased the level. The force reached more than 2,000 units, and these were just huge meanings. Even a combat mini-bear was impressed by a guy's growth rate. A fight gained such a level for more than a year, and 6 months after meeting with a hamster. Perhaps it was a difference in the perception of time by a man and a dragon, he thought when Jason called the guy. Something happened immediately to the Ruin understood. Otherwise, a friend would not have run to him with all his feet. Jason also realized that his comrade had not seen anything yet. At the entrance to the academy, a list of participants in the great festival is already hanging, a friend said. Ruin recalled how the newcomers represented beginners at the ceremony as the one who coped with the opening test. Because of this, he was envied, and suspicious glances were constantly cast at him. And as if justifying their hopes all these years, he showed himself only from the miserable side. He could only from afar observe how Mikkel receives all the laurels of the winner. Now everything has changed, and the guy happy fled to meet his fate. When they got to the Board of Honor, a crowd of Rotozis was already gathered there. Ruin read his name and exclaimed joyfully. So he became the chief representative of the academy. Although he knew about this a month ago, now he had much more adolescence. So much time has passed, and now he again became a representative of the academy. Even his friend Jason passed, becoming the first member of group competitions. Professor Hadel congratulated the guy, he said, as he was surprised when he found out that he had mastered heavenly martial arts. Moreover, the guy became a fifth-grade magician, and this is only 16 years old. Even a professor scared his genius. So preparations for the festival were without problems, and they headed to the place of its implementation in Altine. For this, everyone arrived at the station, waiting for a magic train. Many for the first time rode by the Mana train. According to rumors, he was incredibly fast, and there were hundreds in the Imperial Federation, while there were only 2 in their kingdom. Then someone spoke sharply to Jason, who admired the technology, like a village. One guy from their group told him to shut up and not disgrace himself. This arrogant aristocrat was called Hanks. He was close to Michelle and participated in the festival last year. And now he tuned everyone on the fact that the Ruin would not make a miracle at the festival, and they will be disgraced again. The tension in the team grew. Representatives of other academies are definitely ghosts, and the group believed that they would have more chances against them if Mikkel had already fought at festivals with them. And he took the last place. So it was strongly not clear why they thought that if the same result would change. In any case, a bunch of arrogant and miserable nobles decided not to recognize Ruin as its representative. They did not want to change anything. They just liked to go to the festival at the expense of the academy. Ruin understood that many of them wanted to curry up in front of the influential family of Garrikill. Even the fighting hamster grinned, anticipating the showdown. But the guy was going to speak well even despite his attitude towards himself. Then the Ruin decided to answer them the same, and said that Mikkel would be flattered that his dogs were faithful to him even after the exception. Those immediately started up for such an insult. But the guy did not stop there and still poured oil into the fire, saying that he specially put it as easier as possible, so that even a fool understood. The nobles wanted to argue with him, but the guy did not give them such an opportunity. Because this festival will be an order of magnitude more complicated than those in which Hanks participated. And if you achieve success in it, you can get the possibilities wider than those that the Garrikill family could provide. Hanks understood all this better than others. But at first it was necessary to achieve something. Everyone who would go to the Monsters Festival, and ultimately their fate stuck in the kingdom of Radian and work under the leadership of Garrikill. They wanted the guy to just go down from heaven to earth, but the hero firmly declared that the impossible is possible. The great festival was an event where it was important to cooperate, so it was better not to use those who were in the way of teamwork. And Ruin invited them to think about whether the main Sipples of Michelle wanted to participate in the festival, or they will fight without them. He reminded Hongsu that now there was not a single representative of Garishil to testify their devotion. The angry nobleman shouted that if the magician loses his first individual battle, then no one would listen to him in team competitions. On this, the shaking ended and everyone got on the train, relaxing under the measured knock of wheels. The train expressed very quickly, for many it was new. The fighting bear admired the most, during his sleep. The world became a wonderful place. In his time there were no such miracles. Of course, they could not just come to the festival place without adventures, and other participants invaded their car. It was a team of skinhead magicians with the same square persons, and they came to establish themselves at the expense of the weakest participants. Ruin wondered what they are doing here at all. Bright-Headed boldly entered their car without meeting resistance. He was looking for Michelle, and was surprised without finding him here. Last year he served him perfectly, so they hoped that it would be the same, said a shabby, headed one and laughed. They had no doubt that this year the Ignat team would take the last place, and made fun of the Ruin team together. The fighting hamster also laughed cunningly. Is its master not too calm after such words? Ruin did not participate before in such events, and did not even suspect that they would be rotten so. It was amazing only where Michelle had so much fee. Professor Hadel did not intervene in the skirmish and pretended to read. After all, the festival was the place of competition of students, their test, and he was an ordinary accompanying person. Given such an irresponsible coach, the Ruins realized that he is now the only hope of his team. Then the Shabalovo brazenly ran into Hanks, recognizing Michelle's friend, and again asked where their former representative hid, with which it was so fun. Then Ruin got up from his place and said that now Mikkel is lying at home and is afraid to inhale so as not to disturb the broken ribs once again. The words sounded like a threat. Brito, headed, turned around and saw an unremarkable guy. Hanks immediately handed him information about his representative, although no one asked him. The Ruin was seen for the first time, so that they reacted to him wary. Then the big man approached him dense and introduced himself to Malkiri's set. For a more formidable look, even squeezed his fists. The Ruin also introduced himself as a complete name, after which he suggested that the lost guest return to his car, since they had already met. But before that, it would be worth apologizing for all his words in a polite form, said Ruin. Of course, Set was not going to apologize. He did not say so much for that. The impudent Skinner in appearance, the student caused him an attack of rage with his requirements. The guy repeated and ordered to apologize again, although Brito, headed, was ready to rush at him with fists. Then Set turned to Hank, angry that he did not tell anything about him, and the nobleman flinched nervously. Set promised to smear him later, to remember. Now the Ruins understood what was the matter, and things were very bad. All the limp students of the Ignat Academy, who suffered insults even when their professor was nearby, trembled with fear, and so it was at every festival. Set simply fanned them all, so that they were humiliated every time they returned home and broke anger at even more miserable than they themselves are students. Sat's goal was to trample their morale before the competition. So the great festival has already begun, Ruin understood. Then he suggested Set to deal with everything in place, without fear of him at all. Of course, the magician decided to immediately show why he was so afraid of him, and waved his fist that he radiated a strange power. But he did not have time to hit because his accompanying person ordered him to stop. The professor reported his student for the fact that he arranged and ordered him to return to his place. He also asked for forgiveness from Heidel for the rudeness of his students, and then Sat and company from the car poured rough force. In parting, Set said that they would still see. From the very beginning, everyone experienced tremendous pressure, the Ruin thought when the offenders left. Set asked his professor displeasedly why he stopped them, because he himself suggested that they put it on competitors from Ignat. The professor sighed in disappointment, because his student never noticed the difference. Hadel smiled watching the skirmish. He seemed to want the fight to begin. Whether this was confidence, the professor could not say for sure. But a student named Ruin definitely possessed that they did not know. He was very different from Michelle, with whom Set fought last time. The skinhead stared out the window and plunged into thoughts on the words of the mentor. After their opponents left, so without having achieved, the atmosphere in the carriage changed, and they began to discuss their first match, which would be held without a representative. Even Hanks was charged not just to cope, but to win in this group competition. Now those who used to be full of envy and egoism realized that they needed to work together in order to succeed. When only the skinheads left, the students asked the Ruin what he would do, because their rivals literally grew in battles. And the guy turned to their hatred. Is it normal that no one respects them? They do not respect their representative, without hiding this at all, that if he had not stood up for them, they would have mocked even more above them, because if they do not resist, they will only justify their nickname of the Last Academy. Do they want to continue now the disrespect for themselves? Their guy asked, and the students clenched. They were once beaten, and now they allow themselves to be closed for 5 years. And since now there was no time to fight from selfish motives. Therefore, now many have addressed him with the proposals of whom to put in what position in what competition. For example, Hanks could get on the gate in the Aruma Ball competition. Now even Michelle's singers took his side, and the guy wanted to keep this mood. After some time, they arrived in the Duchy of Alti, which was part of the Empire, but had a neutral status. On this earth, even former enemies should reject old scores, or the entire Rhinak Empire will oppose them. It is precisely because of the special legal status to Altine that competitions for magicians and for masters of the sword are held. When their group went to the square, it was filled with other students from different countries. The city looked very rich, even more wealthy than the most prosperous provinces of their native country. But Ruin looked at everything without much enthusiasm. People here lived relaxed. From everywhere it blew noble old people, and people stagger carelessly through the streets. So it once again reminded them from what modest place they arrived. The carriage arrived behind their group, which was supposed to deliver to a temporary place of residence. There were quite a few crews, which once again spoke of Altean's wealth. Along the way, Hadel warned them to the expense of so that they did not accidentally wander into the rooms of the students of other academies. Nothing good from the venture will come out of the fight, the professor said, and looked intently at the ruin, from which he even shuddered. Then the combat hamster of the countries noticed something and showed the owner. The guy did not immediately understand where the bear shows with tiny legs. The bear jumped to his knee and said that he felt a strange smell, such as if there is a fight somewhere here. The next day, Ruin left their location in the morning until they really woke up. With the help of a mini-card, he decided to check the guess of the country and find a relic. The map brought them to the shop of a workshop called Touching Memories. The guy went inside, and after all, the shop was surprised was an ordinary place where you do not expect to find the relic of which the Black Dragon used. He thought that he would go to the black market or the wealthy warehouse. On the other hand, the relic of a fight is useless for all magicians, so they will consider it rather garbage. The guy applied his player's eyes and began to study the surrounding subjects. An object of invulnerability, a unique player artifact, immediately caught my eye. The description indicated that this was his first artifact, and the first failure. The ring allowed to make any physical impact with some chance, but there was a nuance. After all, it was literally about any interaction, resistance to a friend's cotton, or the arms of a lover. The effect could not work when it was necessary, and at the same time reflect that the attack was not at all. But his main advantage is that the jewelry gave a plus 200 to force. This was worth it to wear it. The village of the village is like a glove, so the Ruin decided to buy it and went to the seller to find out the price. Seeing the subject, the seller surprisingly agreed to give it free because he did not know at all the value of this thing, and he had no commercial vein. Then the guy went to look for something else, and the merchant did not mind. With the help of the player's eyes, he saw the value of objects while he simply looked at them. Then a very rare book, Quantum Mechanisms of Magic and Sword, already by the name, could understand that this work of information charlatans. However, it turned out that he was not alone with a flair on valuable books. Another girl tried to take her from the shelf but was behind. The player's eye prompted her name, Irine Prius. She was a 5th-grade magician with high potential and very beautiful, which was visible without the cheats of the hero. Most likely this girl studied at the Seiko Women's Academy, led by the dirty king of magicians, Tyrann Artemis. He chose 11 magicians that the next generation was supposed to represent, and this girl was one of them. Ruin heard that she was a genius who was already close to the 5th rank. But in reality it came out that the rumors were very far behind life. The girl confidently demanded to give her a book, but the guy objected that he touched the first book, which was confirmed by his hand. The girl realized that he was from the Ignite Academy and introduced herself. Moreover, she knew that he had already taken what he wanted and just walked in search of useful things while she came here behind this book. A very touching moment took place between them. Irene asked to give in to her, and the Ruins realized that she was following him, perhaps because they were both participants in the festival. Such books were simply not looking for, and he asked why she had this thing. Irene did not expect such a question and thought. Embarrassed, he said that this was part of her individual task, but she could not say details. The guy realized that this was hardly the task of her academy, or maybe personally a dirty king. Thinking a little, he decided to give in, because the girl asked about it. On this, the guy simply began to examine the contents of the shelves further. All the same, books on magic were meaningless for him. But Irene looked in his back with her beautiful brown eyes for a long time. When the hero talked about who he met, they immediately attacked him with questions, since this beauty was famous. Jason envied the very opportunity to touch the hands of such a person, and Hanks decided to boast that Irene had already seen and even sat next to her. Jason immediately began to bother, and he swore loudly for a while. In any case, Hanks said that this girl was very strong, although she always took second place, because she always loses the thought of Prime, which is why he rumors greatly worries. It was about number 1 of the special school for combat magicians, so this participant was a universally recognized magician on the entire continent. In addition, he was the owner of a shining sword. Hearing about the sword, the Ruins realized why Irene needed a book to defeat the thoughts of Prime. However, it was not so cool to be a magic swordsman, because the weapon did not give a pronounced growth of magic. Besides, it was also not easy to become a master of the blade. Duma Prime, of course, was different from the rest of the battle style like him. His artifact was the highest rank, and the skill of ownership of weapons is no worse than the knight. Jason was ready to die of envy, because how many strong people were also gifted with objects and cheats in the world, and the thoughts were still handsome, rich, and popular with the fair sex. It was more like a legend about the legendary hero, so the Ruin had something to think about. He had to face all these strong people in battle, and he was not sure that he could defeat all these geniuses. Now he was definitely that in whom no one sees any threat. But the guy comforted and supported the warm words of Tyrion. Here their thoughts were interrupted by one student who said that it was time to go to the opening of the festival and gather outside. Then, having gained confidence, straightening his shoulders and protruding his chest, The hero stepped forward. He even threw up his jacket so that he flutters like a cloak in the wind for greater epic. So the time of the initial battles of the festival came. Everyone built in the yard. To his surprise, the guy saw in the standings that the Brito Love Academy was opposed to them, with which they were traveling on the train. They were already rejoiced at a slight victory and laughed at them. Their leader Set openly said that they were lucky, and you cannot strain for the first battle. But for their team, they really were the worst opponents, the hero thought. After all, Shabhead hooligans were famous for a dirty game, and not only. Many students were injured by hooligans earlier, so this left their mark on them. And Set continued to say how cool they are and which opponents are weak instead of preparing. Ruin was waiting for everything to run out this stream of verbal incontinence. Then he decided to take advantage of the moment and show everyone that their academy is not the same as before. The hero confidently approached the pack of talkers. Quite a few people gathered here, he said to Set. The ruins were loudly introduced to everyone to hear who he was, and from which academy, attracting more attention to himself. Brito, headed ones, listened to him with stone faces. And the hero urged everyone to stop calling them the last academy, with a clear challenge to everyone. They have been in the last places for so long that they were already tired of it, so that this time they would try to get to the first, Ruin said. Of course, his loud statement was met by an explosion of indignation. Still, it was a great festival, and so boldly talk about the first place with the last could only a madman. Set asked him displeasedly who he was. And the Ruin answered the words of the rector of Tyrion that he was a secret weapon, and will no longer retreat. A group of Shaviters was about to hold a meeting. They found out that so far the Ruins have failed all the tests. But at the beginning of the semester, everything changed dramatically, and the guy turned into a real monster with amazing results. It was in this that the confidence of their representative understood Set, but seriously perceived this information. After all, the professor also warned him that their opponents were hiding something. But on the other hand, they were still the same students of the last academy. Set got up and reached out tiredly, after which he said that he would take care of them. Moreover, in this part they had deep traditions. At the same time, the heroes group also discussed the plan the next day. They had a contest in the throws of grenades mana. Everyone except representatives took part. The essence was to throw grenades filled with Mithril Golem. That team to destroy its golem won. The students did not know how they would cope without their representative, and Ruin agreed that their fears were not groundless after all. They lacked the students with talent. But he knew how to win, which greatly surprised his team. Since the team competition, if you work together, they can win. Therefore, they will have to be divided into several functional groups. The first group will heat grenades, the second move them, the third directly attack the golem, while the fourth will restore the enemy's goal. In this situation, their enemies will attack their goal with all their might. Besides, the enemy team itself is not weak, and worried voices were immediately heard. Then Ruin asked them that they actually think about his proposal. The fact that they will no longer be the last academy, but will take first place, because the hero spoke sincerely. Therefore, he intended to do everything that would be required even in those games where he could not participate directly. While the enemy team throws one grenade, they will throw 2 or 3 at once. The Ethno is traditionally based on strong magicians, but Ignite needs team interaction to compensate for weaknesses. Jason was the first to trust his friend. Together with him agreed to a new plan, and Hanks. The rest also supported the unified team spirit of the struggle. After that, the Ruins divided them into detachments by studying the strengths and weaknesses of everyone, of course using the player's eye. So he could see the essence of each member of the team, with incredible accuracy. Now everyone believed in victory. Distributed roles arranged a team. Even those who doubted the team spirit, because someone could quickly heat the grenade, and someone, on the contrary, threw well. Their enthusiasm was transmitted back to the hero, so he was calm. He saw how everyone became infected with this common confidence. But as soon as the guy from their group barely came to the room in them, about which for some reason no one remembered. His name was Fulul, and with that name in principle it was not surprising that he came all the battered. Ruin asked him what happened, and the victim said that all this was the work of the Academy of Out. When the hero heard the whole story in detail, he was seized with cold rage. The culprits were sitting in the restroom and obviously waited for the Ruin to come to them. They were not even afraid of this at all. Set smugly laughed with friends that their goal itself came to them. All the same, he could not do anything as they thought. But Ruin beckoned him in a tone unrealistic. Since the beginner behaved very impudently, Set immediately came up, and the guy immediately put his hand on his shoulder to show his grounds. The foundations were too heavy for Set, so the skinhead instantly leaned towards the ground. He was amazed at the power of the Ruin and decided to hit him right away, more out of fear, but the hero took his hand in time. Without much effort, the guy twisted the hooligan joint and he again crouched in pain. It was a kind of warning if he once again touches them outside the arena, the hero said about it. Then he released a humiliated representative, to the care of his friends, who were in no hurry for him, although there were more of them here. Ruin invited him to make a small bet for the next match. Of course, it was a bet on a Sloban, the same thing that almost broke his life to Mikkel. This news immediately raised the fighting spirit of all the team. Now, when the honor for the beaten member of the team was restored, they returned to combat mood for themselves. Soon the time came to speak, and they were called to the Altean Stadium. So for them, the great festival began that was held only once every 8 years. The festival was an important arena for many magicians that they wanted to declare themselves. According to his results, one could enter your name in the history of the entire continent. Now the hero has become part of the festival at which legends are created. When the opening ceremony was completed, to all students was ordered to return to their places. Along the path of ruin, he came across Set, who told him not to be a Czech, because the next time he would not weaken vigilance. Apparently a skinhead believed that an accident was to blame for his loss. But now not Set has occupied all the hero's thoughts, but something else. There were sharks much larger, which was worth fear, he thought when Dumb Prime stepped into sight. The winner of the magic festival, and the first in all subjects in his school. If they win the victory for victory, then be sure to encounter him. Then Irene turned to him, who decided that the guy creates problems everywhere where she appears. Yesterday he also arranged a real chaos with his statement. And he even visited the house of the Out, she said, making it clear that the rumors had already spread. Ruin was very amazed at this, and the girl reminded him that Altein is a small city. The secrets here do not live for a long time. The guy tried to justify himself that he simply came to talk, and not to arrange conflicts. Irene, in gratitude for the book, advised the guy not to lean out anymore. But Ruin was not going to hide the true skills just as the girl did, and hearing that she turned sharply. But the guy was already running away, wishing her good luck, because the first match was soon. At that moment, spring came to the life of a young girl or not, but no one forbids to make an assumption. The group gathered at the entrance to the arena. Their performance was already announced, and everyone encouraged each other. Then we went to the arena, though without any system. However, when they came out, the audience was confused and actively talked. Earlier in this competition, one whose magicians were on average was one. Only the knights were divided into detachments, and among the magicians no one used such a practice. True, no one has yet believed that this would help the last academy. Ignat's team immediately remembered loud statements, but Ruin did not pay attention to all this noise. But when his tactics finally began to show the results, Iririn was surprised. Slowly but correctly, the golem Ignat was destroyed and had already lost his hand. The students continued to throw a defenseless golem, so in general the test was quite easy. Ruin corrected their action from the stands, encouraged, and helped maintain control. A couple of shots and now the right hand of Golem was destroyed. Set began to scream at his skinheads, and to drive them because they lost to those who were considered the worst. Their advance was also weakened by a group that quickly restored the goal. Irene was impressed with this result. The tactics worked and was very effective. The reasons for their advantages were obvious, this strange at first glance arrangement with the distribution of roles. Such an approach could work only if someone very insightful knows the strengths and weaknesses of everyone, just as Ruin found exactly the book that the girl herself was looking for. Now she herself saw the result of this work. Everyone acted confidently and harmoniously. Irene was wondering what kind of man he had never seen him at the competition before. Ruin gave a signal to Jason, and in the hands of a charged mana grenade appeared. A friend threw a charge with words, "It's over." And after this successful throw, the golem collapsed into pieces. A massive titan fell into debris, which meant a general victory. The comrades began to congratulate each other on this success. When the hero went down to his own, they began to hug their commander. After such a speech, Ignat could no longer be called the Last Academies, and this title passed to the outcome. The next match was to capture the flag, and was an individual competition of representatives. Now rivals could face in a real battle face-to-face. The fighting bear fervently asked his owner whether he was worried, and he replied that they are now in 20th place, among 32 academies, and it was perfect. After the past victory, everyone showed interest in them, but one victory was not enough to wash off the seal of shame. They needed an overwhelming victory, said the guy, and clenched his fist. If now they won an overwhelming victory against the Otad Academy, everyone will change their opinion about them. And they had to show himself to other observers, added the hero, and looked up where the strange room was flying. All the rectors of the academies of the participants met in it, including the dirty King Theron. Do not ask when he got dirty. Surprisingly, Terran remembered Ruin. He previously examined him as candidates of the next generation. Theron remembered all talented guys, and this guy was so gifted that he was able to study magic as a child. And the more the king of the magicians was disappointed when he found out that the boy was subject to the curse of mana disorder. Tyrion reminded him that it was hardly possible to call him a disappointment, that the king called the guy useless. The dirty king said nothing and did not answer this remark. But he knew how to draw conclusions. Since this child is here again, Then he found his own way to overcome the curse. Tyrion suggested simply watching and seeing everything with his own eyes. The fighting hamster asked the owner what he would do, because he needs to somehow get closer with the enemy, as an option could be called a defender. But the drafted were not particularly smart, so Ruin was not going to do this. The plan was simple as always, to go to the frontal attack and be what will happen. The judge gave the team the start of the match, and the guy rushed towards his enemy. Set intended to repay for all grievances and humiliation. A thunderstorm ball appeared in his hands, and when he hit them in the ground, a fighter defender appeared from the air. Outwardly, it was a knight of rather large sizes, armed with a long spear, but without a horse. To avoid his attack, the Ruins used the refraction of time and evaded. He fled so quickly that in the blink of an eye he was behind the enemy. Set tried to hit him, but his fist was immediately intercepted, and the hero allowed himself to smile smugly because he was waiting for this blow. His fingers seemed to be a vice of the enemy's fist, and Seda became unpleasant. Then the hero reminded Bricolavoy that now he had to think about something else. Indeed, at this moment, not a very smart defender attacked the designated goal and rushed right on them. Set shouted to him a team to stop, but the knight did not listen. Ruin invited the enemy to break out on his own. The battle was more and more like a mockery. The force that the skinhead felt the last time was real. This is not at all because he weakened vigilance, Set understood. He had already reconciled with defeat and stopped trembling. But there was no blow because the hero decided first to deal with the knight, who was now vulnerable. This defender was created from steel, and despite this, blows left deep dents on it. So the defender was dismantled with his bare hands, and after that the fighter headed for Set, who could no longer even get up. He asked the opponent why he saved him, but the Ruins were surprised at his stupidity, who would save the one who mocked his comrades, beat one of them, and delivered a bunch of problems. He just wanted to end him with his own hands, the guy explained and smiled warmly. He also reminded of their recent bet. Only one Sloban, the hero said affectionately, but Sat was cold from his voice at Sat. After that, a shabhead studied the basics of how to stay in the air without wings. The sky so blue, thought before disconnecting. The first team of the hero, rejoicing in their victory, screamed from the stands the first to the stands. Many saw this magic for the first time and had not yet fully realized what happened. So the Ruin was able to attract the attention of another very important person. King Terran clutched the armrests of his chair in deep thought. He was a man that reached the stage of the demigod, the only magician of the 8th rank, the king of the border, but even he never heard such magic. And now he stared at the ball that showed him the once damned student. This guy forced long hair on Terran's head to stir, as if the wind blew in their flying tower. The king demanded that Tyrion Ignat tell him everything that the boy knew about this, and the rector said that this is an exemplary student who had to surrender for a long time, but did not give up and found a way out, wrapping his strength into weakness, the magician who behaves the most as such. Hardly such vague information could clarify something so that King Terran was already shocked. Then, having calmed down a little, he decided that he would personally talk to the guy. Tyrion also got up and warned that if Terran wants to get answers by force, he would have to deal with him. Terran remembered that magicians have the right to store their techniques. It was called a mile oath. But this rule did not forbid to spread a few words with the boy. Terran believed that only one king should stand at the top of magic, and he was, because he was ready to find out about new techniques for him. The guy, desperately resisted the attempt to captivate himself in general glee and fun about their first victory, because they have not yet prepared for other competitions. On the other hand, now everyone has fun in honor of the opening of the festival, and visited Altine's evil places. So in the end, even the grumbling Ruin lost to the general wave of glee. They drank local drinks based on coconut and vanilla syrup. It was called the Dragon Kiss. This drink was produced on the lands where Jason was from, so he was completely surrendered to the feelings of patriotism. He was enthusiastic about the delights of this drink, which left the sensation of the Dragon Kiss, but the Ruins did not even understand what the pleasure of touching the reptile. But then someone came up from the back to them. It was none other than the big man of Set, is now restrained and silent. Everyone jumped up from the bench when they saw the main nap of the festival, fearing that he came to take revenge. Jason asked the healthy man to lag, even despite the fact that the loss wounded his pride, because they just started to walk. The Ruin was also alert. He did not understand, yet brought here their opponent. But the magician is strong in body, came to ask for forgiveness, and said about it with humility in his voice. He apologized for looking down on them, and everyone froze from these words. Only after his loss, Set suddenly realized that it was not worth considering others below himself only because of the difference in strength. In this world there were many those who are stronger than him, and for whom he is a weak, so he now understood why his act was wrong. Jason, however, was in no hurry to believe the word, and Set also understood that there were few words. He wanted to start with this. So he bowed and asked for all forgiveness, Given his pride, it was a worthy act. Many even became embarrassed in front of a former offender, and their anger took off his hand. After the magician said everything he wanted, he decided to leave and leave them alone. But before that, the ruin asked if their words influenced his words, or it was said sincerely. Of course, he spoke with all his heart, Set answered, and his face did not tremble at that moment. Then Ruin held out his hand and thanked for this worthy act. Set immediately shook his hand, giving the beginning of strong male friendship. The Igun team also accepted the offender's apology, and at some point they already celebrated the beginning of the festival all together. The atmosphere of this place, and a hot drink, turned over their heads. They walked all night, so that the hero did not even notice how he turned off, and when his comrades bowed over him. The night was not in vain, they said, when the Ruin stood out of bed holding his head. Due to the fact that the guy rarely consumed drinks, now everyone was making fun of him, given that he had done yesterday. He loudly sang compassionate songs with a hoarse voice, and Set, succumbing to feelings, sang to him. So everyone was funny to find such an unsightly side in an ideal student. When the guy finally got off his comrades, he recalled their ridicule for a long time, so his mood was not very good. The thing is that the drink that Jason made in the homeland intensified emotions, and the hero promised to use it as little as possible. Then someone called him in a pleasant voice, and the mood immediately crawled up. A joke, it was Set, surprisingly peppy and friendly. Ruin remembered everything that they did yesterday, and decided to pretend that they were not familiar, and the former opponent wished him a good day. Then the guy was unlucky again, and he ran into Professor Hadel. He grumbled that the guy was forever pursuing problems, and the Ruins were frightened that the rumors of his dark past had already reached the professor's ears. He was of course surprised, but said that he had come on a different reason. Some wanted to meet him. Moreover, the rector warned that this person is dangerous, and his true essence is full of insidiousness. And this man, none other than the dirty King Terran. Hearing this name, the guy flinched. He did not expect to meet this person so quickly. The professor told him to be careful because Terran is full of secrets. People that hid their true essence as a dirty king were dangerous. It was all that Hadel could tell him, and the hero thought. When Ruin informed his comrades about who he had to meet, many were delighted for many, because this was a great magician that watched everyone. Now they had another reason for victory, said Ruin, and offered to discuss the plan. Protect the code name of the operation if you can, he said, as if they were here in the war. In the next game, the hero decided to run straight to the gate. Erusible, the game in which the arrow acts in the role of the ball, which constantly flies around the field. 9 participants are divided into 2 teams of attackers and defenders, and goalkeeper, the team that will send more arrows to the enemy's goal. Despite the simplicity of the rules, the game requires the development of complex strategies and tactics. At what point to use protective spells? When to use the magic of retention and control. How to capture the arrow and direct it against the enemy's goal. It was necessary to take into account many aspects. The usual match was supposed to look like that, but when a player with cheat abilities comes out on the field, no magic could hold his brakes. He destroyed all the obstacles in his path. Now Ruin also had a new devoted fan that shouted louder than the others. But yesterday, Set rotted everyone because of the loss, so he earned the disapproving glances of his team. The fighter replied to this that real men become friends after a fight, and they are just booming that they do not understand this. One shaft-headed objected uncertainly that there was no exchange, only one-sided beating. Set himself was convinced after their match that the Ruin Ardell is definitely the next generation magician. There were many outstanding students at this festival. Irene Prius from the Academy of Seiko, Dylan Malkin from the Holy Magic School of the God Frelia, and of course, Dumb Prime from the Specialist of Combat Magicians. All of them were strong, and this was because he fought with them at other festivals. But the Ruins were stronger than each of them, and Set knew it like no other. And the matter was not only in force. This guy possessed the skills of a leader, and was capable of reconciliation, since even his opponent was able to accept as a friend after all the insults. Then the time of the Outno Academy came to perform, and the Shabley Hats called their captain to discuss the strategy. Meanwhile, the crushing match continued, and since the Ruins of the enemy team participated in it, he easily moved away from predictable magical attacks, and he quickly approached the rivals so they could not do anything. When the Ruin came up a sufficient distance, they themselves began to act with a calling for the ice wall, and then he himself made a gap in it, breaking through with one blow. Each time he broke the ice, fragments from which could not be dodged from him. And Jason completed the attack itself, because while the opponents were focused on stopping the Ruin, they forgot about the Steel team. Jason was able to grab the arrow at the moment when the defense was already the fell. And since he was famous for good and accurate throws, he had a high chance to get into the target. But even after the general tactic was demonstrated, the rivals' team still continued to stop the Ruin. With such a huge gap on the defense, Jason and the rest constantly beat on goal. As soon as the Ruin attracted all the attention of the enemy's defense collapsed. Usually in this game, an invoice stay within 3-4 points for each score arrow. But the Egun team won, having scored 11 goals while not taking a single arrow into their own gates. Now many began to understand that when the hero shouted on the square that he would become the winner of the festival, he was not so cunning. As soon as they returned to the room and began to celebrate another victory, Professor Hadel called Ruin. He said that the time of meeting with the Dirty King has already been scheduled. This will happen at 7 in the evening during dinner, he said, and comfortably laid his hand on the guy's shoulder, as if he sent him to a fear. Like all the true villains, Taran drank wine, looking thoughtfully out the window. He was looking forward to this meeting, and even lit red candles all over the castle everywhere. As he was and ordered by the appointed time, the guy came to the meeting. In the corridor, he was met by the rector of Tyrion and invited him to go together. The support of the rector reassured, and they went through the magic portal. The Dirty King was sitting on the throne, and his hall was furnished with a bad taste. In his hands, Taran held a ball. The fighting bear asked the owner why the aura came from the king like a dragon. But this was not surprising. Taran was almost a half-worn because of his strength. At dinner, he said that he had known the guy for a long time and once watched him once. 5 years have passed since the king chose 11 children, he said with his mouth full. And then the Ruins were one of the candidates. But now there was a completely different person in front of him. The king did not walk in circles and decided to immediately go to the point, and the guy listened. Taran really wanted to know what had happened to him all this time. The hero was clear to the hero. Now he is like a lingerie in the eye, a lively proof that the mage of the borders was mistaken and was not insightful enough. Of course, he wanted to know that he was not mistaken before the congenital perfectionism drives him crazy. First of all, Ruin could say that even if the words about talent I could be an exaggeration, they cannot cross out his efforts. He uttered the last word with pressure. What kind of effort? The king asked him. He looked a little disappointed. What is the teacher and the student? Both spoke in the same way, that is, allegorically and vaguely. Recently, the guy has become interested in the art of the body to overcome his weaknesses and became stronger than the fence. And he could also conjure without the release of mana. Hardly Taran could believe in such a simple story. He rightly believed that the reason in a certain artifact, even if he had never heard of objects with such complex effects. Then Tyrion himself decided to interfere with the conversation, and the king shrugged indifferently. There was still a lot of competitions ahead, during which the guy's forces will be disclosed. He promised to closely watch the hero to check how his efforts would help to survive against the children chosen by the king. Ruin thanked for this and got up. He also had a question. He wanted to know how much he was different from other children. The words sounded like a challenge, and Taran caught him in the words of an arrogant boy. The next day they again had to fight in the large arena. In the meantime, the crowd roared outside the windows. Taran and Tyrion again met for a conversation over a cup of tea. Tyrion was glad that the conversation with the guy was gently. The Dirty King laughed for this. He was not going to eat the boy alive. On the contrary, he was always happy with talented guys. He was just parsing curiosity. Then Tyrion asked if the king could satisfy his curiosity. Of course, the king did not calm down, because he never received an answer to his question. But there was something that pushed this back to the background. After all, this little daring villain decided to warn the king himself. Tyrion immediately asked to be softer with the boy. The thing is that young and weak-winged was not at all afraid of Taran, while others would have crawled at his feet in his place and begged. This amused the king, and he wanted the one whom he was growing to become at least a little interesting. And outside the window the crowd roared. Apparently the competition of students came to their liking. Especially everyone welcomed the appearance of the main favorite of the Dumb Prime Festival. He, as usual, did not pay attention to his fans, whose support considered meaningless. Then a guy burst into the waiting room and called the Duma. He whispered something in his ear, which made the battle magician darken. Prime even asked whether this information was truthful, and the messenger said that he saw everything with his own eyes. Last night, Ruin Ardell, the representative of the last academy, attended a magic tower, so Prime found out that the Dirty King met another student besides him. Of course, the Duma watched the matches of this upstart that he put everyone on his ears. Many said that it was difficult for him to resist due to unique magic. But before that, Prime did not pay attention to him. Despite all his efforts, he did not see his opponent in this guy. He could only cause curiosity because of an unusual approach to witchcraft. But all this was before the moment Duma found out about the evening visit to the Dirty King. And now he was tormented by jealousy, because he considered himself the main favorite and paid for all the walls. Such a resentment of thoughts could not forgive the Ruin, because only he was worthy of recognition of the King of Magicians. The portal opened, and the hero came out of it that everyone had on his lips. He stopped in the place when he saw who met him on the other side. Dumb Prime looked at a guy with a stone face, but it was noticeable that he was very angry, although he was trying not to show it. Without any greetings, The battle magician asked him what they talked about with the dirty king. Ruin was surprised that he was expected here only for the sake of this question. But thoughts insisted and demanded an answer no matter what. But the hero immediately reminded him that he was not obliged to answer questions. He was completely confident in himself. The hand of a combat magician reached out to the sword. Of course, the boy was not obliged to him, but there were other ways to talk to him. Duma made it clear that he would not leave until he hears the answer, and began to collect mana around him. The murderous aura forced the hero to take a fighting rack and defend himself. They were not even at the tournament to challenge, but both were ready to fight. Their aura became so dense and bright, almost tangible to everyone, and the tension reached the same as in front of the storm. Dumb Prime was definitely strong. The hero did not see a single weakness in him. It was clear that the enemy was not even restrained, which means that in fact a sword outside the combat platform could expose. But then Irene intervened in their confrontation, which ordered to stop immediately. It is very interesting that they all ended up at the entrance to the portal of the magic tower, as if the meeting was planned, the silver-haired beauty said. Ruin shrugged. He did not plan anything, but he was already ready to introduce himself properly, and Irene asked to do it without her. Realizing that nothing would come out of the Dumb Prime snorted and decided to leave first. Then the hero asked whether the combat magician always behaves in a similar way, as if his mosquitoes were bitten. But Irene said that usually they could not be pulled out of this stone, so the situation was free, to end. Dumb Prime lost his composure in situations related to the Dirty King, because he would only want him to be recognized and was allocated among the rest. And Irene noted that such meetings are not at all characteristic of Tehran, but now the Ruins realized why the Dumbs suddenly ran into him. The girl suddenly smiled charmingly and looked at him intently, so that the guy's heart missed a blow. She asked him whether he wanted to fight alone with this person. Of course, the Ruin did not want to be disqualified. He answered right away. The guy also hoped that Duma would not really expose his sword, and most likely just wanted to intimidate. Then Irin playfully asked him if this worked. Of course, the guy felt that this opponent was like a strong wall that could not be pierced with an ordinary attack. Nevertheless, he was sure that he would definitely not lose. Proudly declared the hero, no matter how Tolstoy was the wall, he would definitely fall if it beats on it. Ruin boasted of his strength, and Irene laughed, saying that he was really a rather funny guy. And he warned him to be careful because Dumb Prime does not know mercy, and now he would not lower his eye. Later, the hero returned to the hostel, where Jason indulged in despondency and lay on the table. Ruin praised him for his labors, like the whole team. They tried well today. They managed to take 4th place in team competitions without the help of Ruin. It was akin to a miracle, Hanks agreed. But in the end, their series of victories was interrupted. Nevertheless, they showed everyone that they no longer weave in the tail of the list. The Ruin was a series of personal battles and competitions, and he wanted to stay at the top. His goal was to know the first place. And in order to achieve this, it was necessary to defeat many strong opponents. So the next game was very important for him. It was called a survival battle. The Royal Battle, the battle between representatives of all 32 academies and schools, originating from the top of the man-made island. Glasses will be credited to the places, and also for participating in the competition. Therefore, the changes in the ranking are inevitable. Hanks believed in his captain, but was surprised that he did not at all prepare for the test. Jason agreed with him, because others have already concluded temporary alliances. For this battle, it was allowed to unite in groups, the division of all into allies and opponents, as well as the formation of strong detachments was considered effective tactics. If everyone will act in the teams, then he will not be able to survive alone. Friends were worried. Then they invited the captain to talk with those who supported them during the Arajobal match. Irene came to mind the first, but the guy did not know she would help him or not, and the guy plunged into long thoughts. But then the problem was solved by itself, because Set burst into the room and offered to create an alliance. And then the Ruin grinned, realizing that it was not for nothing that he had established relations with this Britoloff. Set warned the guy would not think of betraying him on the island, and the hero could tell him the same. But he felt that Set spoke sincerely and he could be trusted. They needed to unite with another person as soon as possible because they rushed there. It turned out that a whole queue of the petitioners was already lined up for this person, but so far no one has been successful. Seth himself did not believe his eyes that they wanted to join the alliance with her. It is hard to imagine that one of the main candidates to win the festival will want to unite with them. Set was surprised that they were generally familiar, and was even more amazed that they could be in the same team. They knew that the girl refused to everyone who came to her, and could refuse them. But when Ruin looked into the hostile Seiko, a soft voice informed him that she had been waiting for them for a long time. Irin smiled charmingly and met him at the door. Without hesitation, the girl suggested starting with the discussion of the plan. So they concluded the alliance, and the three studied the topographic maps of the island where they have to fight. The largest alliance included 14 magicians at once, according to Irene. This group gathered around Dalian from a holy school. He is a genius who always entered the top 5. He mainly used the magic of light and holy power, Irene said. The group was large and could deliver them trouble. Set, even the nails are nibbled with tension. But this was not their only problem, the hero added. There was still someone who could defeat everyone, Dumb Prime. The course of the competition will depend on the actions of this person, said Ruin. Before the test, everyone was given protective equipment. If its strength is exhausted, they are automatically excluded from the test and teleported from the island. However, I had to get to the island on the ship, and not even with the help of air landing. Representatives of their schools together went off the ramp to the white sand of the island. The test really had not yet begun. Set was already all on the nerves and constantly twitched. It was here that they had to survive for 3 days. The group looked around on the island. Everyone looked one after another, tracking who would go where, especially for the thought of Prime. The proud fighter expectedly decided to act alone, as if he had challenged everyone. But no one looked down at him, Irene said. Later, they took out a boat and reached the island where the competition was already to be held. The island was closed by a barrier, and only the students could go through it. Now they were in a safe zone, which will gradually decrease accordingly at the end of the place, not enough for everyone. As soon as they landed, they immediately ran to occupy more profitable strategic positions. The entire island was covered with a dense forest, and they were tired of the order while they were tired through the thickets. The first requested food, and regretted that he did not buy snacks at the entrance. Iron reminded him that they all agreed to put the traps first, and the shabby-headed asked her why such a detachment if they were one team. But then their conversation was interrupted by a huge explosion, whose echo spread widely around the district. Somewhere already boiled at the full battle, and Set stared tense into the distance. Ruin grinned and said that it would come now in their turn, because as they said before, they will have the opportunity to get food. After all, their well-prepared victims have already come straight to the placed trap. They walked loaded with supplies like mules, and therefore quickly got out of strength and lagged behind. The Alliance captain reassured his comrades, saying that they were not in vain, because there were not many places on the island where they can get water. But then one of them was struck by a rapidly flying spell. The detachment did not notice the loss of the fighter. Students shouted an ambush, realizing that they had a trap, and Set grinned quite a rejoicing that the food itself came to him. His spell shot like a shotgun with many sharp fragments directly into the crowd. The enemy's traces attacked Irene by the magic of electricity. They acted from the shelter because they were safe. The girl used the 5th grade magic, immediately deciding not to save strength. Set was also amazed at her relics. The girl did not even sweat using such a spell. True, magic also worked over him, and Set realized that he was surrounded. The students got an ambush, quickly recovered from the primary shock, and were able to counterattack. They leaned on the whole crowd on only 2, hoping to break them and to be closed. After all, representatives of other academies, each enemy was strong and knew what to do. Then the Ruin jumped from the tree because it came its turn to join battle. He quickly approached the cover of the forest, and one of the students shot a spell just focusing on the sound. The charge almost hit the Ruin, but he moved too quickly. Using the refractiveness of time, in the blink of an eye, he was behind his opponents. After that, nothing prevented him from dealing with them in close combat. Someone tried to tie him with green vine, and Sprouts quickly reached for the hero. But he jumped upwards to avoid the attack and prepared to strike with a blow to his fist with a fiery ball. Seeing the explosive fiery mana, the opponents fled in different directions to leave the radius of attack. But along the path of their retreat, other shells were already falling. There was nowhere else to retreat, and retaliation in the form of a Ruin fell on them from above. The fireball immediately covered the entire clearing, so no one had time to leave. Opponents lost consciousness, and laylessly lay on the ground by letting the drool. Ruin added the light to burn out their protection, and there are fewer enemies. But 4 more from the Alliance stood on their feet, though the ratio still did not look like in their favor. Mages tensed and were already preparing to fight to the last. Ruin invited them to simply give food, and lose without unnecessary torment. Nobody listened to him, so now they enjoyed the food obtained in a real battle. Her taste was special. Their prey was so generous that it would be enough for 3 days without problems. Thanks to this, it was possible to maintain money and strength. But another explosion thundered nearby. The battles happened more and more often. In that direction, a group of Dillion was going on, the largest on the island, who would not attack him. He was a daredevil to fight at once against more than a dozen. Iron said without a doubt that this is definitely a thought of Prime, because magicians with a similar mana level can be counted on the fingers of one hand. This year, Set has not yet intersected with this monster, but it certainly became even stronger. This enemy was truly strong, and frost on the skin was not only at Sat. Toward evening, they found one of the shelters, and it was happy that no one came here earlier. Ruin told them to rest and eat here, and Set promised to feed them with a steak according to his recipe. But the hero warned that the smell could give their location, so it was better to refrain from cooking. Then Irene asked the guy how he could predict everything so accurately, because so far everything that he had foreseen happened. The guy immediately figured on the map the central settlement, as the only place on the island where a large group of people can find a refuge, because Dalian will go there, and Dumb Prime will go there. Irene thought that this would not happen because it was very risky to go alone against such a large group, even for the strongest fighter. But Ruin was sure that the thoughts would definitely appear there, because it was the most sure way to win. The murder glasses, the hero said, and the girl immediately realized what he was thinking about. Duma will receive glasses for every murdered enemy. Such a course of thinking was in his spirit. This is exactly what Ruin himself would have done if he was in the place of the Magnic Magician. In addition, he understood that the Duma had no other choice but to take a risk to at least somehow attract the attention of King Terran. Such an answer was convincing, but now Irene also treated him with suspicion. They compiled a duty schedule. The girl became the first, the rest went to sleep with her watch. Soon Irin quietly woke him, whispering in his ear, and the guy immediately opened his eyes. They had an uninvited guest, the girl said, and decided to first tell him before raising the noise. Ruin went to the window and carefully looked out of the curtain. There was only one scout. Irene managed to muffle the light, so far their presence was not found. The hero saw the spy directed straight to their refuge, and they realized that just in case, you need to wake Sada and wait until the spy looked inside. Ruin got up at the door and lurked listening to the steps. He heard everything that was behind the wall. One person could be either an ordinary intelligence officer or a dangerous opponent. He let him enter and tried to consider his face, and then he sharply grabbed the invader and threw him to the floor, making sure that he was not dangerous. They pressed him to the floor, and Irene blinded him with magic of light so that the spy should be completely stunned. The team immediately recognized the scout. His name was Callus from the Column Academy. The captive immediately began to say pittily that he was not going to break up, but simply looking for a place where to relax, and if he knew that they were here, he would not enter. Ruin asked him alone, and the scout said that one. This answer surprised him, because there were 6 of them in the team where the rest had gone. Duma Prime, the prisoner answered shortly, and everything became clear. Magic Magician with a bloodthirsty aura eliminated everyone. Only Callus was able to escape. At the beginning of the battle, they confidently moved forward, feeling safe because of the number. They wanted to ambush Malkin's group and win glasses. And then that strong bastard appeared that simply trampled them. At first he aimed at those who were following food. He killed one, and the detachment got into defense, and the problems came later, because Dillian's group came to the noise of their battle, and they could not resist such a large enemy. Only 2 could have escaped Callus. But this was not yet the end. They left the battle barely capable of moving at all. Right at the same moment, Dumb Prime, who seemed to be waiting for them, came out again. He acted as a real partisan, luring his enemies, lifting them with each other, and eventually collected all the creams without loss. The Ruins realized that it was a rather wise solution. Prime acted carefully and effectively. He knew how to benefit from everything. In this regard, Callus asked to accept him in the team, although this was a very bold offer. Set liked what the guy thinks is a strategist, despite fatigue. But Ruin refused and asked how Callus managed to escape. After all, they talked about the best student of the academy, who would not let go of the wounded fighter. And then Set exclaimed. His suspicions abruptly returned to him. In general, in their situation, alliances on the island did not make sense. At any moment they could betray. It was safer to simply eliminate any captive without any pity in proceedings. Ruin thought in a similar way, so he saw 3 options. The first, Callus simply lied, or Duma deliberately spared him and now just waited somewhere nearby. There was also the third. Unfortunately, the eye of the truth did not work on the target. The information was hidden. And this meant that he was not Cavs, said Ruin and waved his fist. However, after the blow, the captive simply evaporated, and they realized that it was a puppet. The hero said that they need to leave right now, because their shelter has already been compromised. Soon the dawn came, marked the beginning of the second day of their bloody battle. Kalisa eliminated the same magician that he created a puppet, which means the whole group has already been eliminated. Partly what was said by the puppet could be true, the comrades reasoned. But Irene assumed who could arrange such a cunning maneuver. His name was Choherki, as if someone sneezed with a strange name and decided to name it. This was one of the 11 chosen children from the College of Dufalak, who succeeded in creating potions and puppets. Among other things, he was in the Dillian group. It turned out that their tiny group was surrounded by enemies from all sides. The puppeteer found from the help of puppets Other teams could also join the hunt, because they were considered the weakest. The western part of the island soon could become inaccessible because of the barrier that constantly narrowed. To fight the pirates, other pirates are needed, Ruin told them, in response to the question of what to do. Some enemies should catch others, such was his plan. The puppeteer laughed. He reported to his location of a small group. He almost introduced into the group, but he was nevertheless outwitted. Dillion was surprised that his puppet was exposed and asked how it happened. The puppeteer did not understand how it turned out. He was simply crashed with all his strength without any doubt. Dillion thought. All three of his enemies were dangerous opponents to simply attack them. He still gave the order to crush everyone with rough power and ordered to advance. So they walked through the forest, along a narrow path without fear of ambushes at all. Soon they will be at the western base, Dylan said to his own. And then powerful magic exploded in their way, forcing everyone to start. Once a fight was boiling ahead, then the ruin was supposed to be there, Dillion decided. To attack unexpectedly on a weakened enemy, it was the most to get light glasses, so their group rushed forward. 3 opponents stood in the light of bright flashes of lightning. Dillion realized that this was an ambush, and shot a holy arrow in them, and only then realized that it was not the same one who was looking for. All this time, the hero's team watched the battle from a high tree, looking at dazzling outbreaks. Dillion's holy magic could be recognized without difficulty, so while their plan was going as it should, though they did not receive glasses. The group itself caused noise so that all enemies escaped to him, and someone would definitely collide. Now they could go to that place and quickly finish off the survivors or wounded. Dillion realized that their position is bad when they were attacked again. Ruin was able to come close and immediately attack, sweeping away all in its path. Moreover, one blow was enough for a large group to suffer losses. However, the path of Dylan became less, and perhaps the story of the thoughts with the thoughts of Prime was not a lie. Their little alliance was still weaker. But no one was in a hurry to attack a powerful trinity, and this was alarming. The group attacked Dylan also in the minority, so it was logical to conclude a temporary alliance between them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, ancient maxim, because even by the school this detachment was weaker than the Dillion group. They decided to attack. That fiery flash drew a line next to Set, nearly burning him. It was an attack by a monstrous length. He even reached Dillion's detachment, and she cut down one of his fighters, leaving a deep furrow on the ground. The owner of this force did not need to be guessed for a long time. Dumb Prime confidently slipped between the two groups and attacked Dillion's alliance. He raised his sword from a medium distance and moved so quickly that no one had time to do anything. With these actions, he seemed to say that they were in a temporary alliance. It is obvious that at first Prime wanted to get rid of the most dangerous competitors who could put his organized resistance to him. This meadow became a place for gathering all survivors, and soon the outcome of the entire match will become clear. Realizing that Dumb Prime attacks only them, the Dillion group decided to retreat to the base immediately, although the leader himself shouted to them to stay and rebuffed. Ruin told his team that now for them to make their move. Using the refraction of time, he slipped through the entire battlefield where magicians fought, and when he was surrounded by enemies in the crowd, he swung his fist. It was an earthquake that, thanks to its radius, was very effective. Duma only laid another fighter and stepped towards the hero. He looked straight and frowning, as usual with his stone face. And then in the blink of an eye, he was right next to the guy. They could fight right now, but Duma promised that he would end him with his own hands later. Thus, he seemed to be proposed first to send all other participants home. All this time, outstanding magicians did not sleep, watching the actions of their students. So a dozen finalists were determined, and all those who were supposed to enter it. Now Terran was curious whether the Ruin Ardell could show that he is better than all 11 chosen children. And most importantly, whether he can defeat that wretch, the king said thoughtfully. On the screen, his eyes just fought in Dumb Prime. After the second day of the battles, the Ruins decided to warm up and made several blows through the air, representing his enemy. Now they settled on the central base, and could rest a little, because they knew all the survivors. As a result of the last mess, only Dylan and the puppeteer of the choir survived from the largest alliance. The rest for a while disappeared with the thoughts of Prime. Even on the island during the exam, the Ruins did not stop performing his daily tasks. For thousands of blows, today, for the first time in a long time, he was able to complete it. Turning around, he saw Irene in the doorway that he had already woken up and greeted him. The guy told her that the whole body was itching, and therefore he decided to stretch himself, and this despite everything that had happened. The girl called him breakfast because Set prepared her steaks as promised. The meat was very tasty. Surprisingly, the skin-headed magician was a good cook and knew how to cook meat. Irin apologized for going to bed immediately by finishing the duty without saying anything, but the guy understood that she was also tired. The girl poured hot coffee and decided to ask the guy a question. She wanted to know what he would do after his release, and such questions were not asked, but the ruins were too young to understand it. His magic was unique, which means that the usual ways of development would not have suited him either, so it became curious that he plans later, the girl explained. Mages that are now competing on the island after release begin their life in society. They could join any knightly order and become part of the Imperial Army, could serve in the Tower of Magicians, or earn money in different ways. But in fact, our hero has not yet looked so far. Until that moment, he was the worst student, and did not spend his time thinking about the future. He did not even think that he could, in principle, become a magician. But I thought that after this competition he would certainly have a couple of ideas. Then he asked what Irene would do, and he replied that he also did not know yet. She never thought about what a magician she wanted to become. She always worried that others think, and the girl simply sailed along the course of their expectations. To begin with, she wanted to fight the thoughts of Prime, and this goal was something her personal, going beyond the scope of the festival. Perhaps after that she could finally understand what magician wanted to be. For Irene, this rival has become a mountain on which she should get out of all, then the homework that needs to be completed. The hero respected her for these ambitions. Therefore he agreed with the desire of the girl. Everyone had their own unresolved problems, and Irene thanked him for understanding. They looked out the window and saw that the border of the barrier is getting closer. With every hour he narrowed faster, and soon they would need to leave this place. In this case, the safest base will be the one in the center, and most likely Dalian and his friend Kulavad are hiding there. Of course, they should not have forgotten about the fact that they could wait for them there, who managed to survive, although he fought all the time alone. Set did not really like to wait until others fight. Besides, they could be too close to the disappearing border. Brito had suggest attacking yourself because now the balance of power was in their favor. Iron, on the contrary, was afraid of such an obvious course because everyone was on his guard and the hero thought to do what to do. At this stage, even climbing one rank of survival gave them a lot of points, but as Iraren said, you need to act carefully, and the hero agreed with the girl in this. Since today they have already arranged a large mess, slammed in the morning. Now no one would run to the sounds of the battle. So now there was their chance to get the thoughts of Prime, said Ruin, then surprised everyone. Dalian and the puppeteer lost their detachment. The rest are also weak and will definitely hide, but the thoughts opposite are too confident in their abilities. In addition, if you ignore him, he can threaten them in the future. Then Irene asked where they would look for this tiger that he hid in the jungle. This hero promised to take on and bring the tiger to them. He moved so quickly that with a quiet whistle cut the air. The fighting hamster on the hero's shoulder asked him how he would look for his goal with the help of a minimalist, and Ruin replied that he could find out how many people are on the basis now. If there are 3 goals nearby, these are survivors. If 2 are Dalian and a puppeteer, if one is, respectively, Doom Prime. So the hero was at the lonely house closer to the center of the island. He went to the door and shouted loudly so that the thoughts went out. The Ruins himself were in no hurry to enter, because there could wait for an ambush there. Realizing that it is pointless to wait, and the enemy took only one thought with a blow of the door of the house. In a dusty cloud, he confidently came out of the shelter without fear of a sudden attack. When he saw the guy's annoying face in front of him, he grimaced. Ruin grinned and asked him affably whether he had enough sleep, and then offered a little walk. When friends saw the hero next to the enemy, they were alerted to think that he was seized, but the guy quickly reassured them, saying that he himself brought a tiger here, as promised. Set was amazed at, after all, he thought that they would arrange an ambush as soon as the enemy was tracked, but it turned out that Ruin did not plan anything like that. Instead, the hero suggested holding a duel with Irene and stepped aside. Of course, Duma did not even consider the girl as a rival, and she understood this. If you eliminate it now, the Dirty King will be disappointed that she left so early without raising the rank, warned Prime. But the girl objected that the assessment of Terran is not her goal in this competition. The victory over him was more important, and Irene prepared for battle, and her words were very hooked by the Manga Magnic. Irene was certainly strong, but always remained on the second roles, because she had a whole complex because of this. As in their first meeting, she was obsessed with a victory, and was looking for ways to her. So now her determination to find a solution of not a bit did not fade away, and the sorceress longed for victory. So the Ruins simply watched her battle. It was higher than personal ambitions and desires. In any case, Irene would have done so, even if they were against it. She attacked the enemy with powerful volleys of ice snow, but the spell crashed against the bloody red protective dome of Prime. When the defense cracked, it turned out that he was standing on the only surviving patch of land under him. The eyes of the mage of the swordsman were filled with anger and rage. Irene was tensed with all his might, but still could not hold his power. Set uncertainly asked if they did not act correctly once in this battle, but the hero did not answer. He waited. Prime made a sharp wave of a sword using his chopping high-range fiery attack. Irene would not have dodged such a charge, so the hero jumped forward and defended her, reflecting the flame with his body. As he promised, he gave Irene to fight Prime, but there was no talk that he would allow her to leave the competition, the hero explained. Now they fought together, and he could not lose a precious comrade. Then Ruin turned to the thoughts of Prime and asked for permission to join their battle, although he did it. To this magician, the Mosque only snorted contemptuously and offered to take with him a small fish, referring to Seta. With all his appearance, he showed complete indifference. But the Ruin said that only 2 of them would fight. Apparently he wanted to keep Sat. Thanks to Sir Golter, the hero had skills how to fight against a sword. The most important thing for the knight is his legs. They give strength and allow him to predict his movements. So the Ruin prepared for the fight while Irene restores strength. He thought that he could predict the movements of the mage of the swordsman, but he sharply attacked the first. Having attached to his lunge, the Ruin dodged and went to the side from the attack line. But as soon as he thought that he did everything, as he caught a salvo of fiery magic in the face. Prime reminded him that he was a magician, not a knight, and this lesson was dear to the hero. Many underestimate the magicians of the swordsman, because it is the middle class. Between the magician and the swordsman, it is believed that they will give in to both. But so only those who did not encounter a fight with a real mage of the swordsman think, said Prime. Tigers again rushed into a fierce attack, and the hero had to concentrate only on defense. Ruin first thought that he had not yet encountered such an opponent. In all the battles against magicians, he attacked them at the moment of weakness, when they are unarmed and calling for spells. But dumb Prime can eliminate this drawback with the help of a sword and a strong body. His waves were quick and sharp, so the hero received another wound. Moreover, the wounds from the sword of Prime left something like the consequences, and caused huge pain, even if they were not deep. Then the swordsman said it was time to end, and listening to him wanted to believe him. Prime called on a spell and spread its wings, a crow in a purple outbreak. It was the 5th grade natural magic in amazement, the hero understood. The wings of Khitan were called the spells. An array of bright light hit him into the sky. The shockwave almost dared to Irene and Seta, who clung to the grass. The wind flow was very strong and did not allow anyone to raise his head. Of course, Ruin expected something like that after all. It was not for nothing that his enemy won at every competition. The hero barely managed to hide behind the rock. Quickly pulling his wounds with his bundles so as not to lose consciousness, the guy prepared to continue. He looked at his ring, which he received in the shop for nothing, and the idea came to his mind. Prime exhaled contemptuously. He expected at least something standing from Ruin, Ardell, because of which he worried so much. Then the guy left the shelter, not counting the first wounds from the sword. He did not suffer from magic at all. Of course, Prime was strong. It would be stupid not to recognize this. So that the hero seemed to the hero for a second that he was an insurmountable wall in front of him. Hearing this, Dumb thought that the guy wants to give up. But the hero refused. He smiled and kept very confidently. After all, there were too many people important to him who believed in him, and this gave him strength. He is definitely not out of his mind. He understood Prime and grinned. After all, the guy interested him. As a senior comrade, he promised to teach him a lesson so that the upstart would better follow the words that they fly out of his mouth. Ruin used the skill of Rage of Ogre and surrounded himself with fiery with a red aura. In the raging stream of power, he warned the enemy to follow his chin, after which they simultaneously rushed towards each other. Prime answered with his sharp cutting wave. If the guy does not evade this blow, he can actually die, faster than he teleports him. Without any fear, the Ruins went openly without fearing more than a sword. It was an incredibly successful and accurate blow. Ruin managed to take the edge of the sword with his ring, and thus successfully passed the exam at the expert ninja. There was only a small chance that the ring would work as it should, but it worked, becoming an invulnerable object, which is why the sword split into pieces. All the energy of their counter-strike went into these fragments, and they thoroughly returned with a stunned Prime with a shrapnel. In an instant, he turned out to be a weak position, wounded and unarmed at the near distance. Prime shouted a curse and asked how he succeeded. Instead of answering, the guy made him a cut under his feet and laid on the ground. The reason for his failure and arrogance, he just thought that no one was better than him, Ruin said, when he stood over a defenseless magician. After that, with rapid blows, he seized the protective equipment to zero, which launched the effect of teleportation. Together, they watched their most formidable rival disappeared. Sada barely had his heart jumped out of his chest until he watched the battle. If the Ruin lost, they certainly had no chance. The guy smiled and replied that he was just lucky, and it was the pure truth. He looked at the silver-haired girl. Irene stood with a thoughtful, slightly sad expression on his face. Ruin asked for forgiveness for intervening in their duel. But then the girl admitted that she should ask for forgiveness. Due to her selfish desire, they opposed the Prime open against Prime, and everyone risked losing, so that she accepted her defeat with humility. On the other hand, Ruin understood that she could not achieve her goal because of his intervention. Then Irin turned away and asked to forget about this goal. She was no longer. Prime did not interest her anymore, said the beauty, and she pointed a finger at him, which was a surprise for the guy. It will not be easier with him, Ruin answered, grinning. And Irene did not mind, also answering him with a charming smile, and something tells him that she would win this duel. Thus, there were only 5 opponents of which they needed to defeat before victory. Dalian and Chorky fought with all their might. But they could not resist the coordinated work of the Trinity, so soon their team went on a well-deserved rest, thus taking the 3rd place that it was very cool for them, because they went around the Duma Prime. The team took a breath after a rather difficult battle, because the whole forest was a distortion of explosions. So the Trinity remained winners in the very center of the island, in this complex royal battle. Ruin warned them that he was not going to succumb to anyone. In theory, they had to fight to death, but Irene simply gave up. She still did not recover after the battle with the Prime, offering to postpone their duel to another competition. The hero nodded knowingly and agreed to accept this as a promise. It is clear that on the 3rd day the girl was very exhausted. Seth grinned. Even if the hero was their leader, he was not going to succumb to so simply. Last time he got too easily with him. But this time, everything should be different. Then the hero immediately took the rack and offered to solve everything on the spot. Then he sent Seta to fly, as he loves, not listening to his requests for a break. So the winner was determined. Ruin returned to the hostel to his comrades, and they loudly celebrated his victory, proclaiming toasts one by one. Celebrated in the same tavern where they sat for the first time. They were joined by Set and Irene. After the royal battle, everyone became close. How they could miss a welcome party because they also put a lot of effort to win. They came here with Mr. Sat, said a proud girl. Set was very upset that they were so fenced off, because only recently they were so friendly, and the hero was happy to watch their quiet skirmish. Everyone behaves as before, although after the battle on the island of Ruin, it became the only winner. Prime scored a lot of murder points, but due to the fact that he dropped out early, his average score fell strongly. Other victory candidates also fell much lower than the hero in the ranking. If he can continue his series of victories, then his dream to become the leader of the festival will become a reality. Jason is already pretty kissed with dragons, he sang praises Irene, rejoicing that he could sit next to such a beauty. He suggested drinking for those present here the ladies of a banana liquor, which greatly embarrassed the girl and caused a friendly laughter. Irene knew that she had lost the fight, but for the first time she was really fun at the festival, and she was happy with everyone. At the same time, Dumb Prime, as usual, was alone and tried to realize what happened. He looked at his broken blade. Exactly what the enemy aimed at him led to defeat. At the very last moment, before the blow of the thoughts, he realized everything, but could no longer fix anything. The thought that he lost in the eyes of King Terran annoyed him. He asked his comrades whether the King of Magicians was looking for him, but they did not receive such news. Friends tried to console the Prime. Maybe the king just wanted to give him a rest. Then the magic magician asked to leave him alone, and everyone hurriedly retired from the locker room, not wanting to run into the wrath of the best student. For a long time, Prime simply stood and stared into the void, burning with anger inside. The city was dressed up in ribbons and flags. The final test of the festival was approaching. Tyrion watched everything from the balcony of the tower and thought. Of course, he assumed that his ward would become a star and show himself in the best light, but did not think that he would accomplish such a feat. The rector did not even count on victory. Terran noticed that now the smile does not leave the rector of the rector, and perfectly understood the reasons for this. It hurt his pride as the organizer. Besides, it was now not to look at the jerk of the jerk without tears. Tyrion was surprised to hear about the competition hall, where Prime was, and Terran nodded, confirming his guesses. The festival was great to the end. Several days have passed since the end of the royal battle on the island. In group competitions, the Ignat team secured 4th place, 5 wins of 2 defeats, the last game deprived of their 3rd place. But for those who never rose above the last line, it was already a dizzying success. Now only the final fight of representatives, the triathlon, remained. It was a strip of obstacles on the outskirts of the city, divided into 3 categories of running, martial arts, swimming, since this battle of magicians could be used by called animals, or even teleportation. Everyone was preparing at the start. For some reason, the students fought in school costumes, and not comfortable clothes. Here Set approached the hero and asked how he feels. The stadium shouted his name so he could feel unusual with such support. So far, it was difficult for him to say, and Ruin did not understand what he was feeling. In truth, he really wanted to enjoy this moment but did not allow himself to do this, because it was impossible to celebrate the victory before the real winner was determined. Set embarrassedly stated that today they are everyone for himself, and he would not succumb, and the Ruin laughed back. When the judge gave the command to start, everyone prepared. The shot thundered, and all the students rushed forward, who on their own, who was riding on the called creatures. A crowd of escorters joyfully screamed into the trail, seeing how the students were trying, that they even raised a cloud of dust. But the main current favorite of the competition did not move at all, and lazily waited at the start. So far, the rest fought tensely for leadership in the race in all kinds of ways. The first obstacle was a crowd of stunted goblins, an aggressive species. Dalian offered the Trinity of the First to form a temporary alliance, but Irene abruptly refused. Now was not the time for this. Prime did not answer anything at all, ignoring the saint as an empty place. He paved himself and everyone else through the first barrier to a fiery one in a gulp. Anyway, there could be no alliance. Everyone knew that Prime always gloomily on his mind, so in 6 years he did not make friends with anyone, considering those around him competitors. Now this magician Magnic has in all his accumulated rage and anger at the unfortunate shorties. But that he was even more angry, this is that guy still does not, and this could mean anything. Either he was very ahead of them, which was unlikely, or he thought that he could catch up. From the very beginning, Prime ran ahead and only Irene and Dillian kept nearby. Having realized this, the swordsman realized that his main rival was still behind. Therefore, he suddenly spoke the first and asked Irene where the ruins. "And why this scoundrel is not here yet?" the swordsman cursed. But Irene herself did not know. For a long time, they remained ahead of all. Dillian also connected to the conversation, because everyone was worried about the variable in the face of the hero. However, when they heard the noise behind and turned around, they suddenly saw that they talked about. It was an incredible return, and Irene was surprised how he so easily caught up with them, and were the rest of the participants. Then the guy with a cute grin replied that they were no longer. A few minutes ago, everyone waited for the hero to do that. He defeated the invincible thought of Prime, not at all understanding why he gives everyone such a head start. The hero was waiting for this day since it was decided that he would participate in the festival, so he pumped his endurance all this time. However, as a mage of close combat, he could be in a disadvantage if someone attacked him in the back. Therefore, for this test, a special strategy was needed. Ruin was about to eliminate all one by one, and for this he began to move the last, waiting for all participants to stretch out a long line. All obstacles will overcome for him, and get tired. In any case, they will be too passionate about the persecution, so they will not pay attention to him. And so from the last place, the guy began to make his way to the leaders. He turned everyone over with whom he came across, because he was in a very advantageous position for himself. The ruins were even tired of counting how many simpletons he managed to cut down in such a tricky way. Then he caught up with Seda that he was riding on his defender called up Knight. The hero smiled in a friendly manner, in the hope of the fact that a shabhead would understand him. Set nodded. Their endless battle began again. He gave the phrase to match the moment. Then the guy asked for forgiveness for what happened later. And so Set went again to see the beautiful blue of the sky. Irene herself was horrified by the idea that there were no more participants besides them. It is unlikely that such a beating at the festival once happened at all. Ruin only replied that many are still in service and I can try to resume the race, but at the moment there was no one else besides them. Dumb Prime took a step in his direction and stated that as before he would not. They again stood face to face, while Irin and Dalian were waiting for what would happen next. In other ways, Duma kept his impulses and called on his ghostly horse. He considered that now it was not profitable to fight when the others could simply take his victory from him. So he offered to meet at the finish line, although he was terribly angry. The swordsman spun the ghostly horse and galloped with a gallop. Dalian shouted after him whether he was really going to break forward. After all, they had to go through the zone of traps in the castle, but the thoughts were already hiding in the gates. Once in ancient times, traps were protected by treasures in the castle, but now it has become a convenient place for competitions, a place where you could get a serious wound if you thoughtlessly run forward. Therefore, the safest but slow way was the detection of traps, so the castle became the perfect landfill to test the knowledge and skills of magicians. But there were those who could simply turn the table with this game. Ruin decided to use the fight method, and knocked on the wall. The wall was quite thick and strong. Even the combat bear of the countries doubted what the owner was able to, but the ruins objected, because these were the ruins of the old castle. With the help of the player's eye, he studied every stone at the base of the thick wall. And so until I found a place where the wall gave the sediment and only seemed strong, therefore it could be destroyed. Irene looked in surprise after his actions. After all, this should be expected from who was fighting in close combat. Dalian noted from the connection, but said that even for a simple friendship, it was an overcoming. Just the magician had not yet seen everything that the hero is capable of. Therefore, Irene simply told him to see everything himself and pointed a finger. The ancient wall, unable to withstand the blow, cracked and a gap was formed in it, sufficient for a person to pass. This was a real madness, and Dalian could not believe what he saw. He politely asked to take advantage of the move that the hero did. But the ruins with a sweet smile refused him. He did not try to cut down all the pursuers to let someone in his back. Therefore, he went into a crack and swung again to strike. The wall groaned again, and the gap closed the collapse right in front of the nose of the impudent magician. The ruin was able to do all this with only 2,400 points of strength. Now he and the Duma remained together. The rivals met with his eyes. Duma just jumped out of the castle, and the hero ran out of the corner. Because the swordsman was in a hurry, he nevertheless missed the arrow in the shoulder, so now he was not in the best position. Now the hero understood how much his opponent longed for this victory, and also laid out on the full. Prime could not break away much because the time of calling his horse was just expired. And in the usual running, the ruins could not lose because he took a leading position. But this was fraught with consequences because the opponent immediately took out the sword and attacked. But the hero was waiting for this, and simply grabbed Prime by the clothes, after which he jumped with him into the abyss. They fell from a cliff into a deep river. It was the final stage of the race. So far, the ruin plan worked. It would be in an unprofitable position if Prime had applied magic for descent along the river. Now the hero just had to swim. However, at that moment, a thick crust of ice began to catch up with him that was approaching from all sides. Duma managed to emerge and catch it with a spell. The hero got angry, because it was very dangerous to freeze the river while someone was floating in it. And at the same moment he fell into an ice prison, unable to get out. And Prime was again on horseback. He was not cared about the rules and safety of other students. On this he said goodbye and galloped along a frozen river as if on the ground. Ruin cursed. It was necessary to free himself as soon as possible. Then he directed strength into a fist and broke a thick crust of ice captivity. It was the turn of the mage of the swordsman to swear. He did not expect him to catch up with him so quickly. The finish was very close, because they already saw how the walls of the Colosseum rise. There were no more obstacles on the way. It was only necessary to run to the hero. Ruin invited the opponent to arrange a revenge match. It was a trick to make him stop. But Prime was not in the best condition for the fight, so he could not afford it, despite his pride. Suddenly an explosion happened and they hit a veil of water dust. The audience watched their screens in the arena's screens and could not say what was happening there. The first race ended the horse of Prime, defeating in this competition, unexpectedly for herself. Then everyone was puzzled. What happened to the owner of the called animal? But when the fog was dispelled, everyone saw that only one stood on his feet. Passing through the mass of traps, Prime spent a lot of effort, and his movements were too sweeping, the hero understood. And yet it was he who told him not to think about trifles, Ruin reminded, and grinned triumphantly, because he won the one who possessed his strength with the help of cheats. At that moment, it was somewhat pity the proud guy that he won all 6 years, only with his efforts. But in the end he lost. Since the Ruin won 2 awards in the Battle for Survival and Triathlon, he won all individual competitions. He naturally took first place. And so his first festival ended. Under loud delight from the stands, he was called the next generation magician, and not a failure as before. These words went to him that for 6 years he suffered suffering, and was locked in social isolation. Now he could proudly go his way with his head raised. The hero felt that he had done a great job. He was no longer lonely. These approving glances were his award for hard work. So triumphantly raising his hands up, he thanked all those present. When it was time to return, Ruin thought that he did not want to lose this support. For the winners and the most noble nobles were served crews, and Jason looked at them with envy. Ruin was sitting at a banquet table in complete solitude and wandering around the hall with a bored look. He wanted to return to the academy sooner, because he was not to his liking solemn official events. But then his boredom was dispelled by the beautiful Irene, which also came to the celebration, in a beautiful snow, white dress, a dress. The girl sat next to him, surprised that no one was in a hurry to start a conversation with the main character of the festival. The Ruins did not blame them in the eyes of others. He was an upstart that came to the banquet, dressed as usual. Irin agreed with him, but thought that the matter was not only about that. Most of the nobles arrived here to make his acquaintance, and now they squinted at the hero. But how it turned out that no one dared to come first. All because some have already staggered this place, the beauty said with a smile. A person is so powerful that not a single nobleman would dare to speak to him. And from these words at Ruin he approached a lump in his throat. He wanted to ask who was talking about, but the manager came out and said that the banquet was beginning. He called the representatives of 30, 2 schools behind him, and a little later various dishes appeared on the table worthy not only to the king of magicians, but also by the emperor himself. In fact, the banquet was not a triumph, rather the analysis of flights, or a guillotine for losers. So many dreamed of avoiding it. 2 places at the head of the table, next to the Ruin chair, were empty. The guy thought that only Terran would be present, but why then 2 honorary places? The banquet manager warned everyone that the main persons came, and all the guests stood up. The students bowed and greeted King Terran, turning to him, "My lord," from which Ruin's fingers brought in his arms. But then he heard that the King of Magicians himself turned to someone in a respectful manner. When the hero raised his eyes, he saw a young man of noble appearance. He was the only one who walked in a hat, and thick golden rings flaunted on his hands. Before the Ruins understood who in front of him, everyone around fell in the Eastern manner and welcomed the crown prince of the empire. Here, at the time, it was amazed that the hero did not know the main people of his country, that to take a village from him, maybe portraits are not widespread in their world, and coins with the prince's face were not yet released. When everyone sat down at the table, they began to wait. No one dared to take up the devices and speak in the presence of such a titled person. The atmosphere stood oppressive. As the Ruin was now closest to important guests, he experienced terrible pressure. Terran was the first to speak, saying that none of the 11 chosen students could even defeat Ruin Ardell, and was amazed that the gap in skills was so great. He was disappointed, so he was even embarrassed to call them his children. The King of Magicians caused them. The most painfully, this perceived Prime that he considered himself the best. He promised that he would no longer dare to show himself from the bad side, and said this in a stifled voice. In general, the guy was still on his head better than all other magicians, while the Ruins were an anomaly, so he was in vain reproach. But the dirty king still continued to ulcerate, saying that the second place for losers. The only thing that in his opinion proved this festival was that the old proverb that the big dragon Vern can come up from the small lake. All this also touched the Ruin. He was uncomfortable from the fact that his opponent was belittled, and the entire banquet was organized in order to write to everyone a slap in the face for a loss. Of course, Terran was not the only one because of whom the guy felt like on needles. Kronprinz is Summertan Reinach, another character with a stupid name, burned a hole with his gaze in the hero. This man was originally the third in line for inheritance, but using his mind and an outstanding political instinct, he quickly threw his older brothers into exile. A man that possessed the art of speeches and combat skills close to perfection did not take his eyes off him. Now the Ruins realized what Irene was talking about when she said that some influential was staging him. Then Terran switched to the hero and gently asked him his sensations from the victory in the festival. And the guy honestly said that he was not comfortable here. Then he surprised the king. Then the hero explained that he likes the results of the festival, but does not suit him that he was used to belittle the rest. This caused irritation. The guy said so abruptly that even Irene was sitting nearby. It was also concerned the rest. They were not used to that someone could say so with the King of Magicians. Terran frowned slightly and answered the boy that the feeling of inferiority is the best food for growth, or psychological complexes, as any teacher would tell him. The hero himself saw in such practice only to incite enmity against him. It would be much better to point out everyone to the weaknesses and strengths. So the declared goal of King Terran, in his opinion, did not coincide with his methods. The guy himself did not consider himself a simpleton. He was from the Ardell family and was proud of it. As well as the Academy, Ignan was not a small lake to belittle it like that. King Terran already exclaimed from these words, a self-confident boy openly at all with a Kronprint chalked him. However, here the prince himself laughed widely and vividly, instantly discharging the intense atmosphere. And Ruin stared at the titled person with amazement, not understanding what this laughter means. The prince liked the fact that the guy became a headache, and so boldly behaved with his godfather, as he called Terran. It so laughed that he had to wipe his tears from his eyes, but for the nobles the expression of emotions is considered indecent. Hearing that the guy arrived from a small country, the prince wanted to visit there at least once. Then Irene sighed with relief, since everything worked out, and she asked the hero not to throw something like that anymore. Terran praised the guy for a beautiful, victorious speech, but since he had already heard such idealistic words from Tyrion, this would not change his own thoughts. However, the guy's words sounded fresh, so that the King of Magicians was looking forward to that he would still throw out in the future. He already wanted to announce the completion of the banquet, but then the prince expressed a desire to speak out, and he asked Ruin Ardell on a cup of tea, or maybe something stronger. Of course, the refusal was not accepted in any form, the prince reminded. That's how Ruin retired in the room with the first person of the empire. This situation forced him to be nervous because he had no idea why he was called here, not in order to congratulate him on the victory for sure. Then the prince directly said that he wanted the guy to work for him, and in this case, he also did not accept the refusal. He gave him only a month for the guy to figure out business, and also promised to arrange a transfer of combat magicians and a place of accommodation in a specialist. Of course, he still has to think about accepting citizenship, because the closest assistant to the prince was not worth being a foreigner. Ruin tried to dissuade the prince because the empire had many candidates. One prime was worth it. Let him be good. But in the end, after all, he still lost to him, the prince objected. And His Highness cannot take the second variety to his retinue, so the prince also reproached the hero for this. And he said something that should be kept in mind when talking with him. In response to answer yes, and not asking questions, the prince said with obvious pressure in his voice. But the hero firmly withstood his gaze without answering anything. But the prince softened and said that they could talk. He still knew when he could be pressed, and when there was no sense. The first reason to recruit the guy, this is a personal recommendation of the Godfather. The prince asked to advise him a few more years ago, but Taran did it just now. The second reason he liked the courage of the guy or his dementia, the courage to put on a wretched rag to meet him, while the rest of the skin went out to please those in power. The courage to speak out before Taran, the prince said his godfather. And finally, the courage to continue to ask questions, despite the warning of His Majesty. In matters, it is sometimes useful to have one who expresses a contradictory position, the prince said, and spread his hands. Then the hero again asked him the question of whether he should give the prince advice, but His Highness was not offended, but answered that the task of the guy to protect the royal person from blood relatives. The guy hesitated with an answer, and then the prince realized that he did not want this. The ruins did not deny. But the prince imperiously recalled that for that he warned. The refusal was not accepted. Before the hero was a man that he absorbed the highest power in the empire. To become as close, it was a chance for a million. After all, most magicians will still fall under the influence of titled persons and gather at court, even in a magic tower, to miss such an opportunity to put an end to their life. But there was still too much everything that this village boy in simple clothes wanted to do. He did not want to be someone else's magician. The prince sighed disappointedly. He considered the guy a reasonable man, but he showed himself unexpectedly idealistic. There will be no second opportunity, the prince said, and the guy did not argue that perhaps one day he would regret his refusal. On this, the prince ordered to pretend that this conversation has never been. He was called the most precious stone of the past festival. The collecting of the stones was the hobby of the prince, and there was no such find that he would not get into his own hands, he said ominously. All because he destroys everything that he cannot reach, so that the enemies do not touch this, the prince said. But Ruin was not afraid to turn his back to him and leave the office on his own. The last words of the Kronprint was a threat, and now the guy was thinking about that correctly, but he still wanted to be a magician that protects his identity. But then Jason and Hanks called him, who were happy to see their captain. Friends thought that he went on a date behind them, even though it was not so close. After the banquet, the prince talked with the Godfather. Taran immediately realized that the recruitment of young talent did not set. Even the threats did not help. Of course, the heir to the throne was not going to give up. As the Godfather knew well, the prince was weak before collecting. So Ruin Ardell will belong to him, the prince said, dripping red liquid from the glass like all the villains. The guy did not even suspect that his refusal only aroused the powers of this world, for whom people were only toys. Despite everything, Ruin continued his morning classes, and every day his fighting spirit became stronger. 5,000 blows with a fist, the same foot from the turn, run 15 kilometers, training in a real battle. The body became better day by day, and training was easier. Countries also noted its changes for the better. But Ruin did not accept this compliment from the male individual, though the fighting hamster immediately objected that he was effeminate. This news was very puzzled by the guy, so he even jumped up, but the hamster spread his hands and said that it happened. The countries were offended, to his surprise. Incarnations also have a floor, and this is his problem that he did not ask her before. Then the hero remembered that they took the bathroom together, and the countries immediately snorted that there was nothing special to look at. So now the hero has a lot of questions without answers. However, he quickly coped with this, but forbade him to joke about his dignity. Later, when they said goodbye to the station, there was a touching farewell scene, and Jason did not want to let him go. But everyone went to his home, and the Ruins were left almost alone. In addition to him, one strange guy remained at the station. Ruin, as the winner of the festival, was supposed to complete all points in his schedule before going home. A strange guy introduced himself as a street cat and called himself his accompanying person. He looked older than the Ruins, and his status was hidden by the signs of the question, so it was not possible to extract some information out of this. At least this person was at the same level as the professor of the academy, although outwardly he had not yet been 30. This man told the hero a travel schedule, first to the Imperial Palace to retract honors. Then Ruin interrupted him and asked not to speak formally with him, but simply handle. He was only 16, but a street cat replied that it was not difficult for him to maintain a respectful tone. Thus, the young hero was simply ignored. His interlocutor was too scrupulous and business. Then they will go to the magic tower where the artifact chooses it. What was said surprised the guy. The idea was that he could completely leave without an artifact, if not one of the available admits him. Ruin immediately remembered Kingram, which, although he was hugely by nature, was an artifact with self-awareness. "And the hero will be appointed to the hero," said a street cat. "Usually the students could not receive tasks, but an exception is made for the winner. This can be considered an announcement to the whole world that the next generation magician appeared." Then the hero realized that this was something like his debut. Now he could choose a mission from the list. If he liked something, among them was a search, submission, and even liquidation. The countries also joined the list, and the magician made it so that he also could be seen. As a result, they made a choice, and after a few hours they ended up in the palace. The Peon Palace was the residence of the crown prince. The butler said that the guy could pass, because he was already waiting. The street cat bowed to the guy and said that he would wait outside. The guy did not really want to be left alone with a titled person. But then the prince himself opened the door, apparently hearing his voice. "Welcome to the Empire," he said as always in a powerful voice. From the hands of the monarch, the hero received 10,000 gold prize fund. The amount is more than the annual income from the lands of Ardell. The prince also offered to go, even if this amount was not enough, and promised that the doors of the peony are always open to the hero. But the guy hastened to go to the next point in the schedule. Along the way, he noticed that the palace is simply huge, and the servants should be very hardy. The street cat politely asked him to refrain from joking comments, and said that the head of the tower was already waiting. So the guy realized that the business accompaniment was completely devoid of a sense of humor. The cat asked him if the hero was sure of his choice of the first debut mission. The guy chose the most difficult task, simply because it looked interesting. But the head of the tower could not allow this. Taran was also pretty friendly. He was not at all angry with the guy's antics, or he considered to show emotions above his dignity. The search task was difficult. Submission was a simpler task. The King of Magicians commented on his choice. He could simply go as part of the detachment of the Imperial Guard and destroy a couple of gangster groups that appeared near the city of Saseo. But the guy chose to go into a lifeless wasteland. Taran did not understand his motives. Countries helped him decide on the choice. Her attention was attracted by the Heavenly Mountain. These lands were the birthplace of Kingram associated with a fight. After all, in these parts the Black Dragon lived as long as 100 years. The lands themselves were remote north of the Kingdom of Radian, where the ancient Ogre still lived in rumors. But now everyone believed that there was no one else there. After all, most of the ogres died in the Great War, and Kingram became the last. After the disappearance of the people of the OGRs, the place became lifeless, and there was a reason why the mission to search for these lands was considered the most difficult. All because of the barrier that surrounded the Heavenly Mountain. This barrier could not be eliminated by any spell, nor scientists nor magicians could unleash his secret. And the mission was to clarify the essence of the barrier, because Taran was curious why the hero chose a difficult task in wastelands with a low probability of success. Perhaps he heard about the hypothesis that the anger of the god of Ogrov turned this place into the sanctuary was suggested by the King of Magicians. Of course, Ruin understood that his choice is strange because few would have decided on such a task, but he had their own reasons. Dragonia lived on this mountain for 100 years. This alone was enough to make an expedition. The guy considered that there was no need to disclose all the cards, so he referred to the fact that this is just the most difficult task. But Taran immediately recommended something else if the reason was only in this. After all, the reason for complexity was only in the riddle of the barrier, and not in great activity around. But if the 16-year-old magician solves the centuries-old riddle, this will be an impressive discovery, Ruin said. And perhaps he will become the first winner of the festival that he would fill his debut, warned the King of Magicians. But the guy did not change his decision. Then Taran asked him after a sustained pause if the guy understands why he was recommended by the Crown Prince. All because the King of Magicians wanted to watch the guy, leaving him in the revolution, closer to himself. Then Taran suggested that the choice of the mission was associated precisely with the unique ability of the guy, and it was an incredibly successful guess. In any case, the King of Magicians promised to watch him. So at least Ruin said that he could cope. In the evening he was no longer so sure. He was worried that he could not know anything, because the place was not visited by several hundred years. The countries comforted him. Many did not succeed in the usual way, but she was sure that the guy would definitely succeed. After all, he was already possessing superhuman capabilities. Then he knocked in his chambers and the guy sat on the bed. Magic Cat and a delightful boar came to visit. Such nicknames were in use of all magicians, although they sounded like they were on the farm. The boar told the hero that it was time for them to go. Unlike the cat, he was much more welcoming. According to the schedule, it was necessary to visit the Room of Artifacts, where one of them could choose it. The treasury was divided into 4 levels, from the first to the third, and special. In the third zone, the simplest. In the second, common. In the third, rare. The hero led immediately to the first. They allowed a special zone only in connection with an important event. Even the emperor is prohibited there. The inspection still began with the third zone, where the guy was given to look at all the curiosity. The first to his eyes was a magical sword of monstrous proportions, but in excellent quality. Kaban explained that the best artifacts of the war with demons were stored here. This mirror, clean blade, was no worse than the prime operating. Even an object from the lower zone was in no way inferior to the nobles who used, which should be expected from the magic tower. The second on the eye came across a book by Tina Bronza about the specialization of transformation. The ruins thought that it was lost, but here the publication was stored for 100 years. Until recently, reading was the main entertainment of the ruin, so that he reacted with great attention to the book regiments. The followers of the tower were allowed to read here sometimes, but not to take books with him. The second zone was a treasury of knowledge. There was everything, from forgotten magical books to rare historical publications, so that the guy could hardly resist her exciting charm. He moved to the first zone, but not one of the artifacts still reacted to him so far. The hero asked if there were cases before him that someone was leaving without a reward, and the boar answered that this happened extremely rarely. Since he was allowed to rise to the first zone, it is believed that he will definitely lure several artifacts to himself. Ruin had already looked at everything, so he experienced disappointment. Then the countries comforted him again, saying not to pay attention to this garbage. Of course, people consider these items to be treasures, but in truly valuable things are not stored here. Everything is hidden there. Indicated countries to the dark door to a special zone. There should definitely be at least one artifact created by the dragon, and also countries felt from there the smell of the dragon never blackened her scales. But albeit so, it was still impossible for him to get there, so the guy decided to focus on what was in the storage. Suddenly, the room lit up with a green light, surprising everyone. This force came from a special zone, almost breaking through the door. So a special event happened, exclaimed by the boar, for the first time in 56 years. Kunhan's tooth reacted to the hero, and this made the king of magicians think. The street cat told everything as it was, in all details. Whether it meant that the guy was talented enough to occupy the throne, Taran wondered. There are 3 artifacts in the special zone, among them the Staff of Algal, the Armor of Morshi, and Kunhan Tooth. These allow their chosen ones to stand on the top. The staff belonged to the first magician of the human race. It was able to endlessly increase the power of destructive spells. He was also a symbol of the king of magicians. It was he who chose Taran 6 years ago, and before that everyone who chose the artifact occupied a high position. The Armor of Morshi provided the highest protection from physical and magical attacks. They chose their owner once a century, each of which became the legendary knight. However, the indigenous tooth of the first leader of the Ogrov was the most mysterious artifact. He had not chosen anyone for several centuries. So the king was very puzzled. Did it mean that the guy took possession of the power of the throne? Moreover, according to the street cat, the guy easily raised this tooth. But this item was so heavy that 6 people were required to move it. Such an object was not lifted alone. It was as if the hero had the power of the fence. And in addition, he chose the task of searching in the area of the Silver Mountain. Having folded everything together, the king ordered the advice to convene. All the magic magicians had to come, he said in a severe voice. To get to Heavenly Grief, the hero decided to advance west to solve a centuries old task for him for a month. It was impossible to be late. In addition, they provided travel documents and provided road expenses. The street cat was in no hurry to leave, and the guy asked him what else. The cat answered in a businesslike way. He wanted and did not want to at the same time. As a magic tower magician without his opinion, he could not add anything else. But as a senior comrade, he warned that the magic tower is extremely kind to those who are subordinate to her and is cold to the rebellious. The guy himself should already understand what category to be related. He should be careful in all doubt, the street cat said carefully. And the ruins realized that these were not random words. The ancient castle of Tershan was the nearest city to Heavenly Mountain. Created to protect the continent from the ogres, was also known as the shield of the continent. In this regard, the Tershan was surrounded by high walls, just like the capital, and possessed an army of knights with iron will. It was extremely written in the books that he read, but in reality this place was an outback, and rather deserted. Having lost its original significance, the city was depopulated. It was needed to confront the ogrim, but the threat disappeared by itself. And the locals from morning to night only were engaged in the fact that they were idle in the taverns. Then one thug went to a well-dressed guy and demanded that he give everything that is. But Ruin quickly lowered him from heaven to earth, disappointedly thinking that reality was very different from books. Later he decided to ask another person, but he slept. Ruin waited quite a long time before the loafer wakes up. But in the end, I had to wake him. The man immediately jumped up and apologized that he dozed off when he was a magician in front of him. The hero wanted to get a horse, and a local resident thought over this issue. He immediately admitted that at the moment he had no horses in the stable, and there were no nearby. The countries immediately burst out laughing that in no stable there was not a single horse for the grooms. The groom hastened to explain that there were 3 in the morning, but everyone was dismantled that it was surprising before that only the flies were interested in horses. He promised to find some kind of nag in a day, but Ruin stopped him. The hero was surprised that on the day of his arrival there were no horses, although before that no one needed them. This place was too provincial to count it with a simple coincidence. And then he remembered the words of the street cat to question all. The countries also felt it how they landed from the train. They carefully looked around and immediately realized that they had survived behind them. Having discovered that he was being followed, the hero immediately took actions. The first thing he asked the groom to inform if someone would look for him. Seeing the gold, he almost lost consciousness. Then Ruin walked around the city to lure the observers. They had to understand that he left the hotel and go there to ask about him. It is obvious that the tale against him was bored from the Reincarnated Empire. At least 2 candidates could take care of the surveillance, Crown Prince known for his obsession, and the rabbit of magicians worthy of being his godfather. Both options were equally unpleasant, so the hero decided to deal with this before he went to the mountain. Now when the surveillance became obvious, he could not tolerate their presence, but he was informed in the hotel that no one had come in. The concierge convincingly stated that he did not sleep and was on his guard, but no one returned. The countries agreed that these words were not like a lie, although they disappointed the hero. True, then the employee shared his doubts with him. He caught himself that he seemed to have a clouded for a few minutes, which he did not remember. No matter how he tried to remember anything, and these words alerted Ruin, his pursuers were not simple. He knew that the control of the mind of the 6th rank, capable of subordinating a person, while the victim loses its memories, and the caster could look into his memory. The pursuers were much stronger, although not neat than it really seemed, but now they already knew that he knew about their surveillance. The guy returned to his room. There was nobody inside, but a note remained on the wall. The villains reported that they did not intend to harm him, and asked not to try to find out their personalities. Such an impudent invasion immediately angered the hero. Since they decided to threaten him, he was obliged to answer this. Leaving his room, as if a superhero, the guy began to jump on the roofs. He moved faster than an ordinary person could move, and this was supposed to make spies to be nervous. The countries asked the owner what he intends to do. The guy wanted to find scouts. 3 ghouls pursued him, and a minicard reported this. Then the Ruin decided to play catching up with them, and accelerated. It is not for nothing that he took first place in the triathlon at the Magic Festival. The pursuers stopped. They already realized that they compromised themselves, and the youngest wanted to play with them. The chapter ordered to catch up with the target, but not to kill, and Ruin already felt his back as he was overtaken. There were plenty of spies. The trinity of magicians used acceleration spells to catch up the guy, but his trace unexpectedly broke, and now they examined the area. But their leader knew that the boy simply waited for them in these slums, far from extra eyes. So it turned out as soon as they entered the right point, the hero jumped out like tigers from an ambush. Grief spies did not seem to know about his specialization, and did not guess to disperse from each other in advance. The first of them paid for this tactical miscalculation because he went to bed. The second belatedly managed to raise a magic shield, but it hardly saved him from going to the magician to the dentist. Now there is only one opponent, who for some reason was inactive. Moreover, he suddenly laughed and called the hero a real monster. Then the fighter gloomily asked him who they were. The spy immediately admitted that it became obvious. They were magicians, which means only the head of the tower could send them so that they would look after the younger comrade. There was no surveillance or observation of the difference. In any case, the task of the spies was to find out what he was capable of by saying this magician tore the scroll with the spell. He evaporated, leaving his comrades to sleep on the ground, in his hands the goal, showing simply the top of competence. On the neck of the sleeping magician, the Ruins found a tattoo in the form of a skull, a group of vicious magicians. This was the unit shrouded in a secret, and the only thing they knew about them were engaged in exceptionally dirty work. It was all that the hero from the books knew was not clear to anyone their real leader, nor anything they serve, nor why they need a useless, compromising tattoo on their neck, which can immediately understand that they are spies. The countries asked him what he thinks after this fight. The feelings of these guys were even weaker than his opponents, answered the hero from the great festival, though one fled so without showing anything. In addition, it was known that these people own high-ranking magic, and one of them would definitely continue to pursue him at a distance. To begin with, the Ruins decided to make the last spy appear in front of him. The next day, he immediately went to the heavenly mountain. The path to the top lay through barren, empty lands, but the magician clearly felt that he was approaching the destination. His power circle came to excitement and did not calm down, especially when he reached a mystical barrier who separated the top of the mountain. Then the creator of the player's artifact once lived, and the hero leaned against the barrier to think about how to overcome it. According to countries, only the one whose mind was not like a human could go inside. It was the only way. A person would definitely try to destroy the barrier, but the guy could not. In addition, it was such a barrier that not to destroy a human way. But what about the fires, prompted countries, and then the guy dawned. He could call Ogrov, just like friends, and ask him to open a passage to him. It was already something said to the countries, and grinned. According to rumors, the truths were all extinct, but whether it really was. Then the hero heard something and turned around, along with the pet. And countries reminded him that his abilities were needed not for conviction or confirmation, but for destruction. The magician put his hands on the dome and turned mentally to Ogrim, and said that he had come to give them the tooth of their leader Kunhan. Sim, sim, open, the ruin whispered again, and the dome under his palm warmed up. And another second, a purple outbreak of light blinded him. The spy that stood in the distance saw how the younger went through a barrier impermeable before. True, he slammed shut before the scout leaked inside, not understanding anything. And then he thought his hand flies, probably to the rain. From the blow, he threw away from the barrier, and the spy saw the star. This time he would not run away, the hero decided, and caused a powerful earthquake. Then he tied the scout with green bonds. The spy must have decided that he could get a guy only at this moment, since he only now seemed. But in the end, he fell into traps. On this, the hero invited him to complete the game in the catch. Up. True, he did not notice how a black shadow appeared right above him. That's the rain, the scout thought, seeing a huge ogre falling on him. Having dealt with one person, Oker looked at the second with an unkind look, and in his hands he had a heavy club. Ogre moved the bins and asked the man who he was. The countries warned the guy that these creatures had a beast mind. Fortunately, the hero was able to go through the barrier and agree with his guard. As soon as this happened, he thought that he was in another world, where all the ogre looked at him like a curiosity. Countries still warned that these monsters have no human morality. The guy himself understood this himself, that he was alive only because he had the tooth of their leader, and it is not known when they still want to get rid of him. Therefore, while he silently and carefully followed the conductor. Soon they reached a place that the ogre called the Peak, but there was one more. Then the hero went goosebumps in his body when he felt the presence of a strong creature next to him. The top of the ogre called their leader, most likely referring to the fact that he is upstairs of their hierarchy. The leader introduced himself as the name Harhan, and immediately asked about the relic of Kunhan. Harhan said that the person is their guest now, and so far they decided to find out who he was before making eagles. The guy repeated what was pure truth. Kunan's tooth chose him, and here he was. The leader did not believe that a person could control this subject. Then the guy took out a tooth from his pocket and simply showed them the truth of his words. This interested the leader, and he said that he felt the smell of the guy as soon as he entered, and this smell was filled with force. The hero agreed. He really was strong. Then Harhan asked him who he really was. And then the guy decided to mention the name of the fight that he had lived on this mountain for 100 years. The leader was very surprised that a person knows this name, and the guy called the second, because he heard all this from Kingram. Then the OGR was amazed even more, learning that Kingri is still alive. The hero told them that their ancient leader exists in the form of an artifact, and works as one of the professors. Here is such a charming story to find out that your leader is a slave in the world of people. The guy, of course, did not say that, but said that he was on the contrary, a friend of Kingram, the one whom the tooth chose, and the one who inherited the power of the fight. Ruin Ardell, he introduced himself to Ogrim, almost sticking the magnificent title to his name. The guy hoped that such circumstances would protect him from the fate of becoming the food of the eagle. The leader's face shone with kindness and cordiality, but he still answered no, from which the hero was cold inside, from the thought that he would be thrown on the sharp stones of the mountains. But instead he was put in a wide pit that was like the arena. The whole tribe gathered around and everyone growled loudly. The countries explained that it was something like a rite of initiation. If the hero wanted him to be treated as an equal, he had to show himself. His fight also passed through it, and the dedication itself took place using arm wrestling, for which he even chose an opponent. This young ogre was called Omarush, and he loved to show his muscles that he was drilling under green skin. Ruin almost lost consciousness from the fact that this hefty ogre of his opponent. Under the loud shouts of the tribe, they took the starting position. Imra did not just grab a miserable man of man. The guy was still hoping that he would not be thrown off the cliff if he loses, and the countries shrugged. It happened like that. Of course, the physique was scared by the guy, but did not agree to it blindly. In another case, this would really be ridiculous. But thanks to the artifact, the hero possessed extraordinary power. Moreover, since he received Kunan's tooth, his strength grew by 1,000 units. And now it was 3,520, so even victory was possible. Ogre, having felt his hand, admitted that the guy had a couple of sparrow muscles, but warned that he would not give a dissent. Ruin fervently agreed, and stated that he was ready to test. The judge removed her hands and screamed began. The magician put all his strength, which is why even his immortal jacket broke. He hoped so that he had enough this, but since it did not work out, he decided to apply his trump card. The last attempt, the fury of the fence, cried out the ruins and pressed it stronger, and at the same moment his hand touched the stone with a deft click. The hero himself was stunned by such a one-sided defeat. Usually he humiliated everyone with his cheats. Omarush triumphantly raised his hands to the sky under the general glee of the entire tribe, and the guy stretched limp on the ground after he gave all his strength to the struggle. Since Omarush was considered the best warrior, and the man was able to hold out for quite some time against him, the ogre recognized the guy. So the hero received a hidden task, so that the ogre recognized his strength. The fight took 17 years, while the ruins had to defeat Omarusha in the arm wrestling. The countries congratulated him on success, and so the guy realized that from the very beginning she knew that everything would be fine, and just joked at him. But the guy had no 17 years old on this task. He had to do everything in a month. After the rite of initiation, a large-scale banquet was launched at the foot of the mountain. The food was very tasty. The ogre cooked well, despite his simple life, which the guy did not understand, so it was why the tribe lives in isolation, and how they had not died out from the blood wash. So now he had the feeling that he was faced with something more important than the task. Omarush asked the strong man that he was going to make a leader from his tooth, and the guy was surprised that he could be used at all. OGR promised to help make a weapon that will be useful to a person. Then, in the ruin storage, he looked doubtfully at the snow, white exhibit in his hand. The countries explained to him that he was holding a source of power in his hands, that he inherited the leader of the leader, and the guy asked how to use him. At the staff and armor that there were quite obvious use nearby, the ruins even thought to remake the tooth in the mace, in the manner of Morgenstern. And now he was offered to do everything according to the mind in the best traditions of the fence. Since the guy still did not know how to use the artifact granted to him, he decided to nevertheless trust Omarush. The leader's tooth is heavy and hard, and not everyone could do something with him, but Omarush processed iron and knew how to work with such materials. In the human language, this meant that he is a blacksmith. Ogar asked the guy whether he was thinking about some particular weapon, and then Ruin gave free rein to him since he was allowed to make a choice himself. Half a month has passed since he arrived to the mountain, and the hero began to take part in the hunting of Ogrov. At the signal, he jumped to prey from the bushes or worked as a bait. In his free time, he trained as he had not been running uphill before. Thanks to this, he quickly became stronger, but this was still not enough to defeat Omarusha, so the country stated its 15th defeat. Let him try every day, he still lost, and this was already annoying. The countries encouraged the owner, convincing him that soon everything would work out. Omarush agreed with her. Now the guy already spent his strength better and did not spend it on trifles. Thanks to the advice of the Ogrov, the hero better understood how to use and direct force, and the time that he could hold his hand increased. He set himself for the goal of defeating the best warrior of the tribe before he leaves the village. And although Omarush did not believe that a person would be able to defeat him, nevertheless, a few days later he had to be amazed. On the 17th day, the guy won, that is, only 2 days later, which greatly surprised the countries. The joyful cry of the hero burst into the whole valley. Omarush calmly accepted his defeat with a smile on his face. Like a real warrior, he was not offended by the cheaters. For the first time, he turned to the hero without calling him a man, but by name. Now Ruin was ready to conclude OGR, and went into the far corner of his cave. In fact, he had long finished with the creation of the subject. He simply waited for the right moment to convey it. OGR also waited for him to overcome him before giving weapons to the guy, because the will of the leader was a very important subject for them. And then the ruins realized that he was almost robbed out of the blue. Then Omarush handed him a weapon, on which he worked with his huge hands. He really was a skilled blacksmith. Gloves from the tooth, incredibly durable, increased strength by 2,000 points when putting on, and added a unique skill of the leader of the leader. The hero was happy to examine the beautiful product on her hands. The tooth was neatly divided into 10 parts, and attached them to leather gloves, the ideal form for the middle boy as a Ruin. OGR put a lot of effort to fit gloves under the gamyard of the guy. Ruin immediately felt almost a doubling of his strength, so he was delighted, after which he asked to keep all the tribe warriors. The ogre was very surprised to decide that the guy wanted to hold an arm wrestling session with them. Someone heard he said that he would overcome 100 ogres alone. This hurt the pride of warriors, so they could not refuse such a competition. The guy behaved brazenly from the point of view of the ogres themselves that she had sheltered him. But since these warriors appreciated the fighting spirit, the guy's challenge fell to them. Among the fans were even children who shouted their own, "Destroy the arrogant barber," and the rest of the atmosphere was sweet. This evoked pleasant memories of the past days, the granny of country said, because the fight also loved to mock the Franks. Of course, after 30 years of his stay, he was able to defeat only 17 ogres in a row, so that the guy brought something new, but that he had too little life to do everything. Yesterday he would have agreed that it was impossible, but with new buns everything was different. Gloves gave too much an increase in strength, so he did not think that he would lose. And so they started a chain of competitive fights. Ruin defeated everyone easily, and was soon ready to leave the village of Ogrov, because it was time for him to return to the Empire. The soldiers said goodbye to him smiling. The guy cheered up their routine life, so they were grateful to him. Then Ruin held out his hand, and the ogre frowned, thinking that he again wanted to humiliate them even after 100 victories. But the magician simply wanted to show them a human custom, as he called a handshake. That was a gesture of good location in people, the guy told them. To say that you are glad to see someone, or that you still want to see you, so waving to be goodbye to the hero left the village. Darkness was thickening over the Tower of Magicians, and this reflected the mood inside the tower. Every day Terran was waiting for the news, but so far they have not reported anything about the ruin. Mages of which the king sent the king disappeared, the two returned beaten, and their elder disappeared a month ago. Even the tracking team that he sent reported that she did not find signs of the presence of people on the mountain. The head of the tower had already decided that everyone was gone and deceived them. But then a messenger came with a report. Ruin Ardell arrived in the revolution, they told the dirty king. And he ordered the guy to immediately call himself, telling this a tone with a chilling soul. A few hours later, Terran listened to a meaningless report on the failure of the mission. The guy brazenly lied that upon arrival on the mountain, he realized that the task was too complicated. The barrier, according to him, was too strong, and it was impossible to go through him, while the hero himself did not even look into the eyes of the king of magicians. So he was instantly at a time. It was necessary to prepare something more convincing. Terran called him to honesty, because he was a magician whose magician chose the leader's tooth. And the mission that he chose to touch the homeland of the Ogrov is too strange coincidence. And the guy realized that the king did not hide what was watching him. But Terran said that this is a common precaution. Suddenly the boy would want to become a magician that would go against the tower. Then the Ruin asked if everyone who goes against the will of the king of the towers became enemies of the whole tower. Terran lost his patience and threw an empty conversation aside. He asked Ruin what he saw on the mountain. In particular, the king of magicians wanted to know whether the ogre was still alive, and the guy did not immediately find what to answer. He left the tower with a completely exhausted, heavy conversation. He barely managed to avoid serious consequences. Most of all, the hero was afraid that Terran a ban on him and would study as a laboratory rat. The head of the tower threatened that he would not tolerate lies, all the more so, since he could look into the memories of the guy and see everything himself. But the hero did not heed the threats. He knew that the king could not do this. Otherwise, he would have to do this for a long time. The great king of magicians could not sink to such an act, especially against a simple student. It was a challenge to Terinu. An impudent boy was unnecessarily modest speaking of herself as a simple student. But after a second, the king softened, realizing that he would not achieve anything. Officially, the first task was declared failure, and on this the guy could go to the academy. So the Ruin miraculously managed to play the pride of Terran. At least he did not fall under the flush of brain flushing. If the king of magicians were even more restrained a little more, he could find out the whole truth, and one thought of this terrified the hero. Of course, this was not the end. The artifact of the special zone chose it, and both of them know what the owner of the throne means. Although Terran did not talk about it out loud, he will definitely continue to follow him. But so far the guy just wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. And after a day, he had already arrived back to the Ignat Academy, where the Ruin was met by banners with his image. He was even honored to be thrown several times, his classmates. And in the hostel, Jason handed him the box, saying that all these were letters, because he, as the winner of the tournament, became very popular. The box was full to the top, and a friend said that it was only recent. In the closet, he kept those that began to come a month ago. As soon as Jason opened the closet, he literally flooded with an avalanche of envelopes. Ruin came into a stupor from so many letters of happiness and spam. Still, you need to check your electronic box at least sometimes, and configure filters. Some letters came from the highest persons of the continent, and were full of laudatory speeches of his genius, so much that friends were almost in the reger when reading. The princes of different countries had already heard that the Ruins refused the Kronprint of the Empire, and now they themselves tortured the happiness to recruit him. Jason is a big expert on manner, explained to a friend that sweetness in letters is formal, and indicates a desire to get closer, because they turned to him as an expensive, pricing important one. A friend leaned back on the bed and asked Ruin what he was thinking of doing the holidays. And this time, the guy decided to spend them differently than in the previous 6 years. And so he rode riding a horse along the forest path. The hero has not been in his homeland for 5 years. Even last year, he always remained at the academy. It was simply not enough courage to appear to his loved ones. He could not smile answering their questions, and about how studying goes. But now Ruin might have seemed pride. And finally, he can see his family in his native flowering edge. When the servants and peasants saw him, they were very surprised, as if he were a ghost. But then the rumors quickly spread, and the whole village gathered around the young master, especially since he became a celebrity. Then his sister rushed into his arms and squeezed tightly, so that the ribs were crumbling. She began to playfully grumble, because for all the time the Ruins did not send them a news, but now he returned without warning. Following Rooney, the father of the family appeared. The hero praised his sister for the fact that she grew up so, and said that he barely found out. It flattered a young girl. She was still the same cutie as before, the guy thought, and asked his father to gather everyone. Until the evening, he told his households about what happened to him. Hearing his story, his mother and sister burst into tears, realizing what he had to go through. The family butler remained under the deep impression of how their heir could rise high after the victory at the festival. The Ruins have seen the first persons of the empire have passed since the Ruins have passed, so this news has been a novelty of local people. Now the household understood why the nobles send them laudatory letters about their son. Flying wanted to introduce a young heir to the course of their affairs, but his father ordered to close this topic. They began to argue, and Ruin immediately paid attention to this once father hid something from him. Then the guy pressed his father, saying what would be disappointed if he hears the news from someone else. And in the end, the head of the family, with a heavy sigh, agreed to tell everything. As mentioned earlier, many letters came to their estate. Many offered them monetary subsidies in exchange for intimacy with the heir. Many offered high positions at court. Of course, they rejected all these claims because they could not agree without him. But there was one nuance, and his name was Pilz Monzo, another character with a stupid name. May all Pilks forgive us. This person uses the guy as a lever of pressure on the Ardell family. The thing is that Monzo owned the only trading city, and only they could buy goods from Ardell land, so they began to underestimate prices and demand that the Ruins become a magician as a defender, or they would be strangled with tariffs. Now the father was concerned that they would not have enough money to support their family. So far, the head of the family has not decided how to settle this issue because he was embarrassed before his son. Ruin immediately remembered his welcoming peasants that they boasted a good harvest this year. Since Monzo so wanted to see him, then he came to visit them, the hero said, the hero with gloves on his hands. As soon as he arrived home, the hero gathered again. Meat and water were loaded into his saddlebags. Uncle Begans tried well. He was also ashamed of the younger that they immediately sent him to work. But he only arrived. But the guy did not mind. Because the affairs of the family, these were his personal affairs. Flagans asked him to try so that his father's efforts did not go to dust when the guy jumped into the saddle. The Lord did everything he could, even covered the losses of the peasants from his pocket. People have not yet realized how distant their situation was. It was strange. Trading in those days did not play such an important role because people would simply lose expensive goods, while they would have all the food that can be used, and everything else can be done with their own hands. The hero understood that the current peaceful situation was achieved by the efforts of his father and a meager treasury. The guy suddenly became embarrassed from his insolent thoughts, and Begans did not immediately understand what he was talking about. He was confused by the fact that his father simply endured and did not understand why. The idea that he, as a hero, can solve everyone himself reduced his head. Although he himself knew from childhood how much his father loves his possession and take care of him as a real master. Ruin took out a small, neat box from an endless pocket and asked to give his father. When Beefins asked what was there, the guy called the amount of 10,000 gold, everything he won at the festival. The amount was in pure gold, and the hero hoped that their chief manager would find him the right application. It was best to purchase another land for this money. Ruin rightly believed that in the future they needed to become independent and not rely on Monzo. The plan was good, Beffigens agreed, but so far no one wanted to sell land. Then the hero suggested that they simply pick them up after they conducted thorough cleaning. They could claim the rights to problematic lands inhabited by monsters, adjacent forests and plains. For the gold that he handed over, you can hire people for hunting and work on clearing and draining the swamps, so they will receive arable lands that can be leased and increase their economy. Flying has seriously thought about this plan. If they can get mercenaries at a reasonable price, then such an investment will be very appropriate. Since they made a decision, now the young hero could hit the road. He spun the horse and immediately led him into the gallop so that the oncoming cool wind tickled his face pleasantly. There was something special in that he was touched by the way to meet the adventure. The Manzo trade city was the largest city in the southern kingdom, and goods and people from all the surrounding lands flocked here. Pilktus Manzo was the sole ruler of this city, and its owner. There were many rumors that his family bought his title, and that he himself was the leader of the Valp gang. In other words, the hero had to be prepared for everything. He easily reached the largest mansion, who had a post of numerous security. Ruin introduced himself to him by the heir to Ardell, and asked the guards whether their lord. But they only scratched their nose and lazily blurted out that another Ardell granted them. These commoners dared to discuss the head of the Ardell clan aloud and complain that their family raises noise from nothing, and then the child came to learn how to beg. The Ruins suffered, and the guards only got down harder, completely forgetting about the difference in their status and raised it to laughter. When the guy realized what his father had to go through, he was furious, but his father was here more than once. The guards all made fun of him and offered to look for the Lord himself, because they would drive away the guy, and then the hero decided to take everything into his own hands. Now he was not a student of the academy, he was a kind of heir. If you let these people with such an impudent rudeness, others will also not respect his family. Therefore, the guards were very surprised when the guy, without saying anything, came to them at the distance of the blow. And then he sent the first to consider how much the reconstruction of the jaw would cost. Then the Lord himself came to his house, accompanied by another guard. Despite what he saw, he was not at all afraid of the young guest. He immediately recognized the winner of the festival and greeted him with a feigned grin. Lord Pilkos even respectfully wilted the guy curtsy, saying that he did not expect that the hero himself would go to visit him. Then Ruin coldly replied that the Lord was very suitable for this position, and it would be better not to unbend him. Since he himself said that he was embarrassed by such a visit, he should stand bowing his head in front of him. Pilkos's eyes flashed, but he did not show that he was angry. As the boy was told by the boy was straightforward. Despite his warning, the Lord still straightened up. Ruin accepted this, but stated that the Lord was following again to train his guard. All because they dared to treat his family as rootless goblins, the guy said, and therefore brought them a warning. Only now Pilkos noticed that the trinity that he left at the gate lies resting idle. This time he could not hold emotions on his face, and a more familiar animal grin manifested on it. Ruin asked him with a mockery whether the Lord objected to his servants to be a little flogging, so that they would better understand the essence of their duties. Pylog smiled feigningly, and asked the guy not to be shy and treated the servants as his own, but he himself was wary of such courage. Without hesitation, the guy accepted his proposal and signed his fist on the face of the last guard that came with the Lord. That guard probably also needed politeness lessons. The hero was justified, and the Lord confused such a trick. Since they settled all things, it was time to invite tea to a cup, Ruin suddenly said. And Pilkos again pouted with anger like a turkey, but fulfilled the request. When they entered inside, he was met by an animal grin of a stuffed wolf. The Lord immediately boasted his collection, which confirmed his bad taste. From one glance at these jewelry, the guy became uneasy. Pilzo liked such a reaction, and he laughed rather, saying that everyone had their own taste. But the Ruin did not like the hobby at all to collect stuffed animals and other living creatures, although it was a common thing for the knights of the time, whose main entertainment was hunting. This whole collection was designed to cause intimidation and show the power of the owner of the house. The maid brought tea, and the Lord invited the guy to try a rare variety. The Ruins refused, and then he was offered soft drinks. The countries laughed from such proposals. Pylos clearly darkened, but built innocence itself. Then the Ruin decided to send the conversation in the right direction and reached for the cup. In order to simply pour its contents on the floor, the Lord smiled. Despite the fact that the expensive carpet had just blown up, he understood the guy's distrust, but stated that there was no poison in tea, because he did not want to be his enemy. The hero asked if his friends should threaten each other, never believing the words of the Lord. Pilk said that there were no threats, only a business proposal, and grinned again. But Ruin had a different opinion about the commercial embargo that Manzo was imposed on them. Hardly blackmail could be a proposal for friendship. Therefore, the guy resolutely rejected such a wretched proposal. The Lord still felt confident in the presence of the guy, and since he did not accept friendship, then there was no point in pretense. The cost of goods from the lands of Ardell will be at the same level. Terribly cheap, Pyrrhus said gloatingly. The Ruins invited him to abandon the policies of the regulated market, and intense silence reigned between them. Then Piltus told the guy that he was a rustic and did not understand anything in the economy, and therefore it was he who should fall to his knees. He simply did not yet understand this. Piltstow heard that students of the academies cannot use magic outside Hogwarts during the holidays. And now they will teach his humility, the Lord said when a crowd of guards burst into the hall. So the guy realized that no one was going to let him go, and the whole conversation was needed to collect strength, and he simply put on his gloves. Pilktus ordered the guy to kill, but saved the body so that they made a scarecrow out of him. Then the hero realized that the tastes of the Lord is even more disgusting than he thought. There was nothing else to expect, and was worth it from such a person who was only a pompous pig obsessed with his wealth. The guy took a step towards the attacker, and his fist caught fire with fire. He immediately reduced the power to the level of a regular click, because he wanted to do without murders. But even despite this, the risk of displacement of the cervical vertebrae was great. The guard in heavy armor flew like a dove of the world, appreciating the beautiful modeling of the ceiling. After that, a real massacre began, and the guards flew for sure from the simple slobs. Then the hero was applied by the leader of the leader. He received a bonus to force until his endurance ends. Kunhan's spirit appeared above him and will move nearby, the system said, and Lord Monso immediately scared when he saw him. The spirit of the leader grew many times to the ceiling. Here the impudent feudal lord came into real horror. Since his life is in danger, he could use magic, Ruin said, when a real fiery tornado appeared behind him in the form of the spirit of the fence. The fighting spirit of the enemy immediately collapsed to a 0 mark. After all, these were ordinary guards. So they just rushed to run in a panic, forgetting about everything for sure goats. But the escape will not help them, the hero said and grinned. His aura was overwhelming. The column of fire struck the roof of the mansion and escaped into the sky that all the townspeople saw. And the greedy lord was more worried about the fact that his precious collection of trophies, which he gathered all his life, dies. The guy was amazed that this greedy grunt could still think about it at such a moment. After all, now there was time to think about himself, whispered to him the hero with an ominous voice right above his ear. Now when negotiations approached the final stage, the hero suggested Lord to return the free market and compensate for their losses during this time in tenfold. Monzo kneeling and was horrified by such indemnity. But he was clearly not in the position to bargain, so the ruin ordered him to bring everything alive. Things were settled on this, and the guy was interested in how much the father would be surprised when he finds out that his son settled all the differences. So he completed his first family task and could return home. So he thought, but then a quiet voice called him and the guy was dumbfounded. Nice face, silver long hair, like a path of the moon on the water surface. Lady Irin smiled charmingly to him, as if waiting for him here. It happened about 2 months ago at one of the tricks. Ruin was already tired of these banquets. At first they amused him, but then quickly bored him. He wanted to return home, and Irene became interested in his beautiful and small edge. She was glad that the banquet ended without the adventures, into which the hero fell every now and then. The guy was justified that there was nothing to do, because the king of magicians belittled other students. Then the girl spoke again about his region, asked whether it was really beautiful there. And the guy hitting the chest said that this place returns peace to his soul. It is worth visiting it. Irene smiled and accepted the invitation, warning that she would not tolerate the refusal later. Then the guy did not think that the noble girl would actually come to him, also unaccompanied, so she had to introduce her to the family. Father rejoiced as his son matured, once he brought home a girl. But his sister was unhappy. Rooney suddenly demanded an explanation from him, and the guy himself did not know what he found on her. But the sister wanted to know everything that they had for a relationship, whether he loves her, where they met. She showered her brother with questions. However, after that, Rooney herself volunteered to show the new friend of the neighborhood. His father said that everything from the fact that his sister did not want to lose his brother who had not seen for 6 years. But Lord Ardell himself wanted to know if something between them, because his son could say about everything without hiding. When the ruin shook his head negatively, his father suddenly saddened. But he quickly postponed this question to the side because they still had something to talk about. They called Bagans, and he put a box of gold on the table, which the young heir previously handed over to him. The father resolutely stated that he could not accept these funds. He stated that this money belongs personally to him and not the head of the Ardell clan, and the guy was surprised because he was also part of the family. No one would deny that the guy is the heart of these lands, but he had things to do outside his native possessions. Of course, the hero understood that his father was behaving so much from being very worried about him, and he knew that he was a deeply moral person, but he was injured that important management issues were resolved without him. So the ruin insisted on his desire to use funds for the benefit of their estate. After all, this is how the Lord Ardell himself taught him to do. Then the Lord looked sternly at Begans, realizing that the servant had already told his son that the arrears were covered at the expense of the family treasury. The father limited himself to warning the manager to continue to consult on such issues with him. Whatever the intentions of the guy, the Lord still could not accept his funds. He simply did not want to take responsibility on his shoulders. They still had 3,600 gold. It was the money obtained honestly, but their receipt was akin to finding a long-forgotten bribe. Ruin asked Beefins in a whisper as understanding, because he gave him 3 times more, and the servant replied that the lord was too categorical, so even the topic of new lands could not be lifted. The butler has long left all the hopes of reasoning the stubborn lord. But it was that his master whom they serve, said Begins with a smile on his face. He deeply respected his lord. And Ruin understood this. It was honesty and adamance that made his father who he was, so it was possible to accept it. When they finished business, the guy looked out into the yard. The sister was just returning from a walk with Irene. He waved his hand, attracting his attention. The girls even walked holding hands, which means they got along well with each other. The guy asked her whether she liked the tour of the neighborhood. On this, Rooney said that she would go to rest, and wished Irene good luck, winking cunningly. She liked the future daughter, in-law, so Rooney wished them a good day. Young people were very embarrassed, left alone, and Irene pretended that she did not understand at all what was discussed. Then the guy himself invited her to take a walk to diffuse the situation. Along the way, Irene told him that he had a sweet sister, and she would also like to herself like that. But then the girl saw that he was all in his thoughts and asked him why he was so concerned. The hero apologized for this as the heir to the family. He wanted to do something for his kind, but nothing came to mind. Together with the money received from Monso, his capital grew to 40,000 gold, and his father told him to use gold as he wishes. Irin understood that now he was completely chained to thoughts about his lands. And this is despite the fact that she has traveled such a way, said a girl with a slight reproach. Then the guy immediately surrendered and asked her how she got. The path did not take so much time. Irene got in 2 days from the revolution. She showed him a mountain chain, and said that if she would overcome it. Ruin simply wondered, but the answer to him gave him an important thought. The southern mountains were a decision that he was looking for, despite the fact that formerly they were part of Ardel's possessions. The harsh terrain made the processing process of these lands impossible. The other reason was dangerous, evil monsters. But through the mountains there was a pass that was connected by their lands with the neighboring county of Itlay. So it was possible to lay a new trade route through the southern mountains. Having 2 trade routes, one could avoid a trade embargo. Moreover, their path through the mountains would be shorter than what Monso had. The guy was surprised how before this did not think about it, because such a decision would provide strongest assistance to the region. Suddenly he grabbed the girl by the hands and thanked for his help in solving his problem. Irene was very embarrassed, but the guy immediately released her hand and ran, saying that they would still see himself. Irene only remained modestly smiling, realizing that her boyfriend interested her did not know how to behave with girls. But his father rejected this proposal, resolutely saying that this was impossible. The ruble was again stunned, a refusal because I thought that the idea was excellent. Father was already trying earlier, but all 8 trading guilds of Aitley refused him. From their point of view, Ardel will not bring them profit, said Begins. He stood up for the lord who perfectly understood that it was a great opportunity for them. But Ruin could not come to terms with this. Only the fact that trade guilds refused them did not mean that they should refuse such an opportunity. Who knows, the guilds will look differently at this proposal if it comes from the winner of the festival. Father could only sigh, humbly breathe. After all, the son had already decided the issue with the trade embargo, and this time it could have turned out. The hero thanked for trust, and on this they finished the discussion. When he left the office, Irene was waiting for him there, who stated with a smile that they were now in the same boat and called him illegal. Then he realized that the girl crossed the boundaries of the land without the permission of the lord. But at the same time, he was amazed at the fact that she herself went through the abandoned lands, because it was very dangerous. But it was hardly possible to compare with his exploits, the beauty objected. After all, he at one time burst into someone else's dormitory, and without taking into account the risks, he used non-standard methods for competitions. In general, he behaved like that as an extravagant. In comparison with him, her petty prank should no longer seem so frightening. And besides, the girl told him that she wanted to equalize their score. The hero smiled, and remembered that now he became her new goal after he defeated the thought of Prime. As a result, they decided to go together. Since she was still an illegal traveler, there was nothing to worry about. Thus, they headed through the mountains, deciding to explore the situation, though they had to climb on steep cliffs, and it was not clear how trading caravans would take place. Due to the cross terrain, even with the compass it was difficult to move. Then they applied the magic of the search for humanoid creatures. Ruin suddenly thought that they again violated the rule forbidding the rule outside the walls of the academy. But when he said Irene about this, she advised him to go along the compass, so they just ran on. However, the magic of tracking brought them to the den of the humanoid monsters of werewolves, where they landed out of ignorance. Then the Ruin again demonstrated his skills in close combat. A couple of blows and werewolves quickly understood who was the new alpha. When their leader was defeated by the rest of the werewolves scattered who was in the forest. From the murdered werewolf, His skin fell out and the system gave a task to find the one who appreciates it. Then, with the help of tracking magic, they again rushed on the road. And fortunately, this time they did not meet dangerous monsters. So a cheerful couple of magicians got to Aelta, more precisely to his gate. Alalatik was a city in the state, on the territory of which there were 8 lakes connected to the sea, and, like Alti, was the central country under the control of the empire. Instead of the king, the city was ruled by a group of 8 representatives of trade guilds. Due to its profitable position, their city dominated the continent. In trade, here the money was appreciated above all. Residents were ready to trade even with pirates if it was beneficial. In general, capitalism was born in full growth. Upon arrival in the city, Irene asked him where they would go, and the ruin offered to first visit the Gold Hall. This is a large estate where guild representatives gathered for lunch, and therefore was perfect for negotiations, but at the entrance they were waiting for a guard. Ruin wanted to go through, but the guard launched only those who were scheduled for a meeting, and invited them to submit an official request, which would take a lot of time. Then the hero asked him to convey to the lord that Ruin Ardell came, and also introduced his girlfriend, because, after all, she was also the finalist of the festival. It was lucky that the guard knew about him. The rumors spread far, so that the matter went faster. So they were able to get inside this gold hall, the name of which was not a figure of speech. So while friends walked along the corridor, they kept amazement at the surrounding luxury. There was nothing to compare with. The guard led them to one room and stopped there. Ruin has so far settled himself because he is not here for the sake of petition, but for the sake of an honest deal. So boldly opened the doors, loudly shouting his name. And so they faced the advice, which was already waiting for them at the round table. Around them, merchants began to whisper immediately, and Irin was the first to feel awkward under their gaze. Then one old grandfather asked Ruin what brought the next generation magician to their lands. The status of the winner of the festival had weight even in these parts. The guy was worried that the invitation would come out sideways, but now he was happy that everything was going smoothly. Other members of the council only worried whether the guy's proposal would bring benefit, but they were ready to listen to him. Ruin immediately went to the point, saying that he would like to establish trade between his homeland and Eltyke. But when they heard him, they immediately lost interest and frowned. Even countries noticed this. Some did not even know where the small possessions of Ardell were, but they quickly remembered that the lord of those lands had already come to them to offer fish and sweet potatoes, and then the council unanimously rejected the deal. This trade was unprofitable for them, but why it is not clear. Then the old grandfather sternly said that there was nothing more to discuss, making it clear that the conversation was over. The Ruins realized that he would not win a lot only at the expense of his status if the merchant does not feel the profit of everything is useless. In their eyes, he was both the magician of the future generation and the next Lord Ardell. A poor young gentleman from rural areas who want to use them. The dualistic cold approach was terrified. The merchants came to the same decision. The hero was upset after hearing such a reaction before he managed to voice his proposal and reached out with his hand to the road bag. He dumped 30,000 gold on the table at once. What could people hung up to the brain of the bones? Now they were more motivated to continue the conversation. For this amount, the hero wanted to buy weapons from the city. In exchange, he asked to allow them to trade. Of course, this raised questions. The young heir was not preparing for war, since he wants to purchase so much. Of course, they were surprised, because with mainly rural lands of Ardell, this amount could be collected in 3 years. And then if you do not bear any expenses, spend everything on the weapon, too obvious move. But after the conflict with Monzo, the guy realized something. The force naturally turns into wealth, which in turn gives rise to the world. It was not for nothing that he still read these treatises. That is why the guy decided to invest all the funds in weapons. Moreover, he knew that each of the representatives occupies only one industry, because he asked who exactly engaged in weapons. And he was introduced to the first representative, a young-looking girl whose family was engaged in the sale of weapons, iron ore, and even ships. Of course, the hero was very surprised at the head of the child's guild, younger than himself, but noticed that her gaze was devoid of childhood naivety, perhaps living a difficult life. The baby asked him what he would do with all these weapons, even if they were a merchant, but had to know this. Then Ruin told her that this is only the first step in his plan. He planned to clean all the monsters around his lands. Next, he will lay a new trade path between their lands and Alaletic, and he will run where he has never been, through the southern mountains. Many merchants immediately gasped, and the Ruin asked not to mention these mountains. They were seized with a strange tension that Irene even noticed. The magician did not know what happened, but he saw because of whom exactly, and stared at the first representative. She frowned very much, and stated that it was impossible to cross the southern mountains because of the demon there, the inhabitant. Then the magician stated that he personally crossed a mountain chain overnight, although no one believed him. Then he took out a piece of mane of the werewolf from his pocket as evidence of his words, because he could not get him otherwise. When the baby saw this, she immediately jumped up in amazement, and the system informed the guy that he had just completed the task, and as a reward, the respect of the genus Valtrain increased, and the baby almost burst into tears with happiness, saying that it finally happened. She was so glad of the death of the werewolf that the hero immediately understood for her it was something personal. 3 days later, they again met with the baby Valtrain, and she apologized that she made him wait. She did not think that she could see these mountains again. The heaviness of her heart did not go away, but now these were feelings of another sense. After all, the monster that claimed to live her father no longer lived in these lands. And all this was his merit, but the hero replied that he was just lucky he passed by. Now they could pave the way through the mountains and lands of Ardell straight to the sandy lands of the Out, no longer have to bear costs by the workaround. Moreover, the gender of Valtrain promised to invest in the construction of the path. Ruin was very surprised, because he believed that at first they would decide a deal with weapons, and then they would put trade through it. But the case started much faster. Moreover, he thought that he would build a road at his own expense. All this was an incredible success for him. Above this, the girl promised to buy his products at fixed prices above the market. The merchants do everything for the sake of benefits, but the human one is not alien to them, said the young representative of the guild. Cecilia vowed to express her gratitude and trust in a worthy benefactor. They hung their friendship with a handshake. Thus, the deal between Ardell and Eltyke was concluded. Irin was glad that it ended well. Now they could return home with good news. Ruin agreed with her, and added that Cecilia greatly surprised him with his decency, despite his young age and the loss of his father. They were in a similar situation with her, so it was not difficult for a guy to get to the young trading's sympathy. Be that as it may, it is worth waiting for the changes, the hero said vigorously, and promised that if Irerin again looks at him, then they would not recognize their edge. The girl sighed heavily. The guy really loved his homeland, and she wanted to experience something similar. Everyone missed the house and wanted the best for him, but Irene could not say the same, and the guy wanted to visit her. Irene did not want to talk about it, but the guy was sure that one day the priest would visit. So they returned to his house, where they stunned his father with news about a successful deal. Flying was amazed that the costs of a new path would be taken in Alalite, which means everything would be developed very quickly. The sister was most worried about whether they lived in different rooms, but who knows what happened between these two in the cold mountains, when there are only stars in the sky and witnesses. Ruin closed his sister's mouth until he painted the excess at the family council, and confirmed everything said earlier. Most of all, the family was most amazed that Cecilia Valtrak agreed to help them, although she was known for her cold disposition. But in order to put such a volume of weapons, it was necessary to spend 3 months. Work on laying the path begins already in this month. The direct path to the Empire will finally bring gold to their land. Father was amazed at how quickly his son grown to such a level of transactions that he never dreamed of, and he thanked the fate for giving him such an outstanding son. But the guy wanted him to be entrusted with another important matter that concerned people's survival on their lands. And also revenge for the death of his mother. The guy wanted to start hunting on the plain Chinhin. On the day when he turned 6 instead of the holiday, a nightmare happened in his life. The mud monster got out of the plain and broke into the village, sowing panic and horror. Many then lost their loved ones. Then his mother died. Now the guy could not even remember her faces without looking at her family portrait. Many people died and were even more injured. Then the boy made a promise that it would become stronger, and as a young Mr. Ardell, it would not allow this to repeat again. They gathered a detachment of young people and began to train them. Ruins with Irene walked past the line. The whole detachment consisted of young inhabitants, in fact. Lord Ardell called the militia, and began to prepare it for battle. But everyone tried to earnestly understanding why they were doing this, so the mood in their possessions changed. Irene drew attention to the fact that the technique that the militias work is very unusual. He taught her the local military leader, and they saw one old master. In the past, this man received the title of Outbreak, and fought at the forefront for the kingdom, the greatest knight of Ardell, Sir Brock Peyton. If it weren't for him to be the invasion of mud monsters to erase their estate from the face of the earth, and then how this knight cut 1 at once, 5 at once, it was still fresh in the guy's memory. But now this person used a fishing rod much more often than a spear. When the knight noticed them, he came closer to greet. The old mentor congratulated his pupil because he arranged a real commotion, at first with a victory in the festival, and now it was completely started to hunt. But then he drew attention to the hero of the hero and asked who she was. Irina introduced herself and said that for her the honor to post a saint here with a spear, Sir Pieton. Hearing such a greeting, Ruin was very surprised and realized what this means. The girl remembered how they were told in the lessons of Gifted 11 about outstanding knights, and when they saw the technique of which the militias studied, she understood everything. In front of her was the only knight of the spear in the kingdom of Radian, who suddenly resigned and disappeared at the age of 30. The legend among the legends, Peyton only grinned. He did not think that someone would remember this story. But the girl said that these stories were so impressive that she read them to the holes, especially his feat, when he made his way through dozens of high-ranking Magic Confederation magicians. It was a truly legendary battle. Sir Pieton was flattered by such an opinion about his achievements, but now he was a simple old man. The guy was surprised, asking why Peyton hid it from him, but the old knight objected that he did not hide anything. Just the young master did not ask. Even so, but the guy still felt disappointed from what he heard about his exploits from another person, and all this time was in complete ignorance. But the old man consoled him, saying that the guy knows about him much more than the rest, because those stories are in the past, and he is the real one who likes to sit on the lake with a fishing rod. Together they went for walks when the ruins were still a child, and now the old man enjoyed looking at how his pupil had grown. "Is this not enough to understand who he was?" asked Sir Peyton. Then the hero quickly changed his mind, realizing that he knew the old knight better than anyone else. Today, Peyton planned to instruct Rooney and invited his brother to join. The guy thought that you just needed to observe, but the old mentor had different plans. Instead, he wanted to arrange a training sparring, which stunned the ruin. After that, already in the evening, Pieton was engaged in the young lady. She was only 12, but she already had good skills in weapons. The ruin was also impressed, and agreed with Irene. The ideal balance is consistent movements. The sister understood the basics well. The old knight also held well, used only one hand against her, and did not fight his main weapon. Peyton praised Rooney, saying that her sword skills are so good that even her brother could not compare with her now. And the hero could not disagree with his sister, a truly outstanding person. After Peyton, he said that now his turn came. At 9 years old, the guy trained with Pieton because, according to him, even magicians need to own weapons in order to know how to confront the knights. All this time, he honed his combat skills, so now the guy could show the old mentor everything that he was capable of. And he showed that he was able to lie on his back, which he himself was surprised. Despite the complete defeat, Peyton praised him, because in 6 years the ruins became better, but it became easier for the guy. When the guy got up, he asked the mentor how much he was better compared to the current state. But it was difficult for the old man to compare, because many years passed. Then the guy remembered that he knew one knight, whose name was Golter. He was the only 6-star warrior in Radian. This man helped Ruin master the foundations before the festival. And Peyton remembered that when he left the kingdom of Radian 20 years ago, he had 7 stars. Ruin did not at all understand how such a person was in their outback, and then the system gave him a task. In order to adapt to the battle with the knights, he had to undergo a training session in great difficulty, and a set of daily exercises included practice with weapons, though everything was given about everything. Irin said that he had a great opportunity to get the lessons of the 7-star knight. Moreover, Sir Peyton was the only warrior of the kingdom that he took part in the knights tournament, and not to get such experience even for money. The guy grinned. The truth was in her words. He almost missed such an opportunity due to fear of defeat. Peyton liked the expression on the guy's face. The hero had only 3 days to complete the assignment, and his defeat only voted. So they began to train by constant sparring. At first, the guy doubted whether there was a sense of getting beatings constantly, but he continued after all. There was a reason why his task appeared, and the old mentor ruthlessly pointed out all the mistakes. And so little by little he moved to his goal, fighting 3 days and 3 nights. Until his efforts began to give fruit, the old master had to take up the sword with 2 hands. The dawn of the 3rd day came. The guy was very tired, but still wanted to continue. He already spent enough time with an old mentor and suffered beatings from him. Almost all of the tasks were carried out, except for one to deliver a critical blow, but only half an hour remained before the completion of the assignment. They did not sleep all night, and relatives worried about the young hero. The sister invited him to surrender to him. Beggins and his father were also worried about him. Even the great hero had his own limit, and everyone asked him to stop. Then Ruin asked them for only half an hour of time. Of course, he understood that it was unlikely to get the result in such a short time. It was his last attempt, so he decided to try something else. The guy decided to experience another approach, and even Peyton was surprised. After all, Ruin was completely serious, deciding to attack a person with a sword without weapons. During these few days, he has already learned to predict simple attacks by the knight, and decided that he could win using his specialty. Peyton had previously thought that the guy was already too carried away by fighting the knight with him, but now he realized that he needed something. The knight agreed, and added the rule that the hero could use magic in the next half hour. However, the old mentor warned that it would also be very serious, because he was curious to see the guy's skills. Without a sword in his hands, the Ruin had to reduce the distance even faster, but in return it became easier, and the balance improved. The calculation of the ruin was that if you get very close, then the enemy's sword will become his blind spot. Only the old master was ready for this. And he did not let the guy get a single step, and constantly attacked him. The method that Ruin figured out with Thought's Prime was not universal. He did not work for experienced knights like a Pieton. And then Ruin tried not to enter into direct confrontation, but to redirect the power of attack. Peyton approved his plan to go into the zone, and which is not convenient to work with a sword. But this intention was too obvious, and therefore practically not fulfilled. All his strategies were visible through, and Sir Peyton was right. However, he looked at something, and when the ruins jumped up, he applied a bright light spell in his hand. The flash covered the entire area and hid them from the evil eye for a moment, and when everyone was able to see them again, Ruin already pressed the old man to the ground. The knight expected some complex, frightening magic, but was surprised that he was overcome by a simple flash. This was the only thing the Ruin could have thought of, and asked for forgiveness for it, if Sir Peyton would not have happened with a spear. But the old knight did not rest all these days because of the guy. Finally, the Ruin was able to strike a critical blow. The task was completed, and he received the skill of destruction of steel, which allowed to crush the armor and swords with one blow. But then he received a punishment from his sister, who cracked him because he threw their mentor to the ground, and Peyton asked her not to be angry. Now, when their 3-day sparring ended, the knight said that he wanted to the shower, and Ruin thanked him for valuable lessons. For an old mentor, this also became a valuable experience, and they shook a hand. So short holidays were nearing completion, and the time came to return to the academy. Father and son were happy to observe the changes in their possession. Many employees arrived from the Valtrock Guild and helped build the road. On this road, they will deliver a weapon that they use to destroy monsters. Moreover, labor will live in their estate and leave their money here by buying food and paying for housing. The beginning was supposed to, but it was necessary to continue, and the ruble again gave the money to his father. There was about 12,000, which he wanted to apply to the benefit of their lands. The Ruins left himself 400 gold for pocket expenses, because the father could not worry. It was a shame to accept the money, and he said that he would be in debt. On this they hugged firmly. The holidays went productively. Saying goodbye to everyone, the hero went with Irene. But when they had time to disperse and suddenly froze from surprise. The girl stated that he would help him in destruction after graduation from the academy, because she promised to follow him until she was overcome, and smiled charmingly. Ruin did not understand to rejoice at him or nervous, and thus they parted, having agreed to see themselves again. And the hero stayed on the way for a week, and he rode everything until he joined the eastern region. Unlike the south, there were much more people here. On the street of one of the cities, the guy saw a whole crowd. Some kind of bully greatly beaten another guy, and in every possible way mocked him. The Ruin that just arrived in the city immediately frowned, as if he knew who was right, who was to blame. The battered guy asked to let his sister let go, while he said that he was also a knight, and would not leave it so simply that, to put it mildly, sounded strange, because he had already allowed himself to humiliate. Of course, Zadira immediately laughed at these words, and the crowd of Rodaziv began to whisper. Everything happened due to the fact that his family did not pay debts, said Zadir, who was apparently a trap. He said that he would take everything that his father owed from the guy, even if it means selling his sister. Hearing such an underperson rushed to the offender with a sword, although these words were a clear provocation. So it's not surprising that the beaten guy was humiliated again, hitting his fist in the face. Such a wimp could not be a knight by a user, and asked why the Foldrin Order of Foldrin has such low standards. But the humiliated debtor only repeated so that he did not dare to touch his sister. Otherwise, he will show them all. But when the beaten one raised his eyes, they were still burning with fire, and he promised to take revenge on it. Countries asked why such things happen in the middle of the white day, and whether they are legal at all. A humiliated man looked like a knight of neighboring lands, but he was very weak. However, his eyes belonged to a man who had something to defend. Seeing the mood of the stranger, others advised him not to interfere in other people's showdowns, because these were representatives of the Lambert gang, and jokes are bad with them. Then the hero shamed all the Rodazes who simply looked without trying to do anything. That gaze belonged to a person who could become stronger, and the Ruins wanted to know what the battered guy was worth. He boldly stepped through the crowd directly to the Rasters from the gang. Due to a rude answer, people got angry that he did not listen to them, but he was warned from the best motives. The bandit saw that some kind of viewer approached him and asked what was needed in a rude form. And then I received the fastest ticket of Airlines Ardell with a beautiful view of the sky. From such a turn, many were horrified and fell into a stupor. Another bandit turned to the hero for explanations, and also received his ticket for quick design. One slogan and he immediately flew to the country of dreams and fantasies. When all the Shakivas fled, the rescued Nedika asked the hero what his name is and who he was. The hero turned around and theatrically said that his name, Ardell, Ruin Ardell. The beaten guy called Hans, and he invited the savior to his home. His story was rather typical. Because of his father's drunkenness, they got into debt, and then the boy took up the sword to protect his sister. The hero asked Hans what a gang with a funny name and vile actions pursues him. Hans said that these were terrible people. They tie the debtors to the tree, and sometimes they execute themselves. Their boss is a real thug. It is amazing that the authorities allowed such people to walk along the street. But Hans explained that this is from the fact that everyone does not care about the surrounding villages. Everything was worse than Ruin thought. He wanted to deal with everything personally, but he had too little time. Hans still thanked him for his help. He did not count on more, moreover, the guy found out in him the winner of the festival. Ruin heard from the bandit that Hans was a novice of the Order of Foldren, led by Golter. He talked a lot about the ruin of which he taught in front of the festival, saying that he was a very strong magician, of course not stronger than himself. True, the hero remembered that he defeated Golter in arm wrestling. Hans dreamed of becoming stronger and as quickly as possible like their captain. It's good that he had such a landmark, the hero thought. That's just the guy was too weak. Even for an ordinary fighter, it was unclear whether he could finish training at all. Due to his bad skills, other knights mocked him, and he became an outcast. Everyone criticized Hans, but not Captain Golter, who told him that he has a special talent that others do not have, and that if he continued to train, he would once shine. All this exactly repeated the story of the ruin, with the only difference being that he was lucky to find cheats, and Hans had to decide everything with his own efforts. Professor Hadel and Rector Tyrion believed in the hero. In the same way, Golter believed in his weak ward. Hard work never fails, the hero said with knowledge of the matter. Even if you move more slowly, hard work will once bear fruit. Almost the same thing happened to him. True, Ruin touched food and winced. Seeing his reaction, Hans asked forgiveness for this, because his sister cooked so much. True, they still did not give them food. Outside, the scream came with the demand to immediately go out with his hands. The thugs returned to take revenge on the battered accomplices, wanting to capture Hans and his sister in order to sell into slavery. When they ended in patience, one of the bandits knocked out the door, but then he froze in place with a surprised look. Inside was only a stranger that he corrected the gloves on his hands. Ruin was thinking about what to do with the bastards, but after such a trick it became easier to solve. An uninvited guest immediately received an airline's and went on flight. Some bandits were already familiar with these flights, but for some reason, life did not teach them anything. They did not expect to see an unknown nobleman here, and Hans asked him what he intends to do. In the terminology of the hero, this was called repaying for food. Then the bandits took out their sharpening. They still believed that 20 people were what would help them with such a difference in strength. "That's how the blanks attacked the hero with all in a lip," shouted loudly a herd of pigs loudly. But for the hero it was even better, because I did not have to look for them and run after everyone separately. Then the magician applied the skill of the steel destroyer that he received after a duel with a piaton. One swing and their blades were broken. There was enough one contact with the blade. Left without weapons, the bandits were very upset, especially since it was worth the money. In another situation, the criminals would have escaped with easy flogging, but now Ruin knew for sure that he had a villain. Therefore he attacked them without any pity. Do not give mercy to anyone. Then the remaining consciousness, in horror, began to remember her mother's mother, and ask her to give birth back. The bandits fell and began to ask the hero of mercy with tears in his eyes. Now they clearly realized that it was pointless to continue the battle and just want to survive. So the hero stopped. But then the Ruins heard a plaintive cry, and turned around. One villain refused to give up and took Hans's sister hostage, threatening her. He ordered the rest to get up and captivate an unknown nobleman that prevented their plans. The situation was not pleasant, and the Ruins realized that this bandit is the leader of the whole gang. The villain did not calm down and ordered the hero to kneel. Hans suffered while he was defending his sister, and now lay without movement on the ground. There was no choice. The Ruins had to deal with everything on his own, and slowly approached the harsh words of the bandit. The academy was not taught to cope with such situations, but fortunately Hans managed to rise and suddenly attack the villain. True, the wound did not become fatal and the bandit managed to turn in his direction. Hans waved again, and then the bastard fell and released his sister, and the knight took a step towards the remaining criminals. Despite his condition, he moved confidently, and the criminals were nervous. They were horrified when the knight ordered them to get away if they did not want to stay here like their boss. Hans's eyes burned with fire, and sparks beat in a sword. The bandits no longer pulled against such a Jedi and sank by morality, so they fled very quickly. Hans fell to his knee, and thought that it was worth asking the bastards to remove garbage from the site. But now he was more worried that he first committed such a heroic act. But Ruin supported him, saying that it was a correct and reasonable feat. He also congratulated Hans on the fact that he took possession of Perito's sword. That is, he received an aura. This meant that the knight reached the 4th rank. It was the highest stage for the student. Of course, the young man still did not know how to completely control his strength, but this meant that he was able to grow, and the hero was not mistaken on his expense. Then Hans was completely felt and thanked for the salvation, and the hero asked to do without calf tenderness, and at least he could be sure that no one else would stick to Hans's sister. The problem of the night was resolved, and the ruins waved goodbye to them in the morning, spurring the horse. So he returned to the academy. Before his return, the guy did not want the vacation to end, but now he was glad to stand here. He immediately met with Jason, who asked his friend how his summer passed. Many things happened, and Ruin did not know where to even start. The memories surged at him at once. So he just said that he trained. The answer sounded boring, but was honest. Ruin added that he studied the art of a sword, and Jason snorted even more than he hoped to hear a story about fun adventures. In addition, the art of the sword will be taught to them in the 2nd trimester. A friend did not understand why to run ahead of the steam locomotive. Then the hero was met by Professor Hadel with a strict expression on his face. The guy asked the professor what brought him here, and he told him to look out the window. A luxurious carriage with a large escort of knights arrived outside, which spoke of the importance of an unknown guest. A crowd of knights with a gold emblem of the Nectarian, it was they, immediately recognized their ruins. Let them exchange letters. But the guy did not expect that they would appear so quickly, so he went to meet the red carpet. 2 from the carriage jumped out of the same casket from the face, but in costumes of different colors. Croster Radian was the first prince. He told his brother not to interfere with negotiations. But his brother Foster, the 2nd prince of Radian, did not think to concede. Ruin knew the purpose of their visit, because he personally met the monarchs. Both prepared a personal gift to the hero, and hoped for a conversation with the Eye of the Face, which they were stated vying. Their intentions were obvious. No matter what the hero chose, his positions would be strengthened. But the guy told them that he had a better idea, and the monarch's brothers were surprised. After all, it was always possible to arrange a triple meeting, Ruin suggested. The kingdom of Radian, on the territory of which was the Ardell estate, now the weakest on the entire continent. Despite this, a significant split continued to exist in it, due to the fact that the monarchists supporting the first heir could not come to terms with the reformists, whose clique supported her second brother. The magicians of the state were nothing more than pawns in this struggle for power and influence. Knowing all this, reason for the arrival of the princes was obvious. Now they fought for who would sit opposite the outstanding magician. They even sat on one chair, cursing and arguing like children. It is not surprising that the country was in decline with such infantile rulers. They would argue for a long time, but when they see how the young magician was looking at them, the hero said that although he was confused, he still believed that they were on time. After all, he also had something to say to both brothers, and the princes turned into a hearing. First of all, the guy did not intend to choose anyone with his master. Such a categorical answer cut off their hopes, like a blow under the breath. But even the legendary strategists refused 3 times first. Jagex was a famous person, and refused the emperor several times before he took his side, said the 2nd prince. And the hero was amazed at his arrogance. First of all, so that they did not offer the guy wanted to do something like ruin Ardell. He wanted to return to his lands. It was encouraging, because it meant that after release, the magician would remain in the kingdom and could become his strength. So the brothers immediately rejoiced. After all, the magician remained their ally and vassal. But the situation in the kingdom was far from pleasant, and he hoped the princes will understand the desire not to leave their native lands. The future hope of the kingdom should not suffer from baseless experiences, and therefore they will provide him with support by his first brother. The second also promised to provide everything necessary, money and food. Their conversation gave a new round of dispute, and they clung again, so that the hero decided to definitely not choose any of these boobs, just because it is much more profitable to receive support from both of them, maintaining neutrality. The magician asked not to send him gifts for graduation, but to take care of his request. Realizing that he refuses both of them, the brothers calmed down. The young magician confirmed his loyalty by not going to leave the state, but he also did not remain without benefits for himself. First of all, he received the approval of his plans for the land of Ardell. He also requested military support in stripping the neighboring territories. Everything went along the clock, because this was the power of power. But this was not all, and his first brother decided to make an ad. The Duke of Ruin Ardell is the future patron and treasure of the kingdom. Therefore it will be appointed defender of the royal family and deserves a special relationship. This was not part of the hero's plans, but it was also not bad either. The defender is the closest person to the royal family. No one dares to look down on him, even if the title was given to him not officially. But since the monarchs themselves approved this, the rest of the formalities, On this, the monarch said goodbye to the hero and left the academy. Their appearance caused a lot of excitement among students, a real commotion, so the ruins immediately were surrounded. Here, as usual, the passions were brewing, because before that, the post of defender was held by one of the Garrical clan. And the students fell silent when they saw Michel. He grimaced, realizing that they were chatting about him. Everyone turned to look at the student who failed his exam. He was still rampant by the position of his family, and threatened everyone that after graduation, they would still be in front of him. After the use of prohibited substances, the academy considered the exception, but the villain managed to get rid of only a month detachment, all thanks to the influence of his relatives. All the magicians of the kingdom were influenced by this family. But now the princes were on the side of the hero, so he was much more confident and immediately approached the mix. There was no choice but to do anything offendedly and go away, promising that one day he would take revenge. Jason told a friend that Mikkel was simply jealous of him, because he is still rooting from the fact that Ruin defeated the festival. It was definitely not worth paying attention to envy. The reputation of Michel was already below the baseboard, which directly threw the shadow on its illustrious family. Most likely Mikkel conceived something, and the hero decided to leave it for now, because graduates arrived at the academy for lessons. They hoped that someone worthy came, but the ominous feeling did not leave the ruin. When they entered, all stared intently at them, and such attention was unusual. But when the hero understood what was the matter, and he froze at the entrance, the teacher at the department asked them why they froze like idols. This man was called Chakil Garikil. He also recognized Ruin, and said that he was glad to see him at his lectures. The second semester of the graduation course is concentrated in practice in order to somehow compensate for the terrible preparation of magicians. Therefore, the academy calls on graduates who have already drank grief and gained experience to convey it in the form of lectures. Of course, all this is done from the best motives, but the hero did not fail him again. Considering that the older brother of Michel, Chuck Garikil, and he began the lecture by the invited teacher, in order to tell everyone about the relationship between the magicians of his family and the court magicians. Among the 14 court magicians, the immigrants of their clan Garikil occupy 11, as soon as they manage to allow the monarchs unknown. But the precedent is very dangerous. In general, Chuck was not engaged in training, but with strengthening the position of his family and its role in the life of society, actively conducted propaganda among the younger generation. No knowledge can be declared his own. This applies even to the strong, he said, because they need to hold together the weak and accept reality. Only the fact that they glorify Ruin Ardell will not make them successful. This question was not accidental. Chuck openly provoked him, and it became clear that from the very beginning he aimed at him. Jason was the first to stand up for a friend, but the hero himself got up to defend himself. He answered proudly and boldly, even if 10 pieces of garbage to be assembled together, then nothing would come of the landfill. The masterpieces are not born so. The guy immediately realized that Chuck just wanted everyone to repent in front of him. The teacher sarcastically noticed that he had heard the story of Ruin from his brother, and according to him, that loser. To which the hero is right in the face, reminded that this loser later beat his brother. It sounded like an open challenge, and soon it became clear to everyone that this is already a conflict of the whole kind of Garhill with a Ruin. With the advent of Chuck, the mood at the academy began to change again. As soon as it was announced that everyone could join the Garrickle family, some of the lagging students began to stretch to the feet of Chuck. Chuck turned out to be a skilled speaker, and his speech had an action, so that many felt hope for his future. But not everyone succumbed to flattering persuasion, and did not really believe that they would be needed somewhere if they did not try to properly. So the academy was divided into 2 camps, those who supported Garrickili and those who respected the Ruin. Inside, the hero only grew anger in response to their children's provocations and attempts to humiliate. Soon the hero was summoned to the director's office on a cup of tea. Since the guy was considered a representative of all students, Tyrion decided to discuss with him the situation at the academy. In general, everything was as always, with the exception of one annoying splinter. The rector understood what it was about. He was also not enthusiastic about this family. Each magician was connected with them, and the academy was no exception. This year, the influence of Garrickil was limited by objects that did not affect the final score. But still they delivered problems. Tyrion apologized for this. But the hero wanted to know what Chuck himself is. The rector remembered him as an incredibly popular person who, thanks to his appearance and tongue, got along well with others, also could not complain about his academic results. At the age of 23, he became the youngest main magician of the kingdom. But its essence is like a snake. Chuck possessed a huge craving for power and extremely ambitious to achieve goals at all costs just in its style. Outwardly, he seems decent for everyone, but completely rotten inside, and can use everything to get what he wants. There were plenty of reasons to deal with him. It remained only to find a reason, the hero thought. Since the ruins were here, Tyrion wanted to discuss with him a special lesson, for which the rector had a good idea. After their conversation, the hero was walking along the corridor and thinking the idea was good, but it did not know or not. Tyrion was already trying, but nothing came of it, because he invited the hero to ask about it directly. Chuck stared in surprise at the student, so brazenly burst into his lecture. Ruin stated that he came with a request to a respected senior comrade. Mikkel immediately jumped up, and the triumphant stated that there was only a matter of time when the guy crawled to him with a request. As a planned third rate, he did not understand anything, and the hero immediately hastened to dispel all doubts around his request. From the head of the academy, the Ruins heard that Chuck was offered to call the knights for practice, but he refused, because the guy came to ask personally. This question has always found a confident magician by surprise. In the framework of special classes, invited lecturers also take part in classes. In other words, this opportunity will fight them on an equal footing. Since the challenge was thrown publicly, students began to whisper about it right there, because they could see before what Chuck was capable of. In addition, seeing the battle between the lecturer and the best student of the academy was worth a lot. But Chuck began to refuse, because graduates are already experienced magicians, and there is nothing useful in such a lesson. A waste of time, he said. It was such an answer that Ruin expected from him, because he immediately shot his argument, because the purpose of the lecturers to teach them something. And at the same time, Chuck refused a direct competition, although this is the perfect chance to test the knowledge in practice. If he so persistently claims that the Garrical group is one, so why he performs contrary to this? The hero asked impudently, and he suggested that the lecturer could be scared with something. Chuck immediately lost his temper in the usual mannericity. Even if the boy won the festival, he was still a student without experience. In this case, he will simply injure himself while conduct such problematic classes, said Chuck again, evading the call, though other students still wanted to see their battle. The chain reaction has already launched. The more Chuck refused, the more the thirst for other students flared up. Here, Mikkel himself jumped up demanding that his brother grabbed on this opportunity and crushed a daring guy in front of everyone. Once again, the young man showed that his brains were only for a counterweight in his head. Everything went like clockwork. Even managed to draw into this stupid mix. The paths to retreat were cut off. Chuck could not refuse now without losing his face, and reminded everyone that the Knights of Foldrin would come to the joint lesson. The lecturer pretended to refuse to participate in a joint task, so that the Ruin could continue to shine as a representative of the class. But now it was discarded. The guy himself asked the teacher to participate, and spoke openly and sincerely. As the youngest, he wanted to see the skills of a senior comrade, Ruin said affably, and held out his hand in a friendly gesture. In this case, the teacher had no choice but to agree, and he held out his hand in response. But the handshake was not at all friendly for him, and Chuck did not collapse with great difficulty. The hero leaned toward his ear and wished them a good battle, and at the same time I advised you to buy honey insurance until it was too late. 3 days later, the Knights of Foldrin arrived, as promised. Stood a clear day. Tyrion wanted to conduct a joint occupation of students and lecturers, and received a refusal of Chuck that day. But the rector was sure that if the younger student asks for this, then Chuck could not refuse. The whole plan was invented by the rector, and he worked perfectly. Now the hero had to fulfill it. When the students saw the arriving knights, they screamed excitedly. The knights of the students moved restrained, as befits trained, disciplined warriors. Sir Golter immediately greeted the Ruin and asked him how the OGR was doing in the child's body. They exchanged greetings as good old friends. Golter congratulated the guy on the victory at the festival. The hero thanked his mentor for his help, and he went to the rector to resolve a couple of issues. Ruin approached tall knights, introduced himself, and asked who their main representative, but received an evasive answer that he was busy. Then the guy was somewhat surprised, because now the knights had a visiting visit, and their representative was busy with something. It turned out that the knights were occupied by grandfathers and humiliation of another novice that arrived with them. And who would have thought that this beating boy would be a Hans, since there were no cheats in his fate? He was again humiliated. The hero asked the knights strictly, then they were busy, and he was met with ridicule. The strongest and most arrogant knight introduced himself as a Maltiva Hagen. They were a representative. Vengras Gegan, a 7th-rank knight, was his father, which Maltiv proudly reported. But his pedigree made no impression on the hero, so he asked to answer his original question. Maltiv brazenly stated that Hans stopped obeying recently, and a commoner conducted an individual training, which was not forbidden. The knight immediately grimaced and called the rudeness to show interest in commoner, while representing each other. Then the Ruin said that Hans is his friend. And Malti lifted him to laugh because the commoners understood each other well, he said. He did not forget to walk around the Ardell family, who had no influence, and they also chose such a rootless person by the representative of the academy, and said that he was disgusted to talk with him. Ruin still restrained himself and asked how to understand these words. Then the Ruins understood why the stranger to treat him so hostile when Maltiv turned to Chuck by calling him his brother. Chuck waved his hand in greeting and asked what he was doing here, and what the knight is doing here. If the hero was familiar with Hans, he still could not get along with Maltiva. Sir Golter later returned and built everyone to instruct. Before the start of the main part, they were supposed to be divided into 4 parts, and Hadel was present with him in the lesson. Each group should have 2 students of the academy and 1 knight of the trainee, 4 groups in total. Maltiv immediately began to grumble about the fact that he did not want to participate in such a contest and messing around with the scam. Chuck agreed with him. As a graduate, he also did not understand what he was doing here. So the brothers decided to unite forces, take Michelle with them, and the group would have turned out. Hans watched everything with regret. He was below the list and no one wanted to gather a team with him. But one person still volunteered to participate in one team. Hans was very surprised, and recognizing the hero asked if he really wanted this, but the Ruin did not mind because they were friends. Then Nadezhda returned to Hans and he was able to smile. Then Jason approached them and said that on their part it was quite cruel to forget about him, since the unification was on the basis of friendship. Jason saw alarmed Hans and therefore came up, and they quickly got along. Students quickly eliminated all the formalities between them and became a close-knit team. Then Ruin told them that their goal is not just to win this competition. Their task is to deal with that annoying guy, he said, and looked at Chuck. As soon as the groups were formed, the time has come. The hero invited Hans to go to the medical center, but he refused. Most of all, the novice was worried about the fact that his friend said that they knew, and this could cause him problems. Hans knew that many did not like him, which means that he would pester again when there were no witnesses nearby. But the hero did not refuse friendship, and said that this is not a problem for him. While they were walking along the corridor, they met Maltiv, with a couple of plasters. Thanks to the eye of the player, the Ruins determined that his opponent is a 4th-class knight. It was clear why Hans was afraid of him, obviously a skilled warrior. But the hero remembered well that Hans has an aura when he figured out his sister's kidnapper. Let Hans be a 3rd-grade knight, he had very high potential. He had great opportunities for growth. Ruin directly stated that he wanted to deal with the Maltese, and asked that the novice himself was thinking about it. Whether he will remain a pair for whipping, or will it become stronger to protect his sister? Hans did not believe that he could become stronger, but the hero believed that this was not so. Then Maltiv heard their conversation and intervened, since they thought that a commoner could defeat him. Let him come forward, he demanded. But the novice refused, having reliable allies behind his back. He could not do everything he was told. Maltiv immediately lost his temper and began to express himself dirty. Moreover, the self-confident knight grabbed the sword and began to threaten to kill the young novice. Hans also took up the hilt of the sword, but the hero told him not to move. It was not necessary to sink to the level of an ordinary fight. It is unworthy, Ruin said. The hero promised that one day they would fight, but not today. We need to wait for the suitable opportunity to erase the enemy into powder. Ruin stepped forward, and an arrogant knight rushed directly to him with a sword. But no one warned him that a medical insurance policy needed to buy. Maltiv was lucky. He escaped acquaintances with a fist of justice, and instead received a sudden kick Sir Golter. Ruin himself was amazed by the fact that they intervened in their school showdown. Sir Golter was very angry, because the behavior of his pupils threw a shadow at himself. Maltiv immediately began to justify himself. They say the other side of the beginning of the first. But he did nothing like that. But such a statement did not fit with a sword in his hand, so the mentor did not believe him. Golter immediately removed the Maltiv from the post of representative. The deputy will take this role, and after returning home, he will be awaited by a disciplinary statement. An impudent offspring of a noble family immediately began to remember his father, who would not stand aside. But Sir Golter could not be so pierced. He knew very well that if he tells that Maltiv exposed the sword to injure someone in the building of the academy, he would be punished with punishment. So the night the student immediately bowed his head, realizing that he was gripped. All his pompousing went to the side. But now the hero understood that they had paid attention to him, and so simply would not lag behind. The first task in joint training was to train near fight skills. Sir Golter showed how to neutralize the main weakness of the magician for a long time to activate the spell, and Professor Hadel showed how to predict the attacks of the knights and leave their action. Then they trained these techniques in the group, while the main bullets rested. Maltot was already terribly angry, and now when he was surrounded by Ostens, and even more so, and Chuck invited him to relax. But although he said so, he himself did not think that he could train here. He could not allow his skills to be disclosed to all students. Hans was the first tired of their trinity and offered to rest. Jason also horrified from how ruthless his friend was so pounding them so. But Ruin himself felt that they only finished kneading. Then Sir Golter called the guy and asked him to give him a moment. The knight was interested in the skills of the hero. He himself could not get them only if an experienced mentor coached him. In this vein, Golter was unusually insightful, because everything was exactly so. So the knight asked to give a favor to arrange a training battle on the swords. The hero was surprised, such a sudden request, but she only fed his excitement. Of course, Ruin immediately explained that he was studying for only a week, and was not even a knight. But Golter did not ask him to defeat himself, only to train everyone around him. There was no one who would own him better than him, the captain of the knights recognized, which greatly surprised his students. The hero again fell on the attention that he did not look for, but that was a good opportunity. If you show yourself as it should, it will put in the place of those who do not love him. So he put up a training sword in front of him and agreed. Golter immediately appreciated the guy's combat rack and attacked the first. The speed was what he did not use even in training with his students. But Ruin, unexpectedly for everyone, withstood this swift onslaught. True, Golter did not stop there and again pushed the guy. Even now, when the knight saw everything with his own eyes, he could hardly believe that the guy owned such skills, and asked who taught him. But perhaps the guy could not reveal the name of the mentor, Golter suggested. Ruin himself did not know could voice the truth or not. But after thinking that his teacher does not hide, which means that he should not have called his name, Sir Brozar Python, this name made the knights be very surprised, who did not know the legendary master of the spear, but it was believed that he died. Golter asked for details, and then the hero said that the illustrious knight lives in their lands, and taught him since childhood. Then Malteve broke into the conversation and stated that the Ruin is a liar, and he came forward. After all, his father personally told him that Sir Python is dead, and Ruin still has no evidence. But the hero did not understand why he would prove something, because he had no reason to call the dead alive. Then Malti said that even if the words are true, this does not change the essence, because his father is still the best knight of the kingdom. The commander of the Gold Knights and the father of Maltiv was officially recognized as the best. But if the legendary warrior is alive, then this can question the current order. Realizing what Maltiv is experiencing, Ruin told him what he could think about what he wants. After all, Sir Python did not care about any miserable regalia. Such words caused a rage of rabies among the Honorian Maltiv, because this dropped the honor of his family. Therefore he exposed his sword and called the Ruin on the knightly duel, ordering him to get a real sword. But this did not happen, because the young knight met again with Sir Golter's kick. A real duel during training at the academy was an unthinkable nonsense. Once young and not far, he was so eager for battle, Sir Golter agreed that tomorrow during the fights their battle would be the first. Both guys stated that they had no objections, and looked at each other askance. The group had to fight for the group. The next day they built face-to-face. Chuck asked the hero whether he prepared well, with malicious notes in his voice. And as soon as the team sounded to start, the first lecturer attacked the Ruin in close combat. His speed was not ordinary, so the guy quickly stepped back. None of his opponents had moved so fast before, and he did not understand how possible. With the help of the player of the Ruin, he saw that his opponent possessed 6 hidden artifacts. Apparently, Chuck desperately wanted to win. The commander of the Gold Knights arrived at the palace, and welcomed his owner. Hungrace Gagan heard that Chuck was invited to the academy. George Garrickle met the guest as a family. He himself was surprised that his son called the rector of the academy and asked how Maltiv was doing. The young knight delivered problems to his father, because he sent him to the beginning of Golter to study discipline. But George Garrickle himself wanted to talk about the representative of the academy. Ruin Ardell was not known to everyone in the performance. Rumors about him scattered quickly, so that even the best knight knew the winner of the great festival. But according to Lord Hagen, he was just an upstart from the village. Lord Garrickle agreed. In his interests, it was to prevent the influence of Ardell to spread to the princes. Of course, all this for the good of the country and people. So they came to convey to their sons artifacts and help to deal with the crisis. This business was a sample, but Lord Garrickle asked not to focus on this, because it was necessary to restore the boy now, and not go to extremes later. But even so, Lord Gagan hesitated, and then he was reminded of the name of Sir Python. This legendary warrior was not only alive, but also taught Ruin Ardell. Not only did the rustican get the attention of the princes, Python's lessons, he could also defeat their sons in a duel. The future position may shake. Then the lords shook hands, and agreed to act together in order to overcome this crisis. And on the battlefield, Chuck captured the whole team with the help of green tentacles in one fell swoop. The speed of calling the spells was huge. He also mocked the Ruin, confident in his victory, but the hero was not at all embarrassed. Of course, he was waiting for some meanness, but not so vile. 6 hidden artifacts gave Chuck an occasion for rampant pride. While he was holding the Putes team, Maltiv could approach and beat everyone freely. With a bright flash of flame, the sword cut the place where the hero just stood. Ruin was amazed at the enemy's sword became so strong, although he was a whole piece of wood. That's because Maltiv received an amulet of resistance from his father. The artifact had the shape of a pendant, and enchanted the weapon, making it stronger. Therefore, the arrogant knight was also very confident in himself, and attacked with the intention to harm. Since the sword will be strong like steel, then the hero could apply his skill of destruction of steel. And a wooden shell destroyed with a bare fist, which was amazed at Maltiv. While the knight was thinking as possible, he finally had the honor of getting to know a fist of a fair hero personally. The fiery flash was so powerful that she almost dared to the side and Chuck himself. The teacher looked anxiously at his ally, not understanding why he was in this position despite the artifacts. Ruin himself used his artifact without hiding anything. He wanted to initially cost low blood, but he realized that it was impossible. Once it came to this, he decided to fight the present, and used his leader's will. Conan's spirit appeared above him to follow nearby. Here even Professor Hadel was amazed. Fiery OGR at all terrified with one appearance. It was very unusual magic. From such an overwhelming force, Chuck fell helplessly to the 5th point and whined plaintively. They did not even have 6 artifacts to cope with him, said the Ruin, even more stunned Chuck. The guy extended his hand forward, and the same thing did Ogre behind him. Firefingers grabbed the thin chains of jewelry that hid Chuck under the shirt. And now everyone saw that the talkative teacher was hiding. The students were in shock. The senior comrade used artifacts against the younger one. No one liked it. And Chuck himself began to threaten reprisal from his family, in impotent malice. This was not news for the Ruin. At first Meikle did not give him rest. Now Chuck, what he asked further. Maybe it will come to Lord Garrikill, suggested the hero. And then Chuck moved to him again. But then he was sent into flight with a miraculous bun that he cut off all empty threats. The guy was already tired of this noise and order, so he was glad to stop him. But the countries asked him to be sure of what he had done. After all, everyone saw his skill that was connected with the huge, even the rector of Tyrion. The head of the academy himself was in a slight stupor from the new abilities of his student. Ruin was still not going to eternity to hide his strength, but in the fears of the countries there were reasons. Chakil was defeated, like Maltot, and Meikle crashed in a fainting, barely seeing the Ogre. So their team clearly won, and Ruin looked towards the teachers. Sir Golter understood this look and already wanted to declare the result, but he was interrupted. Hans, with 2 training swords, entered the center of the meadow. He stated that the duel was not over yet, and threw one of the swords to Melodum. He was still sitting on his pants and did not immediately understand what they wanted from him. But when it dawned on him, he thought that Hans should have survived from the mind. True, his bravado immediately broke off when he saw a sword covered with sparks in Hans's hands. The 4th-rank knight usually knew how to use the aura. Her color depended on the level of skill. On the 4th rank it was blue. On the 5th, red color. The 6-star knights of the aura could have a violet color, after which the color did not matter, and reflected only individual characteristics. The knight of the trainee could only have a 3rd rank, so the amazement of the novices could be understood. Such a weakness of the commoner took possession of the aura faster than they are nobles, even though they had already received a knightly title. The countries were concerned, asked if the owner was thinking of stopping his friend, because the battle was already over. But the hero decided to observe, because the look that he saw that night returned. The provocation was a success, and Maltiv, grabbing a wooden sword, rushed right at his enemy. How he could endure that the usual commoner went around him. Hans had a hard time under the ferocious onslaught. He even showed signs of anxiety, and Malti was still doing and shouted that such a wimp could not be at the same level with him. Hans retreated half a step, but did not lose his balance. He asked the enemy why he still clings to the status so, even after everything that happened. After all, he was just lucky to be born in a good family, but in reality he is nothing more than a selfish bastard. Maltiv's face was distorted with anger, and he swore dirtily. He himself applied the blue aura, wanting to end his opponent here and now. And for some reason he performed his favorite reception of the anime of the fencers, jumped on the enemy from above, where he immediately became vulnerable and helpless. The Ruins foresee the trouble first moved towards Hans to help him. Other teachers did the same that they watched the battle. The surge of the aura, hit with a loud cotton, caused a big explosion. But unexpectedly for everyone, Hans remained in service. His opponent lost his sword and again went to fly, this time another flight. And Hans took a spectacular pose so that everyone could look at him. The most strong bully among the knights went to the country of dreams and no one could bring him to his senses. Many did not even see what happened and were amazed at how quickly the battle ended. Ruin ran to a friend and suddenly asked him to look at the sword. And there was something to be surprised, because the aura Hans became red, so without any cheats, only this real hero pumped up with his own efforts. After the battle in the evening, Tyrion praised his main pupil. He hoped for his victory, but did not think that the guy would really win. But the hero immediately objected that this was the rector of the rector from the very beginning, for that Chuck was invited to the academy to strike at the Garikili. Tyrion wanted to sniff them a little, but in the end, he only added oil into the fire, because the rumors had already reached the capital, and the nobles are already discussing with might and main whether this family began to recognize the fall of the family. Lord Garahil will do everything possible to restore his honor and influence, so that now the ruins are in danger. As the head of the academy, he could not allow one of his students to suffer. And for this they came to the stairs that she led to the basement of the academy. A few days ago, Kingry was awakened from a long sleep, the rector said, and the first thing he said was that he smelled his relatives. They can only go down where the OGR awaits them with a gift. Ruin was surprised that he was not directly asked about his abilities, because no one in the world has more such magic. At least the rector should be curious. But for Tyrion, he still remained a student in whom the professor believed, even if the guy came to the academy with a goblin on his shoulders. This was the only thing that the rector considered important, and the guy thanked for understanding. So after that, he quickly went down to the basement with which it all started. They had not seen each other for a long time, told him the ogre artifact, and called the guy a young destroyer. Kingram was still majestic on the throne, and the scale was grinning his large fangs. OGR still could not believe what he felt from the guy, the smell of the spirit of the ogres, and his relatives, even his father. Therefore he asked the hero to tell what happened, and he agreed. The guy told him everything that happened on Heavenly Grief, and how he created an artifact with the help of a tooth, or rather he was created. Hearing about the competition in arm wrestling with 100 francs, Kingry laughed. The hero boasted that he not only spent this match, but also won, and so the leader realized that his relatives had fun with this guy. Kingram even struck a tear, because he thought that he would never hear about his relatives again. Ogre thanked the guy and called him his blessing, even more as the savior. Then the Ruin received a message that he fulfilled the achievement. The title of Friend of the Ogrov was increased to the Lord of the Ogrov. The force was increased by 1,000. The embodiment of the power of countries reached 5 stars. Now the humanoid form was available. Such was the gift of Kingram. In total, now the guy possessed 7,000 of power. Also, countries pumped, which was very happy because it happened faster than she expected. He jumped off the hero's shoulder and reached out with her paws. For too long she was in this useless form. And with a cry, "Goodbye, the boring uniform of the combat hamster of the countries has transformed in the rays of the world." A bright flash illuminated the whole ass, so the hero had to close his eyes. And then a pretty girl appeared in front of him, and playfully smiled at him playfully, because this hero even has a girl with the help of cheats appear. No, I am not enviable. From reunification with Kingram, the hero received 2 more gifts: the authority of the leader, which allowed the command of the ogres to command, and a special privilege to call Kingram that was connected with the academy for life. But it was possible to call only once, so the OGR warned the guy to use this opportunity wisely. But one could think about this later. It was much more important to explain to the rector that for a young lady, she got out of the closet and danced with joy. As soon as countries became a man, others also began to see her. So Tyrion had many questions. Maybe he also dreamed of discovering the magic of the call of beautiful girls. Perhaps it would be the most powerful and desired magic in the world, but now the hero experienced only a headache. In general, the rector realized that before him the spirit, or rather the embodiment, was surprisingly enough. The countries explained that they are connected with the hero's symbiotic relations, so they cannot live separately. The girl spoke impudently and quite sharply, so the guy even made her remark. But the countries reminded me that the present here are present. Thinking a little, Tyrion decided that since the girl appeared at the academy, she should be credited as a student of the academy. He had a plan, and the rector smiled mysteriously. It is difficult to convey what furor produced the news that Ruin has a cousin, and she only transferred to their academy during the night. The guys were ready to burn with envy. Friends immediately began to ask him who she was and where. Jason was the first to try his luck to make his acquaintance. He kneaded his knee and offered the lady an excursion. Of course, she rejected all the proposals of the countries. At least everyone accepted its legend. Then Hans approached the guy. Today was the day of the departure of the knights, and he went to say goodbye. The hero promised to somehow visit Foldren again, because he was sad to part with them. Hans asked if he could come to Ardell after graduation, and the hero agreed to accept him. A young, talented knight would never hurt at home. Hans, just in case, specified that he was to beg with his friend. He wanted to be part of a great story, and therefore sought to defend Ardell under the leadership of the hero. As soon as the Ruin agreed, when he heard an offended voice, again they decided something without him, said Jason. He wanted to be close to a friend, promised to do anything even to wash the dishes, just to be closer from the lady of the countries. Oh, he would know this guy to sign. But the hero reacted skeptical of such a proposal and did not give permission to him. Jason was upset from such jokes, and Ruin laughed. After all, he was glad that his friends would come for him and Ardell. So the future of its lands becomes more reliable and fascinating. At this time, the capital was seething. After an unsuccessful and shameful match for Hagen and Garrickle, dark times came. Many nobles participated in this conspiracy with money. Garrickle maintained their status at the expense of magicians. The Hagens relied on the title of the strongest knight, and therefore they received the support of the nobles. But now it became obvious that the young generation of their families is weak. The nobles realized that it was better to unite around a new young and promising hero. The nobles were already ready to use the money, because who does not even love them? Lord Garrickle has a weakness for money, and the Lord really did not like that they were discussing him so. The nobles immediately stated that they simply made a reservation, but the Lord did not believe them. And he reminded them to everyone that their family ruled Radian since its creation. History does not tolerate lies, because their experiences would not come true. Frightened aristocrats immediately began to creep in front of him. The Lord Garrickle himself was terribly angry, because he wanted to use Ruin Ardell as a step to become his sons, but he trampled their name in the mud, and now the guy was waiting for revenge, whatever it was worth it. Soon there was another important task of the second trimester, for which they again got on the train. Express rushed them to the capital of the kingdom, and many were waiting for the opportunity to enter the Tower of Magicians. They wanted to see new magic and learn something from the current magicians. The goal was wonderful, but in reality the guy had to face Garrickle's house face to face. His duty to this great family reached an unimaginable level, so a visit to the capital is like going to the bear in the den. The enemies had many opportunities to aim at him. Lord Garrickle himself was the magician like the head of the academy. The countries snorted contemptuously. If the former one would have figured out one finger, but the magician should not be underestimated to be underestimated. But with the help of his player's eye, Ruin himself could not see the status of the rector of Tyrion, so he could not weaken vigilance in the capital and kept his guard. The capital is impressive with its scope right from the station. Of course, all this was nothing more than dust in the eyes. The brilliant greatness is not worthy of such a small kingdom. Ruin was accompanied by the rector, and when they greeted him also turned around. Lord Garrickle decided to personally meet the rector, but of course his goal was slightly different. Although no one was glad for him, the Lord was not embarrassed and said that he should meet young talents that he arrived in the capital. Of course, he did not hide what came to look at the man who defeated his sons. The Lord's eyes burned with undisguised anger when he looked at the hero. The guy experienced an unpleasant feeling, as if talking with a snake, but something was wrong with that, because with the help of the player's eyes, he saw that the Lord was a magician of only the sixth circle. So he somehow managed to spend everyone. Glancing at the hand hung with rings, the Ruins understood what was the matter. The apple from the apple tree, the guy thought and grinned. Lord Garrickle noticed this and asked what was funny. But the guy did not answer and decided to simply ignore the arrogant nobleman. But he did not want to let go of the hero and grabbed his hand so that the flame began to come from her. Then the Lord repeated his question persistently, openly running into trouble. All this was in the eyes of Tyrion, so he asked Lord Garrickle to stop. But he objected that he had power at the academy, but here in the capital he would take care of the students. The rector did not accept this, and said that he would rather take all the students back than he would threaten them. Then Garrickle erupted with a tirade. He realized that it was a rector of the rector to disgrace his sons, and said that all this was envy that he was appointed as a defender, not Tyrion. And then the rector, for the first time in all the time, allowed himself to raise his voice and shouted the impudent lord. And when he stomped his foot, the hellish flames spilled on the ground and dispersed the lord's sweat. But this only redeemed Garrickle. He would be glad to continue and arrange a fight. However, this was even more redressed by the hero himself, who was just observing. Ruin again looked at the hands of rings, and said that he had never seen a man to wear so much on himself, and the last time he laughed. Meikle Chuck were also hung with artifacts, apparently such a feature of the rich, said the hero. Lord Garrickle was frightened for a second that he could be exp, and pulled his hand, saying that his passion for decorations was just a hobby. On this, the Lord stated that he would hold on, sight powers, and Tyrion should transfer them to him. Then he left, inflated as an angry turkey. So the trip to the academy from the very beginning ceased to be ordinary. Garrickle, who announced that he would be responsible for the schedule. Unlikely the students arrived at the palace without a trace. Instead, the senior magician spent an excursion. But despite the meager information, the atmosphere was still good. With the exception of one detail, the countries felt it simultaneously with the owner as soon as they went inside. The nobles did not even hide their close attention to the young hero. At night, Ruin looked out the window to breathe air and look at the moon. There they saw one person who stared at them during the day, and now he was on duty at the window since they came to the hostel. Ruin immediately realized that this is an illusion created by a magician who specializes on them. The hero felt Manu in the air. The whole situation was created with the help of magic. The landscape from the windows, passers-by, all this was not real. In addition to this, the stranger installed a barrier who cut off this place from the outside world. The countries were surprised that she could not notice this. Even if she returned her appearance, it was still far from the previous force. Ruin expected that they would come to his soul, but did not think that so soon. But then an unfamiliar magician suddenly ran away. The guy immediately realized that he was lured. If they fought in a closed space, other students could suffer. The ruins could not allow this, and the stranger knew about it. Kaisen Garakil, the magician of the 6th grade, is what he saw in the status of this person. But the illusion of this level was beyond the power of one, even a strong magician. This is at least 3 or more work that opposed the guy. The chances of winning were meager. Moreover, Lord Garakil himself could join the battle, and this was already dangerous. And the hero thought about what to use for this case. The countries asked him if he would go right now. The question was rhetorical. This evening will be long said to Mega the cool hero Chitter, and went out the window. A few hours earlier, Lord Garakil was beside himself with anger. He personally convened an urgent meeting of the party, but only the most miserable henchmen appeared. As usual, in the controversial situations of the most numerous, the party was the party of those who are waiting when one of the parties begins to win a confident victory. But usually the meeting room was full of people that there was nowhere to sit. But now only 4 joined the dark side of the force. Lord Garakil gritted his teeth in impotent malice. One boy instantly broke all his plans and shook the influence of the family. Then he decided to take up his panties later. Those who came and were so aware of why they were called, they had already replaced the night guard, in case the noise rises. At the same time, a group of mercenaries had already entered Ardell by order of the Lord. After midnight, they penetrate the Ardell estate and liquidate the head of the family, said Lord Gagan. Father and son will fall one night, like the younger heiress, not embarrassed by his black souls, said the clique of the conspirators. Lord Gagan added Sir Pieton to the list of prosecutions, just to sleep calmly. Only one sun can shine in the sky. Sir Pieton walked in possession until late in the evening he coached a soldier, so the last days were filled with bustle. It was suspiciously quiet. The legendary warrior expected that after the crushing victory of the young master over the offspring of noble families, a reaction would follow. Lord Ardell ordered to inform if Sir Pieton notices something strange. He also shared fears. Passing by the employee, the knight asked him to finish whether he had finished for today. The time was already later. But not this was interested in him, but whether the guy saw someone suspicious today. He recalled that he noticed 5 merchants who did not sell anything and never left. Sir Pieton knew that mercenaries are often disguised as ordinary merchants, and now they have disappeared from sight in Ardell. The guy still remembered that these were never suspicious personalities to wear swords with them, so Pieton had to be careful. But thinking for a long time, the old warrior rushed straight to the residence of the Lord. And the guy worker did not understand that he had provided a very important information that was worth reporting earlier. However, the mercenaries themselves wandered around the house like ghosts, faced with the fact that they had not found their goal. Perhaps Lord Ardell is not here at all, they thought. They had time, and they decided to wait for the goal of her at home. But then one of them fell unconscious. Another person from the list of mercenaries appeared unexpectedly on the threshold, and in his hands he held a long spear. The killers were surprised that they were discovered because they were well masked, but for the Knight of 7 Stars all this was a trifle. Perhaps this is even for the better, their leader counted their blade. As if on command, they simultaneously attacked the illustrious warrior. Each of them was a smaller measure of the 6th-level swordsman. The legendary warrior himself did not hold a spear in his hands for a long time, preferring a fishing rod, and many believed that his skills were not the same before. But for the murderers that such thoughts climbed into the Ardell estate today became a fatal mistake. They forgot the main rule that it is better to overestimate the enemy than to underestimate. Sir Pieton quickly scattered a bunch of mercenaries. Of course, the house will have to repair the walls in the house, but this is less evil compared to letting the enemies alive. The killers tensed, because they used to deal with a dozen experienced masters of the 7th level. They did not even realize why Sir Pieton stopped honing the skills of a spear, all because he has long reached the limits of the development of his technology, becoming a Knight of 8 Stars. A real monster. Now the mercenaries realized that they were fighting for their lives, and again attacked. But Sir Pieton remained unharmed even after an unexpected attack from the back. Forgetting about the code of the killers, the mercenaries cursed the Lord Hagen who gave them a task, leaving about the goal, and apparently did not consider themselves obligated to him anymore. They would not take up this task even with a 5-fold more reward. Now Sir Pieton knew the name of the customer that he had encroached his family sheltered. Then the knight grabbed the mercenary and ordered him to return to the owner and convey the next one, never reacting to Ardell's lands again. Meanwhile, in the capital, the ruins pursued his target. The old man turned to him with a grin, rejoicing that the guy himself went to him. True, now the hero did not go alone. With him everywhere there were countries that they took for a man, and the old man liked the guy to go to the next world with the company. True, the hero was not going to die here, and asked not to worry about his account. This only amused the old man more, because at the same moment the guy was surrounded by magicians from all sides. About 7 people, enemies prepared well, Ruin thought, evaluating the situation. The old man called on the fire in his hand and decided to give the boy the last advice to live as long as possible. "You just need not to catch my eye," he said. The rest of the magicians repeated his gesture, directing the fiery spells towards the guy. Mages looked like the clones of one person, and who would consider these statists, thought the artist. On a signal, everyone shot at the same time and covered the place where the guy stood with fire. It was hot as if in a stove, and the old man laughed rather. He liked the sight, because the enemy simply accepted his death. However, barely the fire subsided as the conspirators were surprised to find that their goal was alive and sound. Still, there were creatures that were unable to die, said the guy, looking at the countries that she protected him from the blow. The incarnations are indestructible and immortal creatures. The only way to defeat countries to destroy its master. But the hero was not going to die here and applied the skill of the spirit of the fence, surrounding himself as an aura of flame. The guy grinned. His turn came to surprise enemies. He sharply waved his hand, raising a real storm, almost knocking down countries. The beginning was good. The guy hoped to win, not spent all his strength. However, here the magicians, who already seemed to drop out of the battle, grabbed the guy. The old man radiated a strange aura and grinned devilishly, applying dark magic, the seal of water. In their world, there were those who practiced black magic, which all others rejected. Such were called warlocks. The seal of water was invented by one of these magicians, something on the likeness of the curse that pursues the magician until all his strength sucks. The hero could not even think that his enemies would go so far and use dark magic. Now when he witnessed the use of dark magic, he cannot definitely be left alive. They knelt down the guy, and the old man grinned mildly, because they were already going to eliminate him. Since he fell into them in tenacious paws, his friend was also not an obstacle. The villain set in mind the countries. The guy swore dirty to the insignificant and evil people. The old man told him not to be upset, because he is not alone into the next world. His father and younger sister should already be there by this moment, said the Bedeline, and the guy's eyes blazed with rage. Of course, for him this was to be a surprise. Otherwise he would not have mistaken here, the magician said, and brazenly asked why only the boy went against the senior advisor to Garrikill. However, it was not possible to continue glee for victory. The heavy hand of a fair hero grabbed his face. A moment ago the guy was under the influence of water printing, but suddenly freed himself. The ruin simply squeezed his fist, and his strength was enough for the vile warlock to disappear forever. The rest of the magicians shuddered in horror from the red fountain that the hero had just fulfilled. Now he still had nothing to lose, and there was no need to live, Ruin thought, looking at his dirty hands. Then he used a unique skill. The call of Kingram, and the huge leader of the ogres appeared behind him. The hero asked them not to keep evil, and to repent of sins before leaving for the next world. At that moment, only one thought echoed in his head: to eliminate. Just as the once destroyer of the world of the fight, he must destroy everyone. The formidable leader asked the guy for what purpose he called him, and Ruin answered the enemies for a long time, did not have to explain any mercy. While the OGR took over only the fighters, the hero rushed the other way. Everywhere where he stepped, death came. Deep in the soul of the guy succumbed to the dark side of the strength and drew from her source. All the same, he would never have been able to forgive these people, and he was indifferent to who was standing in the way. Only the strong hand of countries on the shoulder stopped the hero, whose gaze became crazy and burned with pain and hatred. "This is enough," said the spirit, and held it tightly so that he would not escape. One of the unnecessary magicians gave a voice and laughed angrily, because all this time the guy was an abnormal monster, the same as they. Ruin demanded the countries to let him go because the villain still remained, whose life was worth nothing. The countries confidently told the owner that nothing had happened in Ardell yet, because their house was defended by the best knight of the kingdom. She ordered him to pull himself together. Not he would finish like a fight, because this is how he got his nickname. He went crazy with limitless power and destroyed the whole world. But the countries did not want its current owner to repeat the fate of the dragon. And the hero pacified his anger. He even asked her for forgiveness for making him worry. Ruin demanded that he survive, tell everything that he knew about what was happening in Ardell. The warlock told him about the Menden group, which included the best mercenaries of the 6th rank, and 5 of them had already arrived at his homeland. But the killer never agreed. He felt pierced by a spear without breathing. Lord Garrikill came to check whether everything was in order and found the mess. Because he immediately eliminated the excessively talkative ally, he still worked his own. Despite what he saw, he still considered his best subordinates to miserable losers that they could not cope with one village upright. Ruin evilly asked the bastard as he only dared to touch his family. But at the same moment they, along with the countries, were pressed by a wave of black magic. It was worth sitting quieter of water below the grass, said the Lord. If everyone finds out that the great magician of the kingdom of the warlock, he will not get off with one prison, blurted the Ruin. There is no body, there is no case, Lord Garrikill answered him. He did not even think to leave the witnesses alive. The guy could not move his finger, and the call of Kingram had already ended. The black magician called on a few more copies to end with all one blow. The hero could not afford to finish everything like that, and thought intensely. However, at that moment he was covered by Tyrion's shield. Cavalry arrived during, and the main character was saved. For some reason, Lord Garrikill did not expect to see the rector of the academy here that he accompanied the students. Apparently, he thought that the old man would just sleep at night. This shameful omission came very much to the Lord, because Tyrion was in terrible anger and did not hold back his strength. The illusory field woven by the minions of Garrikill began to melt exactly a wax candle. This magic was supposed to dump everyone from the commotion inside, but it was able to deceive only ordinary people. She did not work on Tyrion Ignat. Another disadvantage of the illusion was that a magician of a higher level could easily dispel it by using a spell. But Lord Garrikill only rejoiced. He expected that the rector would destroy the whole city, only to get along it. However, Tyrion had already set the barrier around the battle zone, so that the destructive power of the spells would not go outside. In fact, the villain was caught in a trap. Not only did he use dark magic and so dared to harm the student, such a rector Tyrion could not forgive. His magic of light hit the Lord Garrikill. He still tried to resist and scream something, but everything was in vain. Mana's explosion quickly filled a strong protective dome. This was the difference in their classes, commented on the crushing victory of the rector countries. The head of the academy was so good that the hero was hardly dared to challenge him, so he agreed with the spirit. Despite all his strength, the Ruin had a long way. Fortunately, he did not suffer in this battle. When the illusion was asleep, other students looked out to see what kind of noise is happening outside. Jason looked at the man lying on the ground and immediately recognized him. But no one understood why the main advisor is in this state. Then the street announced the clatter of many heavy guards. Both princes with numerous guards arrived at the scene. They were already informed that the head of Garrikill is a traitor. So both brothers worried about whether their valuable asset of the state was in order. They immediately began to say how much they worried about his account, constantly interrupting each other. And only then they noticed that the head of Tyrion is also here, and on the ground lies the culprit of the whole commotion. Ruin immediately said that Lord Garrikill tried to use dark magic against him, but the rector stopped him. The princes immediately took this as an attack on the family, because the guy was declared the defender of the state. Both brothers agreed to act together and hide the villain behind bars, and then betray a fair court. They gave the order to arrest everyone who was connected with Lord Garrikill, but before that the Ruins voiced the request. This concerned his possessions. He wanted to make sure of his father and sister's safety. In order to get important information as soon as possible, I had to send a request to the nearest Monzo trading city. The wait took half a day, and still seemed an eternity. But the royal clerks came to him with a report. The report said that fortunately everything is safe. Since they were aware of the upcoming danger, Sir Pieton managed to eliminate all the villains. The countries were right. Moreover, it was possible to find out the name of the customer. Everyone considered it obvious that Lord Garrikill, who was exposed, was also behind this attempt. But he also had an accomplice involved in this business more than others, the captain of the Gold Knights, Hungarian Gengen. This was a serious accusation, and the princes were horrified by how much their surroundings in the kingdom rotten. They instantly betrayed the Lord Hagen Grand Swerge, depriving him of titles and titles. But since the traitors held very important posts in the kingdom, it was urgent to appoint the duties temporarily performing them. They needed an advisor and the defender, so the princes began to look for suitable candidates. In this situation, only the head of the academy earned confidence and could provide them with support for the advisor. Tyrion wanted to refuse to refer to age. The princes themselves understood that the magician was not interested in politics, but still insisted that he help them until there was a more worthy candidate. Everyone was well aware that the princes tried many times to pull Tyrion into the capital, seduced him with gifts, but the magician refused, sacredly believing that the teacher had no place in politics. Hearing about this sentence, The students began to encourage the rector to agree, because there was no one better than him. And the rector was very surprised at why it was the students who gave the rights of vote. But in the end, he agreed, saying that they are obliged to find a more suitable candidate as soon as possible. Both heirs were very happy about this news, like everyone who heard about it. Ruin was just glad that there was no tragedy and everything ended well. As soon as their cheerful trip to the capital ends final exams, a long, and at the same time, a fleeting stay at the academy will come to an end. The trip that has not been completed from the very beginning was the reason for various disputes, but whether such events were needed. But in the end, they left everything as it is. After the incident, Mikkel quickly left the academy. It was still a shame to stay in it, and it was too dangerous. Rumors about it quickly spread. There was very little left before the release, and the Ruins simply enjoyed these free days. Lord Garrickle fell into prison, his closest associates scattered where. His son Chuck fled to Fern, such rumors went about him, so a whole family fell in one night that has been holding the country in its hands for centuries. In fact, they became ash, burning in their own malice. The fall of some became the triumph of others. The name Ardell thundered around the kingdom. Late at night, Chuck Garrickle made his way into one palace, and despite the fact that no one was waiting for him, persistently asked for the audience of His Majesty. Chuck was not allowed, and then he made his way through the servants. He fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness for such a late visit. Before him always appeared proud and strict crown prince of the Reenac Empire, Summertan. Chuck spread for a very long time in apology and flattery, turned around as if in a frying pan. The crown prince was tired of this, and ordered to say why he appeared, and then Chuck asked the shelter, to him and his 40 relatives and magicians to the household. They were ready to swear allegiance to the empire and serve it. Shomertan found it tedious, because these people were simply looking for what to eat. Of course, Crown Prince immediately asked why the influential family betrayed the disgrace. They probably planned something like the murder of the royal person, no less. Shomert perfectly understood that if he accepts criminals, then this could have a poor effect on his reputation, even though Radian is a tiny kingdom. So he did not see any reason to provide the asylum exiles. Crown Prince ordered Chow to return. He would not accept him, but he would not arrest him. Then Chuck admitted that their family made an attempt on the ruin of Ardell. Shometan specified whether they were talking about the same person, and Chuck nodded. Then the royal lady became interested, wanting to hear more details. So he suggested discussing this case over a cup of tea with a drop of serum of truth. Despite the whole series of events, after arriving at the academy, there were no other incidents, and has since passed 3 months. Together with the first snow, many nobles arrived at the academy. And the reason was simple. The final exam was nearing. Graduates should show their skills to many spectators and potential employers. Soon, the day of the exam came. Ruin sat with Jason on a bench, admiring the falling snowflakes. A feeling of nostalgia rolled on both, because they are sitting as the last time as students. Ruin thought that he was waiting for him when he leaves the walls of the academy, which would cease to protect him. 6 years flew so quickly, and at the same time seemed as long as a whole life. Jason noticed a friend's thoughtfulness, and decided that he was also worried before the exam. The stupid friend himself was not worried because he was going to work at the Ardell estate, although the hero immediately reminded him that he had not yet given a final answer. Before Jason could be indignant, his sister hazed Ruin. When he saw his family in perfect order, accompanied by Sir Pieton, he felt relief, because it was better to see everything himself. He was glad to see his relatives that he arrived so far for his sake. Although nothing happened since then, the guy still felt guilty for bringing trouble to his family. Father told him not to worry. He was proud of his son, who did not go about the powerful of this world. Especially the guy was grateful to Sir Pieton, who became the savior of their family, and the old knight modestly replied that he was just fulfilling his duty. True, the questions did not run out of this. The sister also had one. Pointing a finger at the countries, Rooney asked who this young lady is next to him. The excuse for the cousin did not ride with relatives. My sister immediately thought that my brother started a new girlfriend, and I had to hurry in a hurry that they were just friends. Fortunately, not only the family came to look at the hero, and while Jason seemed to Lord Ardell, another guest came up to the guy. Hans also completed his training, becoming a full-fledged knight, arrived to congratulate his savior. And Set and Irene arrived with him. Like his friends in the festival, the hero's retinue grew and grew. As a bonus, the monarchs appeared on the exam, also to personally see him and congratulate him on the release. So on his last day of students, important faces and beloved friends surrounded him. Soon they announced the beginning of the exams, and the graduates were asked to go to the arena. The sister promised to cheer for him with all her might and wished good luck. Since everyone supported him so much, he was obliged to give it to the full. But then the hero noticed in the crowd of 2 people who had never seen here before, but the feeling that I had already met. The guy asked the countries what she thinks about this, and the spirit was surprised that he had only noticed now. The first was the dirty king turn, and was not very different from his usual image. The second of his godfather, the crown prince of the empire, to change their image, both simply made styling. The countries recognized them by a frightening aura, which could not be hidden behind the masquerade, although the guy did not understand why these two were hiding. Perhaps they wanted to secretly see how much he became stronger. However, the guy knew for sure that even if he was offered the same as the last time, he would still refuse. However, since such guests have come a long way, it was worth showing them something special, he thought. And he mentally wished them to watch carefully and not miss anything. The final exam contains the stage of isolation, the battle with the ice, and the destruction. The test itself consists of overcome the tests as quickly as possible. At the first stage, the student should get out of the well-locked room. There were many ways to leave the room. Jason thought about which one to apply. One way was to apply the magic of cancellation to the castle, or create keys using a magic stone. The applied method did not matter, only the result was important, the escape from the locked room. In the next test, the exam became difficult to be absurd. It was necessary to go past the ice trolls. At the last stage, it was necessary to use the most powerful magic of destruction. As soon as the last stage is passed, the exam is considered completed. So Jason finished it, even 5 seconds before the end of the deadline, the first in his group. All 3 out of 10 completed the test, which spoke of weak training at the academy, however. It was already known for so long. Ruin was pleased with his friend's performance. He behaved calmly, but actually prepared. While the guy was waiting for his turn, he was thinking about how to go through the exam as quickly as possible. When the turn of his group came, the announcer announced his participation that everyone in the stands drew attention to the hero. 2 noble people that were incognito here were looking forward to how much the ruins became stronger. Terran asked His Majesty what he thinks to do and looked at him. It is obvious that Kronprint arrived here to voice the last proposal. The guy will not have any other chances. They were going to properly cultivate his talent that would become an important advantage in the future, because if he can be left alone, you can wait for trouble. Ruin went into the first room and began to wait for the signal to the beginning. The rector himself created these walls, because even if you put a lot of effort into a blow, it will not work to break through them. The guy thought about whether he was worth it to just open the castle like everyone else. But this was too boring a solution. If the Great Festival taught it something, it is that there are no ideal solutions. No matter how strong the wall, it has a weak place. The arena was looking forward to how much time it would take the favorite to get out. But at the same time, an explosion occurred. Since the castle was steel, and the hero had the skill of destruction of steel, there were no problems with hacking. In general, it is funny that the first graduation test is dedicated to castles, a very useful skill. Apparently, the Academy understands what its miserable will do after the release. Under the stormy ovations from a cloud of dust, the Ruin seemed that the first to get out of his room. After only 13 seconds, he broke the door to the opening of which takes an average of 5 minutes. So again, the hero Chater perpetuated the already glorious name, showing everyone what insignificant they are. The Dirty King knew that this young man was special from the moment when Conan's tooth reacted to him, but the guy's growth rate still did not fit into his head. The next test was a fight with ice giants, who immediately became bad when they saw a ball of fire in the hands of the hero. Given the cyclopic dimensions of the spell, the giants did not even move in his direction. Kronprint laughed. This boy was superior even to the most daring ideas about him. And now the last wall remained in front of the guy. Everyone was looking forward to how he would pass it. The guy's hand was filled with lightning, and in the air smelled with a thunderstorm. Terran was amazed to know the energy that the hero radiated. The shapeless and invisible magic, tearing everything in its path with the help of sound waves, the speed of which is too fast for perception. With such power, the walls scattered like crystal. The howl, mourning the dead, the funeral ringing, the magic of the sixth circle. This is what level the ruins have reached. So the whole exam was passed in 3 minutes, instead of 15 reserved. The 6th grade was the level of which many magicians did not reach in his entire life. While the guy reached this at 16, now he could become a too much threat to Terran himself, who understood what he had to give out. But 2 princes met his victory cordially, because how not to welcome the increased power of the state? The family was also congratulated. They all believed that the guy to cope. The hero looked around the jubilant arena. Everyone was lying for him. A year ago, it was difficult to even imagine. He could not think that he would graduate from the academy with such a triumph. Jason also ran up to him and took his capture. He did not have time to notice how his friend became the mago of the 6th grade. Of course, Jason knew that his comrade in the room was amazing, but even he did not expect the ruins to grow so quickly. On such a day, something was extremely necessary, my friend said mysteriously, meaningfully raising a finger to the sky. Ruin did not mind, so that evening the drink was poured with a river, compote juices, and a 0 without Kvass 2 could not do. The hero stood next to his eternal companion with whom his wife is not needed, only a hindrance. They themselves were imbued with the atmosphere. Because perhaps they gather for the last time, it turned out to be even able to get drunk. Professors also joined the holiday to also relax at the end of the school year. Ruin sincerely thanked those thanks to whom he could celebrate it all, and Tyrion wished him the graduation. Then the guy thanked again for all the rector. I decided to do it now, because tomorrow they will find a rich day. Tyrion smiled. He knew that soon with a guy it would not be so easy to see himself because he would become an important figure, and invited him to somehow return as a lecturer. After that, the hero went into the courtyard to breathe cold air. The head was unusually inhabited by the drunk products of enzymatic processing. Kumis is not a joke for you. Then, two venerable persons approached him that they still kept incognito. Kronprince introduced himself as a fictitious name of the merchant and asked to give him a couple of minutes. But the guy immediately suggested that Skirtons speak without hiding, not considering it necessary to pretend that their masking from desired hair works. The king of magicians Terran immediately asked the guy in an annoyed voice, as he understood that it was they, and he demanded as always an honest answer, although here the blind would understand everything. Ruin smiled, and said that even though they hid their faces, they could not conceal their presence. The crown prince was too heavy to forget him. So next to him, the king of magicians, said the guy, giving understand that he had identified the second important person. Summertan was impressed that he was recognized by his eyes, and openly declared that he had come with his proposal for the last time, although he could send him by mail. Follow me into the Empire. The refusal is not boldly declared. Of course the hero refused. He was the main cheater of the story, not a limp rag. The prince recalled that he would not be able to get everything that he could not get, and Ruin knew that he was really capable of this. But he was sure that the heir to the Empire would not do so, that he surprised him. Because such a person as he will never sink to unworthy penetration under someone else's guise into another country and attempted a student's life, Ruin answered him. And Shammertan grinned. Hardly the guy could be called a simple student. But how else, because officially he will become a graduate only tomorrow. Kronprince could not tell the dementia or courage, but warned that when they meet again, he would be enemies. With this, they turned around and went to their home, and the guy looked after them thoughtfully for a long time. Then Jason jumped out of the drink and shouted that everyone was waiting for the main star of this party. The guy smiled and replied that he would do now. At that moment, he did not understand how all this ended. Then he simply returned and began to carefully use fermentation and distillation products. It was very fun and easy at heart, and this should be a real student life, although in the end he felt it. So the next day came. From behind the mountains, a scarlet sun appeared briefly. As soon as the Ruin opened his eyes, his head was terribly ill. Irin greeted him and asked if he felt better now. Looking back at his comrades, the guy realized that not everything is so bad in his life, but he should still not drink so much kvass for the night. Seeing his confusion, Irin realized that the Ruin did not remember anything and laughed. And then memories of last night surrendered on him as soon as he saw a familiar label. The Kiss of the Dragon, the beloved swill Jason, which a friend mixed in all cocktails. Under his hoppy action, the guy danced all night and invited everyone to his dacha in Ardell. Then Irin playfully asked him whether she should also go to his native lands with them, even though he had recently had it. She still could not defeat him, so she had to stay as close as possible, and these words turned his head a little. He remembered the manners, and said that he would consider it an honor if she visited his possessions. This was what they said out loud, but anyone who at least a little knows how to think that the reason for her visit was not a stupid competition at all. This girl smiled too charmingly. A few hours later, the rector made an official speech for graduates. All well done. A bright future awaits everyone, and so on. Further, the word was given to the Ruin as the best graduate, and called for the department. Tyrion told him not to worry and speak as usual, and the guy nodded. Although in fact he was very nervous under the influence of the moment. The Ruin was worried after all of the attention of hundreds of eyes, so he even forgot all the prepared words. Nevertheless, he took himself in his hands, because he was ready and still remembered what exactly he wanted to say. Then the guy began to recall how in just a year he reached a victory at the great festival, although before that he suffered for 5 years due to illness. For any magician, such a disease was terrifying. But the worst thing was how people looked at him, and constantly wondered why he did not throw the academy, why he did not give up. But the guy did not give up, because the magic was for him, and there was only one way to protect himself, his family, and people who care about him. That is why the hero was waiting and hoping to get his chance to the very end. Because who would not win in the end? The main thing is not to give up. Without any doubt and lies, only one advice could definitely give the Ruins. Continue to move forward, and maybe you will also receive a letter from a magic school. Maybe you will find a gold ring of the Dark Lord under the bed, or the dragon artifact. In general, the hero further continued to push the motivational nonsense of all successful people who were lucky, and they believe that only efforts are important, while in fact the plot itself indicates that you just need to get a cheat artifact. The guy, of course, well done without any doubt, but the plot could be a little more honest. The next day they were poisoned in their homes. Ruins rode in the same crew with her sister. She asked if his friends with them would go to Ardell. In another carriage, the whole retinue of the hero, 2 magicians from other schools, Jason and Hans, were driving. Set received recognition right during the party, so he could not resist and followed the hero. Somehow, everything so happened that he, as a valiant knight, acquired a good company. Strictly speaking, the ruins hired these guys, as well as 3,000 soldiers that returned with him home, all thanks to the troops that the princes gave him to solve land problems. But the hero did not imagine that he would be given an entire army. Then the sister asked if he was thinking all the time to stay in his native land after the expansion of the territories. He thought to travel a little, but he had not yet thought over the details, dealing with current issues. Later, the countries asked him whether Mr. developed a strategy, and the hero had a couple of ideas. Then he saw how several knights went somewhere and became interested. The soldiers were surprised that he did not know, because it concerned his friend. After all, one of his companions started a training duel. When Ruin ran up to the duel's place, he saw Hans there that he stood opposite another knight. In their hands they held wooden swords. Hans barely finished his studies, and already asked for a duel with an official knight, but he was extremely decisively configured that he had a sting further.